Yet another beautiful day in Providence in Georgetown, Guyana. The National Stadium basked in overcast conditions. I guess if you like overcast conditions, then you would say it's picturesque. Of course, the players and the umpires may welcome these overcast conditions as it lends some ease from the blazing hot sun that we had yesterday. Welcome one and all to the West Indies, the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel for the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, where legends are made. This is match number 5 in round 2. It is day number 2 of this encounter between the combined campuses and colleges and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Of course, remember, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are the defending champions. They're coming off of a win in their first round encounter against the Pride. The CCC are coming off of a loss against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Where we stand, as you see on the screen, the combined campuses and colleges were invited to bat first by Captain Tevin Imlak, and they managed to get to a score of 279 for 6 at the end of the day's play yesterday on the back of 84 from Captain Johan Jeremiah, a well-played 56 from Shaq Paris, and Kyle Corbin 62, who is still not out and at the wicket. The young man, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, continues to impress for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and I bet you it's not too long before we see his name in some lights, the lights of international cricket maybe. He took 3 for 37 yesterday in 19 overs, and he was well supported by the old veteran Versamy Purmall with 2 wickets and a wicket for Shama Joseph as well, who's returning from injury. And speaking of that young man who continues to impress, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, the former under-19 player, now making his way in the senior level, the senior regional level. He'll take the ball from the media center end with 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. Captain Tevin Imlak is behind the sticks as per usual. And we're up and running on day number 2. And alongside me, he slid into the commentary chair next to me, all donned in his tracksuit, well, the jacket at least. I'm not sure if he saw the clouds and he knows something that I don't. The man from around these parts. Good morning, Inderjeet.
Good morning to you, my dear brother. Yes, I had to ensure I had the appropriate gear. I came through the rain this morning from the eastern part of Guyana, the lower east coast. And when I came down to Georgetown, it was actually sunshine, which is good to see. The first run for the morning on day number 2.
We're staying in Georgetown, just up the way from here at the National Stadium, about 10 minutes up the way. And there was copious amounts of rain last night. We were in the apartment and Matthew looked up. He said, "Is that rain outside?" I opened the door and I could not step outside. It was blowing to and fro.
Yeah, you actually stay at a place called Festival City.
Actually, we moved down into the city more.
Oh.
I'll give you the name of the place in a bit.
Just straight down the leg side again, Ali Mohammed, but he has been the calming influence for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in this match so far, with his bowling. 19 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 37 yesterday, and did look the part.
As I mentioned in the intro, he's continued to impress, and I think it's not too long before he's going to be in and around that senior team setup. And it would be quite the achievement for him when, I don't want to say if, I want to say when he gets that call up. Because you look around and you look through the championship in round 2, all the international players are back and they are all playing. And Captain Craig Brathwaite with a century yesterday for Barbados. Yannick Carrier with 4 wickets, I beg your pardon, for the Red Force. Amir Jangoo with a half century for the Red Force. Kavim Hodge with a century for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So all our international players are back. And then you have the likes of Jeremiah Louis, who took 3 wickets yesterday for the Leewards, and a Rakeem Cornwall, one who's just making his way in the international circuit. Remember, Jeremiah was called up as cover for Kemar Roach last year in England. And Rakeem Cornwall, well, Big Jimbo is Big Jimbo.
He has always been amongst the wickets. That's a good straight delivery, well played by Akeem Jordan. Kavim Hodge, that 126, the first over has been completed. 280 for the loss of 6. That 126, the other top scorer in that scorecard was 9.
9, yeah. No one else got the double figures. Kavim Hodge really stamping his name on the game. But I think it probably lends itself, given where the wickets came from for the Red Force. It was 4 apiece between Carrier and Yannick Carrier, a left-arm orthodox and a leg spin, wrist spinner.
Good variety there.
So it probably, maybe, granted we would not have seen the game live, we were here, but it may just be an indication that apart from Kavim Hodge, the remainder of the Windward Islands Volcanoes batters can't or are not that adept at playing spin, which is like a broken record. Shamar Joseph from the Sweets end, the southern end.
And starting with a short delivery onto the back foot, standing tall and punching it for 4. And, good looking shot. A shortish delivery there. Stood up tall, the right-hander, Corbin. He continues to bat very well. He has been on and off in his career, promised so much from the under-19 level. Never really delivered the goods like so many other West Indian youths around.
Yeah, I love that shot. He got on top of the bounce. Almost reminiscent of one Sir Brian Charles Lara, who used to be up off his feet a lot to some of the faster bowlers like Glenn McGrath. Now he strays down the leg side. I don't think Shamar Joseph should overthink that boundary too much. It was a good delivery, just equally well played by Corbin.
Yes, well, he was looking to test the right-hander early with some gloomy conditions out in the middle. Just that the line was a little bit too wide gave Corbin the luxury of standing tall on the back foot and looked good as he punched through the covers. And now straying down the leg side, Shamar is just finding to feel himself after a little layoff from the game. This is where he normally be very effective. Just on the line of the off stump there. But Corbin, broad bat. If we may look back to what transpired yesterday, Basu, 28 boundaries and 8 sixes. That's 160 runs alone off boundaries in a total of 279. That will tell the story of the number of either exciting shots or some loose deliveries. I don't believe that the Harpy Eagles were at their best. You know, when you play on pitches like these, you want to ensure that you attack the stumps more than often. Your fielders are in the right position. Be as patient as possible. I think that was not the case yesterday. And the likes of Corbin, who's batting out in the middle, Johan Jeremiah, and Paris, they made full use of those opportunities. Brilliant batting.
And there's the line you're talking about. And we chatted about that a bit yesterday, especially coming back after the lunch interval. We felt Imlach was a little bit too defensive. He did indeed get a wicket with someone caught at long off, but we felt that he could have pressed a little more coming out of the lunch interval, probably gone back to his seamers rather than his spinners. And then when you think about Shamar Joseph's first wicket as well yesterday, the first wicket on the day, that line that he just bowled was the line and length.
Wow, brilliant delivery. Wow.
There you go again.
Yeah, that was too good to actually get an edge. Ended the over in fine style, 284 for the loss of 6.
Look at some of the construction going on in Guyana. I can't wait to see when that bridge is completed. It is going to be a sight to behold.
Yes.
I think it was Andy or Sean I was telling yesterday that we actually walked along this road to the west of the ground, and we walked past just where they're doing this construction. And we can see the guys all deep down inside the trench, driving piles, as it's called in the construction industry. And it's definitely going to be a sight to behold. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed will continue. Just a tad too wide, but that's the idea with 3 slips and that backward point in position. You want to get it just on that off-stump line and just create that shape that we know that Ali Mohammed can get leaving the batter.
Yeah, and you spoke about that new Demerara Harbour Bridge. You know, it's not a floating bridge. That's a bridge that will allow. Oh, this is a gorgeous looking shot. Pitched up and given the treatment by Hakeem Jordan. To open his account, what a fine way he did with a boundary. A true forward square. Brilliant shot.
You were just mentioning, Indajit, about the number of boundaries hit yesterday, and the question lying whether it was bad bowling or good batting. On this occasion, it was a combination of both, because Ali Mohammed just straying into the legs, and Hakeem Jordan with a fell swoop of the bat, just clipping through the leg side.
And responded with a short lifting delivery outside the line of the off stump. Yes, and heavy traffic, water traffic will be able to pass under that. You know, there's so many waiting time people had to spend and still spending on the floating bridge because that had to be closed off to traffic and then open for water traffic. That's going to bring a lot of relief. And if you want development, you must link people and goods. And I think this is going to do a terrific job. And some people are already scared when they look at the height that we'll have to drive. Yeah, but he's going to be one of the pride pieces of Guyana.
Have they decided on a name for the bridge? On the west coast, you have the Golden Gate Bridge in the U.S. Are they going to name the bridge?
Yes,
is it going to be named after probably one of the famous sons of the soil, probably Shivnarayan Chandapal?
No. They're naming it Inderjeet Prasad's Bridge.
There you go.
Well, it's not akin to Guyanese society that too many things are named after, some of our best. There have been a few, and deservedly so as well. Maybe, yes, you're right, maybe one of our icons.
There's a bit of that type of chatter back in Trinidad. I'll come back to it. Where there's always a talk. This one guided in that gap through the gully, but it won't get to the boundary. Just a couple of runs here to the bat of Akeem Jordan. There's always that chatter where they talk about honoring our heroes, and sometimes we wait until we do it posthumously. I'll get the word right. 290 for 6 at the end of the over.
Posthumously.
There you go.
Yeah.
We wait until they're passed on. And then we want to give them a statue or name a street after them and so on. But more recently, we found that some of our heroes were being honored whilst they're here. Like the naming, there's a street named Queen Street in Port of Spain. They renamed it Queen Penny Commission Street after our first Miss Universe, Penny Commission. So we're seeing a bit of a change. So that's where the question came from, if there's an intention in Guyana to name the bridge after probably a local hero.
I'm not au fait if that's going to happen, but maybe, you never know. There's so many, heroes that this country has produced. Well, that's a good delivery once again. Took off from just short of a good length. Maybe didn't have the pace of the previous delivery that he bowled, but this one was another excellent delivery, and he's just beginning to touch into that rhythm. Anything in Trinidad has been named after Wendy? Another.
There is a boulevard not too far from where I live, across in Diego Martin, named the Wendy Fitzwilliams Boulevard. There are a couple of other things after Wendy as well. And I'll have to go back and double check. I don't want to give you wrong information. Looking for a second run here, and they'll get it eventually quickly through is Akeem Jordan to the non-striker's end.
And Imlak had a very long run there from the wicketkeeper's position. Couldn't contain them to that one. They got two. Well, there are a few things in Guyana that some heroes' names have been placed on them. We have the Shiv Chandapal Drive just on the outskirts of the famous Border Cricket Ground. There's a Landscape's Street as well, next to the DCC ground. And of course, we have the Chedi Jagan International Airport at Tim Mary, former executive president of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and a hero for this nation. And what a fine statesman was he. And we also have the Clive Lloyd Drive when you leave Georgetown going down towards the lower east coast of Demerara. And, there are quite a few others as well.
Looking to drive inside edge. The good old French cut, as it's called, and it will earn him 4 runs.
A Guyanese playing that shot, and then it's called a French cut. Another one of those funny things about cricket.
The pump of the fist from Kyle Corbin. He was all too pleased with the shot. I think he was meaning to put the ball there.
Yes, and because he was so disgusted with himself, I think that the feeling, I can turn this 71 into 3 figures on a pitch that is very good for batting here. He wants to make use of this opportunity.
Just on that of honoring the heroes, better delivery from Joseph. I think it's a wonderful thing when you can honor them. I remember being in St. Kitts for the West Indies Championship last year, and just on the outside of one of the grounds that they used across there called Connery, there's a Heroes Park where they honor their heroes. There's a wall and so on where you have their names and so on. Back in Trinidad, there are so many things named after the great Brian Charles Lara, I've lost count. But of course, why not? He is, as we've termed him, the Prince
Real
of
champion.
The Prince of Port of Spain. 296 for 6 now. 4 overs in the day's play completed. But it is definitely a wonderful thing when you can honor your heroes. It just lends itself to the legacy that continues, because you have these younger generations coming up, and we spoke about that through the first round, the bloodline of West Indies cricket. So if I'm a young one and I go somewhere and I see the name Shiv Chandapal, Mommy, who is Shiv Chandapal? And the learning begins. You have a young one in Trinidad, they walk along the Brian Lara Promenade and they ask, Mommy, why is it named the Brian Lara Promenade? And then the explanation begins and you start learning, and the younger generations now get that knowledge.
Yeah, so another over is going to be started here by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. 3 for 44 so far. Good looking shot, can't score. Let me take you through a little piece of history here, Basu. Alexander, they call him, well, the world call him Alexander the Great. I'm still wondering to know why they call him Alexander the Great. They killed so many people, innocent souls around the world, and still he's been called Alexander the Great. A story goes like this. I'll tell you after this delivery. And he sat one day on a chair and he was smoking his pipe and he was crying, and his maid saw him crying and she went to him and said, "My lord, why are you crying?" And he responded to her, "Come closer." And he said, "At age 21, I have conquered the world. What else am I going to do with my life?" And they call him Alexander the Great. I say this to you because Brian Charles Lara, he has been given the highest honor in Trinidad and Tobago. At age 24, Lara scored so many runs. Brian was 501 in England. That 400 he made in Test cricket. It's like Brian is still alive. If Brian had gone and broken that 400 or he made in Test cricket, what else was left in Trinidad and Tobago to give to him? Oh, this is a good-looking shot, but he picks out the fielder, goes through, and it's going to go way down close towards the boundary, and they'll come back and complete 2 here. Perez was the one that chased after it.
A bit of untidy fielding, probably just taking a bit of a bad bounce in front of the hands in the covers.
Yeah, and I hear you when you said when people are alive, you know, and there are merits, there are demerits as well. Let's say Darren Sammy, he has an entire stadium named after him. Just supposedly, Sammy goes and commits a heinous act while, you know, well, looking at, that's a short bumper, very slow, and just essaying a pull shot that he might have played if the delivery was quicker. Will they pull down the name from that stadium? Will they still keep it as the Darren Sammy Stadium? So sometimes we have to balance the equation. What might happen if there's a change in course of somebody that we worship as a hero? So maybe that's one of the reasons why I'm just saying maybe that, you know, upon death, in remembrance, we put those things, all that kind of part of it.
I can't see Darren Sammy creating or committing a heinous act.
None of us can see it. None of us. Well, he's going after his man this time. A short delivery, innocuous bumper, and that's gone away for 4, down through the square leg region. Good looking shot, got it in the meat of the bat. Nobody in that territory, and he chose his opportunity well. The 300 has come up for the combined campuses and colleges. 302 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, but I understand your point. But again, for me, I think it's definitely just wonderful when we can honor those heroes. We have such a bloodline of cricketers in the Caribbean.
I thought you're talking about the bloodline we're seeing on our screen there, of ravishing beauty. Focus on the cricket as well.
You guys have been telling me that since I've landed in Guyana. I'm not sure if you all want to keep me here. I'm not sure.
Do you get nervous, Basu, when you see those Femi Fatale?
Never. Never in my life. Of course, just one of the many fans just sprinkled around the Providence National Stadium.
Yeah, so the morning has now been greeted with lovely sunshine. The white out in the middle that our boys are wearing, so distinct, and they do look good. Have you ever seen the colored stumps in 4-day cricket? We're seeing these here with green. The grass is green outside, the stumps are green. Yeah, punch off the back foot. That's another fine shot off the bat of Corbin, and it goes down towards the boundary for 4. Teasing chase here down towards the extra cover region. He looks so good. Look at this one here. On the back foot because of the length of the delivery, too short. And given the treatment, another boundary has been scored.
Yeah, just standing tall as he did the previous occasion, Kyle Corbin. This time he didn't have to get up off of his feet to cover the bounce, but equally well played as he did on the first occasion.
And that feeling of the CCC scoring at this stage, 306 or 6, is definitely a good feeling for these boys, taking into consideration what happened against the Red Force. They're up for the challenge here. And this is going to run away to the boundary for 4 hours. Get close towards the boundary. Might just be saved now. And that's a good feeling as the return comes in.
Yeah, just opening the face of the bat nicely, Kyle Corbin, picking the gap through the gully. And Richie Looknot, is it? Yes, doing the cleaning up just in front of the boundary at 3rd. And the scoring continues to be quite easy for CCC. And funny you mentioned what happened against the Red Force. Clipped away this time. There is a fine leg in place. They're coming back for the second and will complete it easily. Funny you mentioned that in the G. Just last night I was mentioning to Matthew, because we were trying to decide whether this game can go to 4 days given the results CCC had in round 1. But I told him, I said, if you look at that game against the Red Force, they capitulated in their first innings. A daunting task of 506 runs on the board, 504 runs on the board. And you were in the field for however long, with multiple half centuries, multiple centuries. CCC, unlike the other teams, as we've mentioned yesterday, they don't play together all the time. They're not together all the time, like perhaps the Guyana team or the Jamaica team or the Trinidad and Tobago team. But in their second innings against the Red Force, they batted better. They did bat better in their second innings. They did not overhaul the deficit.
Yes, I think they made 222.
But they batted better.
Yes.
They showed some promise. In particular, Johan Jeremiah and Shaq Paris showed a little bit more promise. Now, they've played a game and they've come in here in conditions that you might think on the first day suited the bowlers, which is why Tevin Imlach chose to bowl first. False start here, just losing his run-up. He did say that to you at the toss, that there was a bit of overcast conditions around. The pitch looked like it had a bit of moisture in it. He wanted to extract, knowing that he had this gentleman in his team, the fastest bowler on show. but it didn't work out that way.
And you're so right about that, Basu. I think the Harpy Eagles bowlers in this match, this innings, they've been very inconsistent.
Short delivery from Shamar Joseph, and Kyle Corbin is not going to hold back this morning. He's showed that, as has Akeem Jordan. They're looking to play their shots.
And the number of shots we've seen our batters play off the back foot, that will suggest to us, and all our viewers, that our bowling has been a little bit too much on the short side. So they got the luxury of getting onto the back foot. That previous delivery by Joseph, I think the line was right. It was a short testing delivery, not real vicious delivery, but it was lined at the batsman's body, which is far different from those short of a length delivery that were punched off the back foot through the offside. And got himself into a little bit of a tangle. The ball never got up the way it was expected to. Hit maybe halfway down the pitch, but it kept towards the body. So the line here is better from Shamar Joseph.
And we chatted about that as well yesterday, whereby in that first encounter, although we were on the pitch to our right-hand side, which is to the east of the square, the pitch to last week had a bit in it for everybody. You put your head down, you're going to score runs. Kevlon Anderson got a century. You bowl in the right areas, you're going to get the rewards. I used the example of Matthew Ford in that first game. Clipped away, and there is cover out there in a deep backward square leg. Tej Narayan Chandapal, I think it is.
Yes, it is Tej.
And that will bring us to the end of the over, the end of another over, 312 now for 6.
And Basu, 33 runs have been scored this morning off 6 overs. So they're scoring at just about 5 runs and over in a 4-day game. And listen, it's not only the runs. Runs have been scored through extra cover, through the covers, through third man, through mid-wicket, through backward square. So that in itself will suggest to you the inconsistency of maintaining the line and length.
Is our good friend Andy sitting in the VIP booth next to us.
Walked with his suitcase this morning, I was told. Doesn't want to go through that rigorous journey from Essequibo to the stadium. He's staying in Georgetown.
That makes sense. You would save some money as well. So the first bowling change of the morning here. Versami Permol comes into the attack from the media center and has a long off in place, short extra cover, backward point and a slip on the offside. Struck on the pad, loud appeal. No movement from umpire Gaspard.
Yeah, my first interpretation here, it was going down the leg side, and umpire Patrick Gostard, the Jamaican, they felt the same way. Well, it kept low, but based on where the batter was, I think it was definitely breaching that leg stumper.
And I'm not too sure that I agree with this bowling change. I thought Ali Mohammed had done, not just this morning in the couple overs he's had, but has been doing well. I thought maybe he would have given Tevin Imlach, that is. I thought he would have given, if not for anything else, Tevin Imlach a little more of an extended spell. Shamar Joseph, I can understand, coming off of injury, one, you want to look after him, as well as he's the one who's gone for a little bit more runs this morning.
Well, he's looking for an early wicket here on day number 2. That has not come. Ali Mohammed, I agree he's been the best of the Guyana's bowlers on show so far. You want to ensure that you give him that opportunity to bowl maybe a 5-over spell early on the second day. Trusting his senior man, his senior spinner, in Virasamy Premal to get him that breakthrough. This is his first over on day number 2. So I'll just hush a little on that one. If he picks up a wicket now, he tell himself, you know, it was a great change that I have made. Yeah, but I agree with you based on how Ali Mohammed has bowled. You want to keep him there for a little longer. Premal's first over here on day number 2 has come to an end. 312 for the loss of 6. And Basu was mentioning what is transpiring around the region. So Viverton Stadium, close of play score last night, Jamaica Scorpions against the Hurricanes. 306 for the loss of 9 Scorpions. And John Campbell, magnificent 126. Brad Barnes, 53 not out. Jeremiah Louis so far 3 for 35. Good to see him amongst the wicket. And Rakeem Cornwall, 3 for 71. Barbados Pride, they're playing the West Indies Academy at Kensington Oval. 354 for the loss of 3. Craig Braffith, the Rock, 143.
Not out.
Not out, that's right. Might very well turn that into a double century, you never know. And Jonathan Drake's 117, McCaskey chipping in with 49.
Well, I can update you at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. In their first half an hour, the Scorpions have progressed to 319 now for the same 9. And I'm actually excited to see, I'll come back to it. Beautiful delivery from Shamar Joseph. I'm excited to see when the Scorpions, whenever their innings is completed, Mikhail Louis, he's had that international experience now, a few tours and a couple of home series. I want to see him do exactly what Amir Jangoo has done, what the skipper Craig Brathwaite has done, what Kavim Hodge has done. You come back into this level of cricket, dominate.
Yeah, because and I understand that, and I totally agree with you on that one. That's a good delivery that, actually turned the bat from his hand there. It straightened a little, pitched on maybe the middle stump and straightened on him a little, and he defended it. Jordan kept his wicket intact. Look at that, good delivery.
You miss, I hit. Because had he missed it, he'd have been plumb LBW.
Yes, sir. And you're right, when our players come back from the international scene, the thing is, you're already at a different level. So when you come back here, you must make that count for you. People are looking forward. I'll just clip in the pad, going through to the keeper.
Always so animated is Shamar Joseph. Always plays with a smile on his face, tells you that he's enjoying his cricket, and he is toiling this morning. Still no more rewards than just that one early wicket yesterday. Inderjeet is going to take a bit of a breather. It is a long day, 90 overs in the day to be bowled. We are halfway through the 8th. The first half an hour just about completed, and this one cut away all along the carpet and into the boundary now. Akeem Jordan gets into the act, picking up a boundary for himself. As I say, good morning to Sean Divas.
Oh, good morning to you, Basu. Good morning to listeners and viewers wherever you are. Great conditions here. It began overcast. It began lightening up, and it's gone back to overcast conditions. But the cricket here has been fantastic. The batting has been fantastic. Early in the second day, we see Guyana limiting. Well, not limiting really. They started on 279 for 6, and they've gone now to 316 without losing a wicket.
Yeah, run scoring has been quite free this morning. There's a beauty. Has he gotten the edge? Akeem Jordan is walking. The umpire's hand is raised, and Shamar Joseph has his reward.
Yeah, that was pitched just outside the line of the off stump, moved a little away, found the edge, and good low catch there taken by Imlak. He continues to look good behind the stump, Steven Imlak, and got to go. The breakthrough's been made. 316 for 7 now, but the danger man, Kyle Corbin, is still there on 80.
Yeah, just that bit of extra pace as well from Shamar Joseph. Look at it at full speed. I'm glad I'm sitting up here and not down there. So the 7th wicket now down. Hakeem Jordan has to depart. Andre Bailey is the new batter. He will come out to the middle and join Kyle Corbin. Corbin still there on 80.
Corbin would want the lower order to support him as much as possible. In fact, got 100 in the Super 50 final against Guyana when CCC won the title in Antigua, I think. So, good morning to all of those in Antigua who have seen Kyle Corbin bat. Made a brilliant 100 in that game. Guyana has not won the regional 50 over since 2005. And they've reached the semi-finals. They've even reached the final on that occasion. CCC, who had never won a tournament on the back of Kyle Corbin's 100, took the title. But here at Providence, Joseph looking for his 3rd wicket. Good quick delivery.
And he's done that this morning. He's been a little bit inconsistent, has Shamar Joseph, as the end of the over comes upon us. 316 for 7. And a bit of movement down by the covers. The ground staff getting prepared. There is rain in the forecast, not to be the bearer of bad news, but there is rain in the forecast today. So we'll just have to wait and see how the day goes. Interruptions can be a little off-putting. We're not sure who is going to manage those interruptions better, whether the batting team or the bowling team. But as they prepare themselves down on the boundary rope, we continue with play with Sami Purmall continuing from the media center end. And just to go back to Shamar Joseph, he's bowled a couple of bad balls, Sean, but the follow-up delivery has been always good, and he got the reward in that over. Here's Purmall straying, and an easy single in the end.
Purmall has bowled too many bad balls, short and into the line of the leg stump. On that occasion, luckily for him, the batter didn't get bat onto it, but was still a free run due to the leg bye. For his experience, he's not bowled as he could have, or we've seen him in the past bowling.
I wonder how much of that is the coming off of injury, because sometimes it's difficult to get back into that rhythm. And I guess you yourself as a former player, Sean, understand that whether it's a long layoff from the game, whether it's injury. I remember last year with Jaden Seals coming back off of injury, it took him a while to get back into his rhythm, but once he did.
Purmall, and that's driven into the offside. Nice stop though at short cover.
Once he did get back into rhythm, Jaden Seals, he was unstoppable after that. So I'm wondering, you talk about Shamar Joseph not being at his best. I wonder how much of it is just that rhythm.
Well, I think different people react differently to injuries, and you can't paint everybody with one brush, but injury does affect your performance in the sense, even if mentally you go slower, gingerly, you don't want to the injury to reoccur. You don't want to exaggerate it. So those are things that you've got to take into factor. That's a beautiful ball, pitched and spun.
And as that ball turns and the end of the over, just a single in the over, 317 for 7. You can see just in the shot there, just to the top right hand, there are some dark clouds rolling in from the east. But just on that delivery from Versami Permol, a bit of turn. A couple of deliveries this morning kept a bit low as well.
Yeah.
This is day 2. Are we seeing the change in the surface now, Sean?
Yeah, well, I think so, but it's maybe too early to tell. The previous pitch that the Guyana Barbados match was played on, that's one of the better pitches here. But it's not a worrying sight as yet. But the worrying sight is the
to
dark
the east.
clouds building up.
Yeah, to the east. So Shamar Joseph then from the VIP Suites and Pavilion end. Clipped away. It'll just be one. Feel that Tej Narine Chandapol had a bit of a way to run from that square leg boundary. Umpire Mukan looking up there to the east.
So 19 short of 100, Kyle Corbin. And I'm very impressed with the amount of hundreds. Today is only the second day of the second run, and already we've gotten 8 centuries. And of course, as Inderjeet said, Raffit coming down from the test level would look for a big one.
Yeah, himself beaten outside the off stump. Yeah, himself, Kavim Hodge, and Amir Jangoo is already on past a half century, so the international players making a mark.
Yeah, Dominic Drake's also supported Raffit, 117.
Actually, it's Jonathan Drakes, the other
Jonathan.
Drakes. Dominic Drakes is still in
Jonathan
Abu
Drakes,
Dhabi playing ILT 20. Beaten again. So Shamar Joseph, we've talked about him not being that consistent this morning, but Sean, he's finding some rhythm here.
Yes, and the other batters to score 100, Jamaican John Campbell, 126 yesterday. And from the windwards, Kevin Hodge also got 100. So good batting surfaces, or good temperament from the batters, or weak bowling from the opposition, or a combination of all three.
Edged as he caught it. He's claiming the catch.
Yes, he's
squared him up. The umpire is, has he raised his finger?
Yes.
Is it raising the finger or asking for the ball? Now we, Sean, get to look at it again. Squared him up, and yes, straight into the midst of first slip. And Shamar Joseph has a second one for the morning.
318 now for 8. And could Kyle Corbin run out of partners? So the conditions, the climatic conditions getting progressively worse.
Yeah, straight into the hands, fingers under the ball. And the Harpy Eagles with 3 wickets for the morning. And with that wicket, I think the celebrations from the Harpy Eagles have burst the dark clouds open, and the rain is beginning to come down. So the players and the umpires, as you see there, now leaving the field. As you can see just to the right of your screen, that's the dark cloud that's rolling in. And it now means, with the covers coming on at just about 10:45 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time, we are going to have a rain interruption. So what we're going to do, Sean, is we're going to take a break. We invite you to stick with us while we have this rain delay. We're going to show you a couple of videos from some of our legends in the game. One in particular, Jimmy Adams. because this is the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, where legends are made. And who better than the assistant coach of the senior men's team than Jimmy Adams. Enjoy the video while we wait on the passing rain.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Oh, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something, Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and yeah, you'd been knocking around, you still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100, and it couldn't be more well deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left, and we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jim, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 overs to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we're here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away, and we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lawan, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and in that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learnt the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag, and I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was just it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
2024, the year of Amir Jangoo. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past. Growing up in Trinidad, who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who are some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangoo?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicated my game to, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. You got another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then I actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in the West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederick, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Jangoo pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket, celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list day 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I wanted to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list day 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest, and when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture, and I saw it was Darren Sammy, and then he told me that I was selected, and he saw me batting at the list A level, and he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room, and I told them the news, and it was such a special moment for us, and something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
one.
top.
Oh, Roti can be one.
What do you mean? What are you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Harry, what's your lock screen there?
Why feed up?
Jayden, what's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden, we're really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me, and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad, and look at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Providence and National Stadium here in Georgetown, Guyana. Unfortunately, we don't have any better news for you. The rain is still pouring down here in Georgetown. The covers are still on. The players have been off the field now for just about 1 hour. The rain came down at just about 10:45 Eastern Caribbean time this morning. And as you see there in the shot, rain still continues to come down from the east, and it doesn't look too likely. But I've been told by the match referee that lunch has been taken. The official lunch has been taken at 11:40, and a restart is expected at 12:20, weather permitting. But just based on that shot you just saw to the east of the ground, it doesn't look like we're going to get back any play before 12:20. Inderjeet is sitting here alongside me. Inderjeet, a couple of wickets this morning for Shamar Joseph, and clawing their way back into the game, I think, the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yes, and whenever he pitches the ball closer to the batter on the line of the off stump or just outside the line of the off stump, he creates quite a stir. And there is where he collected his wicket. They were looking to get early wickets this morning. That did not happen. Took them a little while, but when they got them through Shamar, like you said, they picked up 2 wickets. Just looking at different bowler, just coming back after injury, will take some time to really settle down and hit those consistent lines and lengths.
On the other side of the coin, though, CCC, and you and I were chatting about it in the first half hour, that they looked a different team to that team we saw in the first round against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I did mention that I felt like they batted a bit better, not a whole lot, but a bit better in their second innings against the Red Force. A different team here. We've seen 3 half-centuries, one in particular, Corbin, on the brink, should he not run out of partners with 8 wickets down, on the brink of a triple figures.
Yes, certainly, and that score will tell you 318 for the loss of 8 wickets. Certainly it's good batting for them. And the most impressive thing about it is just not only the 318. I think they have used time very wisely. Barbados, they were bowled out right here on a different pitch, 346 on the opening day. That is total contrast with what these boys have done. They have hit the 300 mark. There's still 2 wickets to go, but they have taken the game into the second day, their innings rather. So they're spending quality time out in the middle. Yes, we have seen quite a few good innings so far by them. On the other hand, I felt on this kind of pitch, when there's not too much of a zipper for the faster men or allow for a lot of spin, consistency is very important. I think that's an area in which they faltered.
And I think yesterday, when we had Sir Clive Lloyd here, he was mentioning in particular with Shamar that he wants to see Shamar play probably county cricket, where I think that longer stint, playing the game 3-4 days, will give him that impetus, give him that learning to actually get on a spot and stick to it for a little while longer.
Yes, but then if you're going to get yourself injured frequently, playing the longer format of the game now becomes a real problem. Staying fit, and it has plagued a lot of our young fast bowlers around the region. Your boy, he was in ripping form. Jaden Seals from Trinidad and Tobago, he was injured. Kemar Roach, the veteran, went there, he got himself injured as well. So staying fit is another thing. So I think once these guys stay fit, whatever cricket at a good standard in the longer format will definitely do them well.
Yeah, they say fast bowling is hard work. It is definitely hard work being a fast bowler. But talking about county cricket and the UK, yesterday Cricket West Indies announced what is a bumper second half of the year for the West Indies senior teams, not just our men's senior team, but our women's senior team as well. And it includes tours at home and tours away from as early as May all the way to the end of the year. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to see it, and if which one of those tours you may be looking forward to, because it's going to start in May into June in the UK.
Yes, the United Kingdom. I think matches will be played in Ireland as well. That's why they say the United Kingdom, some in England. And certainly, I think that's going to be a real test in different conditions that we are accustomed to here. That's one. Secondly, I'm happy that Cricket West Indies can come out early with it. People need their arrangement if they're going to travel, especially the spectators that are following their teams and so on. So it's a good package. Australia is coming down here. That should be another very good series. And I'm hoping that through this year's 4-day championship, with all the scouts that are around, the best team will be selected, and we can be, if we don't win, but we can be very competitive against them. And I still feel, look, our win last January, that in 2024 in Australia should motivate us that we can beat the best once we do the basic things right. I have very good trust in our young team to deliver the goods. All I want them to be is competitive cricket, that we can match the best, even if we don't win. We don't want to be slaughtered in 2.5 days or 3 days in a 5-day test match.
Yeah, I think you're voicing what the wider Caribbean wants. We understand that our cricket has fallen from the glory days of Sir Clive Lloyd and Sir Vivian Richards, even the latter end of Brian Lara, Courtney Walsh, Quigley Ambrose. We've fallen away back. But as Sir Clive said yesterday, it's always a process to get back. A lot of those other countries as well, like the Sri Lankas and Bangladesh, they're always up and down. So definitely I think that's what most of the Caribbean would want to see, the fight. Of course, that series against Australia in June, July is going to be the first series in charge for Darren Sammy at in the red ball format, and I think it's been the talk of the cricketing world. I saw yesterday Cricket Australia put it up on all their social media because it's going to be winter time in Australia at that time.
Yes.
So they're already promoting going to the Caribbean during the winter, which is going to be warmer weather for them.
Yeah, and you mentioned Darren Sammy taking on the full responsibilities of all formats as the coach of the West Indies team. I'm just wondering deep inside of me, how is it that Kohli is feeling deep inside of him, knowing that he was very successful there in Pakistan and come home with the reality that he knows the changes. But this is all part of a life. If West Indies feel that's the best way to go, that Darren Sammy is the best man for the position, well then so be it, and we wish him all the best. Now look, with everything that is happening, we're talking about the decline of West Indies cricket. That actually was a little plunge for me, because I never thought, beyond my wildest dream, that Cricket West Indies will plunge. It's like someone jumping off a cliff coming down with the speed of an avalanche. But I have faith in West Indies cricket, with all the different programs now coming on board, improvement in facilities, getting the right people in the right place. That is something that we must always work on. I have faith in West Indies cricket, and I'm one of them who believe that one day we're going to be world champions again.
Talking about Darren Sammy, of course, when he took over the white ball teams, unfortunate that the ODI team didn't qualify for the last World Cup, but he made astounding progress with the T20 team, moving us from the ranking of number 9 all the way to number 3, and then eventually ending the calendar year at number 4. And that's a huge thing, especially when you think of people always saying that the other teams have caught up to the West Indies in T20 cricket. It's wonderful to see, and I think like yourself, I have the faith that it's for the best. Of course, Cricket West Indies has that say by way of the board of directors and so on, in terms of what direction they want to carry the team. But switching from the men's team, the women's team, they're going to get started away in about 2 months' time, actually. April 4th, they're going to be in Pakistan for their qualifiers. Unfortunately, we did not get into that top 6 automatic qualifiers for the Women's World Cup. It's a 50-over World Cup at the end of the year in August, September time, around there. They're going to start in Pakistan. West Indies, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Ireland, Scotland and Thailand are the teams that will be competing for just the remaining 2 spots. And then, of course, they go off to England for a white ball series, 3 T20Is and 3 ODIs. And then they return home later in the summer for a series against South Africa. The series against South Africa is the one that I am looking forward to with our young ladies. I'm not sure about you.
Well, we always look forward, and we should give full support to our ladies, cricketers. They're a vital component of the region, of the world game as well. And I like the mix of the experience and the youth on display on the cricket field now. There's some lovely ladies coming through in their own different art of the game, whether they're batting, they're bowling. We spoke of them extensively while we were doing commentaries. Young Zaida James, she's a very, very good prospect. Joseph as well, and with Dottin as well as Haley Matthews staying fit. Afi Fletcher, the experienced lady in that side. We have young Munisar and our young fast bowler as well from Guyana, Cherry-Ann Fraser. I almost said Cherry-Ann Price, that famous Olympian. Yeah, so I think the signals there are good. And we're having these preparation camps and then having some matches prior to that battle for qualifying for that final 2 place. It augurs well for them. Best wishes to our girls.
I'm a big Laura Wolvaart fan, so I'm definitely looking forward to the South Africa series. I wait for the day when the Australian women visit the shores of the Caribbean, because my favorite cricketer of the modern era is Alana King, who I feel is the embodiment of Shane Warne. But definitely, you're right. There are a lot of positives, both on the men and women's side. We can see the progress in terms of West Indies cricket is progressing. And I think you were the one on commentary during the first round mentioned to me, we didn't get to this point yesterday.
That's
so it's
right.
going to take a process to get back to that level that we once were.
Yes, absolutely. So like I mentioned, we need to look back what worked for West Indies cricket. Of course, the game has evolved over the years. There are new scientific approaches that are necessary in creating that new generation of West Indian cricketers. And here we're talking about, different art in coaching. We're talking about the facilities that we are going to set up, equip facilities with both modern equipment and human knowledge as well. Those things are important and those things will take time. However, let me make this statement here. When I look back in time through reading, I read From Pioneers to Packer, a book that was written by Maurice Goodwin. He documented West Indian cricket history right down to 1980, I think, and it's fascinating to learn. The strength of West Indies cricket in that era came from the club system, where you got communities involved. That's the reason why I always say you cannot separate societal changes from the changes of West Indies team. The two of them work hand in hand. And until we get back to that day, mark my words, until we get back to that day when the necessary financial and human resources can be placed into club. Club need help. There are some clubs don't even have proper covers for their pitches. Facilities have gone down, no proper toilet facilities in many clubs across the region. It's happening. So unless we put the necessary resources and lure society to be involved in cricket at the community level, support our boys, there is where we produce. The school system now comes into play, and then the clubs will begin to round them off. And so club competition, once that improve, the quality improve, it's going to have a spillover effect on the national boards. They then will have a spillover effect on Cricket West Indies. We're having a wider choice. Look, we're just about 7 million people in the Caribbean. And we need to get people's involvement at the community level. Community cricket is so important. I want to see it rigorously be put into the school system. So we're having our bright minds through sport becoming better academically, become this all-round personality, and have a choice. Many of them will end up loving cricket. I fell in love with cricket just not by playing bat and ball, but as a toddler, 7, 8 years. We used to go to the community and help the boys prepare the pitch. We'll fetch water for them with cans. We sweep different parts of the pitch, pick up waste on the ground and so on. We went there primarily for food, because on Saturday and Sunday, the big boys will cook their food, and we'll go there and eat. We help do things on the field.
Now you're talking my language.
And we love the cricket. Those days must come back in West Indies cricket. Society must be thoroughly involved. When that happens, only then the academies will begin to churn out. Because whatever product you put into the academies, you don't expect, let me put it this way. You don't go to a closed dish supper with macaroni and cheese and expect to dine on fillet mignon and mutton or pilau, as you say in Trinidad and Tobago. So whatever we put into those places, you know, it tells what we are going to get out of it. So if we take people already with a love for the game, people with certain skills set at a certain level, only then the academies will churn out the best that we can look forward to. So it's a number of things. We're starting from the bottom up, not the top down. We must start from bottom up.
A whole conglomeration of things that make up Cricket West Indies, and a whole ecosystem, I like to call it. But of course, this is just part and parcel of it, the West Indies Championship 2025, where legends are made. So official news again is that lunch has already been taken at 11:40. The expected restart is at 12:20. It's just about 12:04 Eastern Caribbean time. The rain has eased up just a bit, and the umpires are having a look out on the field just behind us there, or just behind the cameraman. And we would hope that in about 15 to 20 minutes time, when we rejoin you for this encounter between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the combined campuses and colleges, that we'll have news of a restart. But for now, this is round 2 of the West Indies Championship 2025, where legends are made.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of first innings points in drawn matches, we are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players. These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Head the Week's trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
Hello, welcome back to the Providence National Stadium in Guyana. As you can see, the umpires are out in the middle, followed by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and that is a wonderful sign if you're a fan of cricket, because that signals that we will have a resumption of play in a few moments. In fact, play will resume in about 3 minutes' time at 1 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, and the play will go until 3:40 p.m. That is when tea will be taken, the usual 20-minute tea interval up until 4 o'clock, and then close of play expected around 6 p.m. Of course, that's all weather permitting, as per the match referee, Mr. Jonathan Blades, and we would lose just about 9 overs in the day once we have completed that allotment as set out for the resumption. Upon the resumption, 318 for 8, the combined campuses and colleges. Shamar Joseph, who has 2 deliveries in his over to complete, and if you recall, that last delivery, he was celebrating, and I think he punched the rain clouds that brought the rain down. That was all the way back at 10:45 this morning. So lunch has already been taken, so we've lost just over an hour of play for the day. And Kyle Corbin sits on 81 from 175 deliveries. Avinash Mahabir Singh has come out to the middle and joined him. And the umpires just getting all right, taking their final notes, taking a check of the clock. There's the signal upstairs to the scorers who sit on the level just below us in this VIP building. That is to the south of... this is the south of the north. This is the south of the stadium. So the signal has been given to the scorers. They are ready. The umpires are ready. The players are ready. And Shamar Joseph stands at the top of his mark. And while we await that first ball, let me say a pleasant good afternoon and a welcome to Andy, who has finally graced us with his presence. How are you, Andy?
Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to you, Basu. And let me say hello to our...
Shamar Joseph gets us on the way.
Yes, to Mr. Mansingh.
It's Mahabir Singh who is on strike. Abhijay Mansingh hasn't come out to the middle just yet. He's expected in next. So 1 delivery to go to complete 100 overs. A scoring rate of just over 3 to the over. So the CCC have done well after losing a couple of early wickets yesterday. And then today, this one punch back, can't stop it, Shamar Joseph, and it will allow the first runs off the bat as the old legs of Versami Pumal has to do the retrieval. A couple of early wickets yesterday, a recovery, a couple of wickets yesterday afternoon, and then some wickets this morning. And finally, we've come to the end of the Shamar Joseph over, 319 for 8.
Good to see CCC batting 100 overs here and posting 319. That's a very good target so far for a first inning score.
Indeed it is. They struggled to get to 250 in their first encounter against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Of course, games are underway right through the tournament. It's just after 1 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time. We'll give you the updates in a short while with the 2 day-night games getting started just as we speak. Versami Pumal from the media center with a forward short leg, a slip, a silly point, a backward point. Starts on the money.
Very, very happy to see so many close-in fielders here. We were speaking about this yesterday. The silly point is now into effect here.
Sweeping. Where's this one gone? It's gone all the way along the carpet, a couple of bounces into the groundsman's shed, and immediately off the bat of Mahabir Singh, we have the first boundary after the restart.
Yes, I think that one was straying down the leg side here, and Avinash Mahabir Singh making full use of the opportunity and dispatching that one into the forward square boundary for 4.
So this has been something that we've seen from CCC. They've been watchful when they need to be, but when they get that bad delivery, they've managed to put it away with ease. As we see here, just being watchful.
So true, because recognize that Pommel would have pulled back that length a bit, and he's bowling just about middle and off stump line.
Beating the bat. There's that line and length you just mentioned, and getting a bit of turn.
That was a beauty. A ball that pitched just about middle stump and left the batsman beating him all ends up there.
There again, there's a half of an appeal, but just more politely by Tevin Imlak. And beating the bat 2 successive occasions to end the over. Versami Pumol completes his first over after the resumption. He's picked up 2 for 71. The score now 323 for 8.
And skipper Jeremiah, well played 84. And Kyle Corbin on 81. He's probably eyeing up a century here.
Well, you are now learning your way into the commentary fraternity. There is something called a commentator's curse. So I'll not say much about Kyle Corbin being on 81.
I hear you, Basu.
Oh, but it would be a wonderful thing to see the young man get to 3 figures should he get there. We've seen a number of centuries in the tournament already. No less from our senior players in Craig Brathwaite and Kavim Hodge. Here's Shamad Joseph to continue. Swike looking for that drive. Has he taken an inside edge? That is going to be interesting to see.
I think there were some inward movements there after that ball would have pitched from Shamar Joseph. Keeping a bit low there, dying on its way to the keeper. Pretty interesting feel here for Shamar Joseph, bowling after the lunch break, the resumption. That one is a bit wide. Kyle Corbin is flashing. Unlucky not to take an edge. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be looking to wrap up this first innings of the CCC pretty quickly. They are 323 for 8. 2 more wickets to get for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to end the CCC first inning. And that was a very good short lifting delivery there from Shamar Joseph. And well played by Kyle Corbin. So, Shamar Joseph from Burbeast. And he played for the club Tuckburg Park. Let me say good afternoon to my very good friend, Coach Julian Moore. Must have been proud of one of his students.
Driving and well stopped in the covers. That looks like young Matthew Nandu, is it?
Correct. Brilliant piece of work there from Matthew Nandu in the covers. Saving a certain boundary there, Basu. Yes. Julian Moore, one of the coaches for the Tuckburg Park Cricket Club in Berbice, New Amsterdam. Amir Joseph also played for the Everest Cricket Club in Georgetown.
That previous delivery on no ball from Joseph. Drifting into the pads, it's clipped away. There's a fine leg in place. So the extra delivery would have to be bold. Just probably striving, as you're talking about Shamar Joseph, just probably striving for that extra bit of pace.
I think he looked a much better bowler this morning. He was putting the ball in pretty good areas, working up some pace, and resulting in him getting 2 wickets.
With 2 wickets to go in the innings, he might harbor thoughts of a fifer. You've seen a couple of fifers in the tournament: Joshua Bishop, Matthew Ford, Carrie Pierre. Struck on the pad, loud appeal. Shake of the head from the umpire.
That one is going down the leg side. Pitch and moving away with the angle. Must have struck a bit high as well.
But making things happen here is Shamar Joseph. And finding good rhythm in his bowling now. Edged over the head. It's popped up and it's dropped eventually.
And that's a chance going a begging there for the guy, Harpy Eagles. And I was just about to tell you, Basu, how happy I am to see those 3 men standing in slip, and when would they be coming into effect. And we just saw a ball peeling outside half of the bat, flew to the hand, the man at slip who couldn't hold on. Very unfortunate for Shamar Joseph there.
325 now for 8, end of the Shamar Joseph over. And at the end of that over, creating the opportunity, ball just angling in and really caught in no man's land. Mahabir Singh caught on the crease, popped up, and no one could get the rebound. A bit unfortunate, but that's what you would want to see if you're Shamar Joseph and Tevin Imlak, the edge being found, not the drop catch.
Yes. I think a bit of desperate effort there from Kemal Savory to take that rebound, not reaching there in time. But to see the commitment from the fielder, putting in that extra effort.
Beating the outside edge again. There's an appeal, and there's no response from the umpire.
I think also wicketkeeper Imlak is also appealing for a stumping. Very good ball there from the veteran Veerasamy Pamal. He looked much the bowler like we know. Man, pitching in that area there, having the batsman in all sorts of uncertainties, drawing him forward, beating him, all ends up. And this is a man who is on 82.
Yeah, and it just renders to that experience factor in the back of the mind of Sami Pamal. He's not too bothered that Kyle Corbin is on 82. Sweeping. He's found the gap, has he? No, he hasn't. The fine leg fielder will come around and cut it off, and they'll return for a couple of runs, easy in the end. That experience factor, you can't take away from that experience factor that Pumol has. May not have the plethora of wickets and the bag full of wickets that we are accustomed to hearing him have, but that experience.
Yes, and we all know very somebody. This one here is right on target. Corbin to go on the back foot, and that's a bit dangerous. Pomal seems to be bowling a much closer line to the stumps.
Punching off the back foot.
Again, Corbin coming on the back foot and punching that one. You need to be very watchful here how he's going on the back foot. Against the veteran, there's Sammy Pomal. There's a bit of field change.
Sweeping in the air, up, 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 and away. It's bounced a couple of times towards the red stand. And Kyle Corbin moves ever closer to those 3 figures. End of another over from Versami Pumol. The score now 331 for 8.
Yes, and I think we will see Kyle Corbin probably taking the lead role here. And he's going to look to be a bit more attacking as he approach 3 figures here. And probably the CCC looking to get up to 350 for a first inning total. What do you think would be a good total here, Bastu?
.350 definitely is on the cards with Kyle Corbin in this type of mood. Probably closer to 375, pushing that 400-run mark. Beating the outside edge is Shamar Joseph. But it is going to be a challenge with someone like Shamar Joseph getting into good rhythm and now finding his spot, finding his line, finding his length. This is probably about the 4th time already he's beaten the outside edge since the restart. But I think CCC would have in the back of their mind closer to 400, put the pressure back on the Harpy Eagles. Pulling, it's skewed off of the body into the boundary now for 4. So a top edge, inadvertent. And just coming off the Q end of the bat, in fact, over the slip cordon.
And Avinash Mahabir Singh looking a bit uncomfortable against Shamar Joseph. He was beaten outside the edge, the previous deliver. This one a bit closer. He's looking to pull, not making proper contact. This one coming off the outside edge over the slip cordon. Okay.
Pulling, and it's found the gap this time. And another boundary. So Shamar Joseph, insofar as he's found good lines and lengths at times, he's been leaking a bit of runs here.
Yes. It's 95 for 3 he's bowling. And that 2 consecutive boundaries of Shamar Joseph. And this time one bit shorter. Didn't get up to the previous height of the previous deliver. And off the middle of the bat for Mahabir Singh.
Going fuller inside portion of the bat, but there is a fine leg in place in Ali Mohammed. So just the 1 run. Already 9 runs in the over, Andy.
Yes. And Mahabir Singh looked to be aggressive and probably he's looking to get up to that 400 mark, as you just mentioned. They're just 10 away from 350.
Yeah,
They want to do so in pretty quick time.
Yeah, you were talking about 350. 350 looks like a walk in the park right now. Down the leg side this time. He's appealing, but I think more in hope than anything is Shamar Joseph. Yeah, so 350 definitely is going to be on the cards. It's how many more can they get once they've crossed that 350 run mark. Of course, we've lost 9 overs today. We'll wait on word from the match referee in terms of a start time tomorrow, in terms of regaining those lost overs. But they want to put pressure back on Guyana here, CCC. Bit of a false start from Shamar Joseph. Not all right in the run-up. And I think they've done that. They've put the pressure back on the Harpy Eagles, have the CCC, given that they lost a couple of wickets just before the rain came down in quick succession.
Yes, Corbin, very experienced player at the first class level. A man with 58 first class matches, 1 century and 18 half century. Probably looking to add to that century total. At the end of the over, the score is 141 for 8. Kyle Corbin on 89. Shamar Joseph, 3 for 97. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 3 for 50. And Versami Pamal. The other wicket taker.
Gentle breeze coming across as is customary. In fact, it's just picked up a little bit more, the breeze here at Providence. Versami Pamal at the top of his mark at the media center end. And doesn't do too well in fielding off his own bowling, allowing the easy single. And these are some of the minor things, the one percenters as it's called. Because now what he's done is he's brought Avinash Mahabir Singh onto strike, who's been striking the ball quite powerfully.
Yes, and with that single, Kyle Corbin moves up to 90. He's now in the 90s. And Avinash is punching off the back foot, looking very solid here.
He doesn't look like a number 9 or number 10 batter, does he?
Definitely not, with that stroke that he would have just played.
The solid forward defense tells you that he's quite capable.
Well, from those 2 strokes that he would have just played, he's definitely looking like a very competent batsman. Okay, and he's coming forward, solid in defense.
I think that's just part and parcel of the modern era of cricket. Probably in yesteryear, you would think of a tail ender coming in at 9 and 10. Inside edge, and so easily could have gone on to hit the stumps. But luckily for him, it's just past. In fact, in between bat and pad in the end.
Yes, that one peeling off the inner portion of the bat, and luckily went between his legs.
Yeah, the modern era of cricket. This would be an easy single now. The modern era of cricket, you don't get tail enders anymore. You get lower order batters. Single to end the over. 344 for 8 now.
I always wonder who came up with that term, tail enders. And how that term came about in cricket, tail enders. Because if you are playing cricket and it's a game between bat and ball, obviously at some stage you need a bat. So you should be considered a batsman or a batter.
Of course, in the bygone era, the bowlers didn't have to do much batting, especially from a West Indian point of view. When you have the likes of Lloyd and Richards and Gomes and Dujon batting above you, you're not necessarily needed at the end. Shamar Joseph then. And again, runs just coming nice and easily.
But very interesting. In those days, I wonder if men like Michael Holding and all those great fast bowlers used to walk with a cricket bat in their kit. Since there were not much need for them to bat.
I guess if you talk to them, they'll tell you that they were well capable with the bat in hand. Just as we have some minor adjustments in the field, one of the slips has gone out. This one driven eventually stopped.
Looking very comfortable playing off the back foot here. He choked that one comfortably out to the man at cover of the lively Shamar Joseph.
So just a reminder, we had a bit of a rain interruption at 10:45 this morning. Play got started, resumed at 1 p.m. Slashing outside the off stump. No contact made. He's looking to be aggressive, is Mahabir Singh. And with play resuming at 1 p.m., tea will be now taken at 3:40 p.m. And the final session will be from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., weather and light permitting. 9 overs so far lost in the day. CCC have progressed to 345 for 8. Just a few runs shy of that 350 mark that Andy was talking about. Bouncer from Joseph. Bit of aggression here and well dealt with from Mahabir Singh. So probably feeling that pressure is Shamar Joseph.
This is what I want to see. I want to see more of this from our fast bowler. Shamar being the quickest of the fastest bowler here, and having a man at number 9 looking so comfortable against you. You need to give him something to remind him, I'm a West Indian fast bowler.
Bouncer again, he's pulling. Where's this one going? It's gone over the head of the slip cord and over the head of Tevin Imlach. And down to the boundary for 4. Another top edge. And you can just see the expression of Tevin Imlach there. And a quick 31-run partnership already. 30 runs between this pair and just 38 deliveries. And scoring quite freely. And taking the game to the Harpy Eagles. Mahabir Singh.
And how effective is that drop catch? Now that Mahabir Singh is just throwing his bat at everything that is in the arc.
Driving nicely and past the hand of Shamar Joseph, and another boundary. Runs are leaking here, if not anything else.
And that's a beautiful straight drive from Mahabir Singh. That one rocket into the boundary like a bullet from a gun.
Yeah, really difficult for Shamar Joseph having to get down that low in his follow-through. So the end of an over, The 150 is now up. The 350, I beg your pardon, is now up. It's 353 for 8. And just to update you on some other scores here at during the West Indies Championship 2025, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have earned themselves first innings points. Remember, Windward Islands Volcanoes bowled out for 166. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are now 170 for 1. Siva Scooper on 80. Sweeping, and it's gone nowhere. Siva Scooper on 80, and West Indian batter, West Indian international Amir Jangoo on 81. The lone wicket to the name Darius Martin. Of course, Kavem Hodge, the only scorer with 100 for 130, was it? Out of 166 for Kavem Hodge. No other batter got over 10 runs in that innings.
That was interesting. I was looking at that game last night, and Kavim Hodge seemed to be playing as if he was in a limited over game.
Inside edge again, and so easily almost onto the stumps.
Yes, let me say, wish a good afternoon to the CCC analyst, Randy Latif, a man who is from Essequibo, also one of my former students. Good afternoon to you, Randy. Your team is doing pretty well here. And that one would have struck young Nandu, who is down, powerfully struck there by Corbin. And physio.
Getting it, cupping it on the back of almost the lower part of the hamstring, around the knee area, the back of the knee. So he's going to need some attention here. Physio running on, running off. He seems to be all right. Just a couple deliveries to go in the over again. So Trinidad and Tobago have first innings points versus the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Up to their luncheon interval, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes were 31 for 2. They would have come back out after lunch.
How quickly can the Guyana Harpy Eagles wrap up this CCC first inning would be interesting, because time would be essence of this game here.
Here's a quick single, and easy in the end. And Kyle Corbin continues to just tick along and inch ever closer to a magical figure.
Yes, he's looking well set for that 3 figures. And he would need to carry on if CCC to get close to 400 in first innings here.
Nice solid forward defensive from Mahabir Singh to bring us to the end of the over. It is now 354 for 8 at the end of the over.
Afternoon to my co-commentator, one of my mentor in commentary.
Really?
Inderjit Prasad.
I'm happy to hear that. At least somebody still like what I'm doing.
Yes.
Yeah, 354 for the loss of 8. This has been a partnership that definitely is going to hurt. And it is hurting the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I enjoy the commentary between you two guys just now. Shamar Joseph battle with young Avinash. Mahabir Singh has been splendid. Bumpers, hooking and pulling, edging, some good-looking shots. None was better than that straight drive for 4. Fantastic shot.
That was a lovely shot.
Yeah. And I guess all attention is on Kyle Corbin, who has gotten 93 of 196 delivery. And perhaps he has saved his best for his age, at age 34. And he has really played a very good innings here for the combined campuses and colleges. I remember the words of my icon, Joseph Retz Pereira. He said to me before this match started, he said, look out for the boys from CCC. They are bright boys, and they're going to come back strong. And like I said, not only the runs, but occupation of the crease in the longer format of the game. This is absolutely splendid.
So true, Inderjeet. I would have liked the way they would have paced their innings. There were times when they need to consolidate, and then there were times when they were given bad balls and they make full use of those bad balls. We saw that yesterday, and again here today.
Yeah, so Mahabir Singh will continue his battle with Shamar Joseph. In fact, it's Corbin, and for the... I can't recall him playing those shots frequently, chopping at one outside the line of the off stump. But when you're in the 90s, there's something in the stomach, I don't know what is it. Some people say butterflies in the stomach. What is it?
I think he will be tested how mentally strong he is, and the nerves, the battleless period here between himself and Shamar Joseph being in the 90s. Very interesting. I would like to see Shamar bowling more consistent on that off-stump line to him, though.
Oh, that was dangerous again. Quicker delivery. And I was talking about Shamar a little layoff because of that shin splint injury that he suffered. Good to see him back. He's going to take a little while of bowling out in the middle. He isn't really up to full throttle, but we have seen some good, quick deliveries. He has scored 100 runs against his name, 106 that he has taken 3 for 106. Shouldn't be bothered too much his first match after a layoff. Just beginning to get into the groove of things, and I think in the second innings we might very well see the best of Shamar Joseph.
Yes, he looked more a bit.
Wow, that's a good-looking shot. Onto the back foot again. Sliding tackle here by Tej Narain Chandapal, running away from the boundary region. 2 good-looking runs there as he moves closer to that 3-figure mark. He's gone on to 95. Looks a very good player when he gets on the back foot.
Yes, very comfortable stroking the ball off the back foot is Corbin. And coming back to what you were saying about Shamar, on the first day he was not looking that smoothly, but today he looked much more like the Shamar Joseph we all know. Again,
Yes.
he's punching off the back foot, a single this time.
Yes, and there's a special coordination, especially with fast bowlers of the long run, the balance of the body, the way the arms move, the legs move, the shoulder, the point of delivery, the landing position will take a while, but he's just beginning to get there. Guyana needs him. West Indies cricket needs him. The world needs to see a young, very fit Shamar Joseph as well. He's such a consummate individual. You know, wherever he goes, he is liked, irregardless if it's a turn in the skin or the flesh of the opposition. He's well liked.
Yes, well, for his short career, he has already made a name for himself, and to do it in no other place, Australia.
Well, that is short. He's going at that very hard again, Mahabir Singh. And Mahabir Singh, what a name. You yourself comes from a Hindu background. Mahabir tends to be very powerful. The god Hanumanji, or the deity as they call him.
Yes.
Mahabir.
Yes,
Yeah.
Maha. Speaks
Yeah.
about the power of the Lord.
Power. And our friend from Trinidad, Basu, is going to know a lot about that. So Joseph working up some steam here. We've seen a change in the field. They have disposed of the 3 slips they had. And we go through it for you. It's quite a field to have. Fine third man, wide third man, 2 slips. There's a square cover. Well, that's a dangerous bumper. Well played by young Avinash Mahabir Singh. Just getting inside the line. Watch the ball goes by. It's still 357 for the loss of 8. And this 9th wicket partnership is rubbing salt, opening the wounds, and maybe a little bit of vinegar there as well.
Well, I can tell you, the Eagles don't like when it's raining. So, so probably The weather is not in favor of the Guyana Harpy Eagles at this time.
Yes, it looks as though the eagle is just hibernating in one of those bulletwood trees in Guyana. Those guys hide themselves. They're very difficult to see. Ask the bird watchers who would have come here. They've spent months do not see one, but when they see one, it's a prize one.
Sure.
So come out, sunshine. Let the eagles fly. Pramal. Short. Getting a single down towards long off. And he's inch by inch, he's getting closer there now. And perhaps this is the right way to go. Nothing extravagant. You don't want to give it away. I was so sorry for Kemal Savory against Barbados. Did all the hard work and went on 99. The edge was just found.
Yes, and I think Corbin is approaching his second first-class century. Along with that 1 century, so far 18 half centuries.
Yes, it's been a career with its curves, dips and dives, highs and lows. And this boy Mahabir Singh, he's a brave lad, and so too is the fella down at that Silly Point area. That's Nandu.
Yes, correct.
Took a real bad blow. Full-blooded drive off the back foot from the bat of Kyle Corbin. Slammed into the body. Went down. But they say once you stay down, you're out. He got up. So he's still in. Some bounce in the pitch this time from that delivery.
Yes, and Pomal is bowling a bit wider to Mahabir Singh here. Looking at the field set, probably he's looking for him, probably drive on the up.
Yeah, and this is real punishment for the Harpy Eagles out in the middle. Another Pramal's over. 109 overs have been sent down. 358 for the loss of 8. High and dry on a little rainy day here is Kyle Corbin on 97. And his partner is doing a fine job with him, the right-hander Mahabir Singh. 84, Jeremiah was a fine innings as well. Those two fellas. They know they're cricketer. They're shouting advice too. Hands folded, one on the phone. Hello to you guys. Yes, and round one, standings, the points table. The Harpy Eagles, 23.2 there at the top. And that's followed by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 22.6 as you can see. Scorpions in third at 22.4. Leeward Islands bringing up that top 4 position on 22.4, and way down at the bottom 5.4 and 4.6 the Pride and Volcanoes. 3 is the Academy and the CCC on 0.4. They're making a real fight in this match though, despite being at the bottom of the table. Thanks Basu, always spot on. Ensure that we have these things that, you know, listeners and viewers normally from time to time, we have to cater for the changing viewership.
So true, so true. And I'm happy with the CCC, despite being at the bottom of the table, to come back and show this kind of performance. Day 1 going into day 2 here against the defending champion in the G.
Yes.
So this is not no easy battle, and they have been doing very well so far.
The battle continues. It's Shamar Joseph onto the back foot. And looks so good when he gets onto the back foot. Times the ball sweetly and covers this nicely. Very elegant player. And you know, we're never short of talent in the West Indies. And look at this guy. He's 34 years old. He's on the verge of a century at the regional level and looks very, very solid. And sometimes you ask the question, why is not that transition good enough to take them to another level? But look, you look at this innings, it's a top-class innings against a very, very good bowling attack.
Yes, I'll support that. And he has been playing the ball on its merit. I haven't really seen him playing any rash shot, except for that one in the previous over. He tried to cut a ball that was too close to him.
And Mansingh Standing up like a man out in the middle, he has ridden his luck to perfection here this afternoon. But a good thing that he stayed out in the middle, got some real quick deliveries from Shamar Joseph. Some he ducked under, pulled out of, fanned the bat at it, got healthy edges. That's why we are having, looking a little bit strange, but we are having two third man. One is very, very fine, and one is a little bit wider, catering for that pull shot where the edge was found and trickled for 4. They just want to make that into a catch. Off the back foot. Hit it pretty hard, but there's cover on the boundary.
I would prefer to see Chamar bowling a bit fuller and get those slips in the right position and having Mahabir Singh driving rather than to give him that free will to throw the bat at the ball at a short length.
Yeah, and, and you're right about that. You aren't wrong at all. He looks menacing when he gets the ball further up on the line of the off stump. We have seen how he created problem. In fact, those 2 wickets that he took today were deliveries closer to the line of the off stump and of a fuller nature.
That's a bit wide outside the off stump, left alone by Corbin. And in the at the Corbin innings of 97, he played some lovely shots. A few ended up in the red stands, pulling off the back foot. And he looked a very, very strong player off the back foot.
Yes, and he has shown that here today. And when you get on the back foot, you know, it seems to me that your judgment is good, especially with the elegance he possesses. Off the back foot, diving effort, that's going to go out towards third man. They've taken one. Oh, no. I thought for a while that you've been rushing back for the second. He's in agony there. Was it the bat that got into him, but he's in trouble? No, this is not nice.
Shoulder.
My word, is it the shoulder, boy? This is not good to see, but he's in real pain. Let's see exactly what happened here. Looking for the second run. He got there for the single. Did the ball actually go away to the boundary as well? Yes.
Out there.
So that's actually his 100?
Yes.
Yeah, oh my God. What a way did it happen. It's been a magnificent 100 by the right-handed Kyle Corbin. Well, we have to confirm that. Maybe our cameraman will take us back a little.
And that seemed to be a very serious injury there in the JIT. The physio is out there, the entire medical team. And that's a bit of poor work from Richie Loknath on the boundary there. That ball went through him into the boundary for 4.
Well, while the medical staff is looking at Kyle Corbin, I can say to you, he has just scored his 2nd century at the regional force class level, 34-year-old from St. George's in Barbados in his 60th match. And look how things happen. Life can be strange. It's a magnificent 100. He brought up it with a boundary due to a misfield from the off-spinner, and then he crashed down into the pitch. He's in a terrible state out in the middle. So it's one of a great feeling scoring 100, and now that has been dampened by the agony he's having out in the middle.
And this will be the 2nd injury he sustained in this innings here. Yesterday he struck a blow on his hand, and today further, this is his shoulder seam.
Well, he's a big boy, and when you take a crash like that, it's not easy. For heaven's sake. We are hoping that all is going to be right with Kyle Corbin. He's an entertainer. He entertained us, entertained everybody that looked at him on television, their smartphones, whatever technology you use. And for those sprinkling of spectators who came here, and the Guyana Harpy players, many of them too. And that's good to see. Despite your fierce competitors, you're still humans at the end of the day.
Yes, the sportsmanship. And this is part of cricket. That is all called the gentleman game.
Yes. I just got a message from one of the cricket fanatics here in Guyana, Ashford Jadu Rai. You know, he's one of the guys that follow the game. He has the entire family, and said they're enjoying the broadcast from Providence. Thank you so much, Ashford. one of the guys that is closer to your living quarters in Essequibo.
Okay, happy to hear that. And
Yeah.
actually, he is on his feet. Good to see that.
Yes, and he's coming out, not taking the stretcher. Well, I see him holding there the left wrist, and the physio is having one hand on the shoulder and one hand holding up the right wrist. So that looks real bad at the moment. There's a bandage that has been placed there. Oh no.
Yes, that was the injury he sustained yesterday when he was struck in the hand by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Yes, and there's still some agony with the shoulder as well, the way that he's coming out, holding up the hand, ensuring it's not, down. We have seen some, real sad incident on the cricket field. What a way to go. He might not take part further in any batting in this first innings. That's sad, isn't it?
Very sad, very sad. And I guess he's a strong lad. He's going to regroup, recover, and come stronger again in G.
I remember the case of, was it Steve Waugh and Jason Gillespie in Australia, off a skier from Mahalia Jayawardene. One was at long leg, one at fine third man. They weren't looking at each other. They crashed. One suffered a terrible broken nose. And I think it was Jason Gillespie who suffered a broken leg.
Wow.
To watch them come off with stretcher, wasn't a good feeling at all. I remember an Australian, was a Smith, not Steve Smith, damaged himself badly diving on the boundary area. And sad for him.
Yes, so this brings the new batter to the crease, the number 10.
364 for the loss of 8. And Kyle Corbin, 102 retired hurt at the moment. 204 deliveries, 11 fours and 1 6. I said a magnificent innings, and I think he deserved to be called that.
Definitely. That was a well-constructed century from Kyle Corbin.
Yes, worth the while he was out in the middle. We saw some bizarre injuries too on the field of play. Derek Pringle, the England medium fast bowler. I'll tell you, he once missed a test match. Appeal for leg before, not out, says the umpire. He once missed a test match. He was writing a letter on the eve of the test match, and it is said he hurt his fingers then and couldn't make the test match.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
And I'll tell you about Tony Gray, that good old Englishman. He said that, he suffered a little broken finger after he slipped from his veranda and fell. He went to the hospital, and under the x-ray machine, when he got up, hit his head and required 3 stitches as well.
Well, obviously, if you're a customer, know what a veranda is, and you fell, you would not only sustain injury to one part of the body, you are likely to sustain injuries to more than one part of the body.
Yes, but the thing is, while he snapped the finger there, they'll steal a single here. While he snapped the finger, there was no other injury, so he went and did the x-ray while getting up. Smashed his head, 3 stitches. 364 for the loss of 8. So virtually the last period of the wicket, I doubt whether Kyle Corbin will take any part more here. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be looking to wrap this final partnership up.
And the man out in the middle, O.J. Seals, fast bowler from Jamaica. I was fortunate to see this young man in action last year, representing the Jamaica Teachers Union.
Nice.
In the CTU Teachers Championship that was held in Trinidad.
You played in that match?
No, I was the coach for the Guyana team. And Jamaica won that tournament. Guyana came second.
Look, Andy, that guy with the green and yellow cap with the X in front, that's Norman the Juice Man. He is the fan. He's been all cricket grounds in Guyana. And he speaks the entire day. When you think commentators talk a lot, that fella, live wire.
Yesterday he was actually telling me to instruct the cameraman to ensure that he is on camera today.
Yeah, you're seeing the entire scoreboard so far on the screen. Matched by, well, nothing is going to match Kaichur Waterfalls. And the championship fixture you're seeing there as well. So we're feeding you with all the relevant information.
Ali Mohammed from the northern end, southern end, sorry.
And he's taken off those long sleeve, you know, what is it? Is it a vest that he normally wears?
No, it's a skin protector.
Skin protector.
Yeah, they call them skins.
Yes, and he's very distinct with that. Even the ball, he loves to do that. But the kind of sun you play under sometime, you know, you tend to protect those parts of the body.
Yep.
And once again, Mahabir Singh is very cute as he plays that shot, opening the face at the last moment. And will complete two. So he's growing in confidence here, the youngster. And he'll be hoping to match his off-spinning ability and create another stir whenever he gets the ball in his hand. Remember last year at St. Augustine against the Harpy Eagles in his debut match? Picked up 7 wicket haul.
Yes. In the G, 367 for 8. First innings total. How would the Guyana Harpy Eagles approach batting for this first innings total?
Well, anything could happen. This is cricket. They have a very solid batting lineup that is strengthened with the advent of Imlak and Kevin Sinclair coming back into the team. And, you know, these are guys who are experienced at the regional level. And from what we have seen of Tej Narain Chandapal, along with young Machu Nandu and the batting of Kemal Savory and, of course, Perez, it's a very strong batting lineup. So they should play, first of all, in mind of getting past whatever total the combined campuses and colleges set them. Because remember, this year, you're having that first innings points in drawn games. So it's important your first target will be to get past that.
I think CCC is doing well to put a very good total on the board, a huge total, looking to approach a 400. And in that batting lineup, the century maker, Kevlon Anderson.
Mm-hmm. Well, I actually left him for you to call him. He was that century maker indeed. So it's a very, very strong batting lineup. And, you know, you come down the order, Virasamy Premal, Richie Loknath, even Shamar Joseph, they fancy themselves. These are men who can score runs. So it's a strong batting lineup.
Man on the screen, Ali Mohammed, very capable batter.
Wonderful all-rounder, aggressive by nature. That one came back a little there on a good length as well. The end of a good over once again. 368 for the loss of 8. Joseph, 3 for 115, 26 overs. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 3 for 53 off 23 overs. Both economical and picking up wickets. And Pemal, 2 for 83. So as the players take a little bit of water as the boys go into the middle, 368 for 8. We do the same here. We'll be back in another 2 minutes. Well, a position of real strength for the combined campuses and colleges. 368 for the loss of 8. This is a brave shot that's gone over the top of cover. Sliding tackle out of that cover region, Raymond Perez. And Mahabir Singh continues to bat in his own style. He's not going to be bogged down whatsoever. So we have seen 2 great blows. One survived out in the middle. That's Matthew Nandu feeling at short mid-off. And Kyle Corbin had to go off after scoring a century. 102, 11 fours and 1 6. Brilliant knocker. And Pimal continues to wheel away from the top end. That's the northern end of the ground. Just to recall what transpired today, overnight, the combined campuses and colleges, they were 279 for the loss of 6 wickets. 90 overs sent down yesterday, with Corbin on 62 and Akeem Jordan didn't score. Today, Akeem Jordan was caught at the wicket of Joseph for 16. It was 316 for the loss of 7 at that stage. And Bailey was caught at the wicket of the bowling of Joseph. Well, he didn't trouble the scorers. Rain intervened at 10 hours 42 with the score on 318 for 8. And after then, when play resumed at 13 hours, we saw Corbin bringing up his second regional first class 100 and got injured, falling flat on the pitch. I think what happened here, the right wrist got stuck onto the bat handle, sent him cartwheeling onto the ground, might have been fractured or broken. We're trying to monitor exactly what has happened to that, hoping that my colleague Sean would have gotten something from the dressing room. Just trying to get into position, fastening his seat belt, and ready to analyze the game. Good running here. Very smart play of cricket for a single down to mid-on. Hello to you, Sean.
Good evening to you, Inderjeet, and good evening to everyone watching and listening.
Any news on Kyle Corbin?
No, I intend to find out. My niece is in fact the physio of the CCC team, Kelly.
Yes, and I saw Kelly like a 100-meter sprinter getting out in the middle there as quick as possible to see what's going on with Kyle.
It's not too dangerous as it looked initially because the stretcher was carried out, but it was brought back in without Corbin on it.
Yeah, and that's because there's no leg injury or hip injury or tummy. It had to do with the wrist.
Head, yeah.
Yeah.
So it maybe landed on his shoulder and damaged his wrist. That band there was yesterday when he got hit on his wrist.
Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. It's a big swing of the bat in the air again over that short backward point fielder, and once again he's riding his luck. And sometimes when you know luck is in your side, go for it, boy.
Yeah, he's in his third match. He's actually made his debut last year on his 23rd birthday in that match against Guyana when he got 7 wickets. And he's a former West Indies under 19 player. But I'm anxious to see him when he bowls, because I was very impressed with his bowling last year. Got the ball to flight and turn and bowled with the right paces.
Yeah. How amazing the weather has changed, from that gloomy look as though you'll never get play again today.
Yeah, now we've got hazy sunshine. That's good running between the wickets. Very good running. Started and immediately looked up and kept running. Got Nandu there on the back foot. Wasn't expecting them to take a single.
Not at all. And the Guyana Cricket Board, they began their senior women's inter-county Super 50 tournament That should have started on the 5th, but that was pushed back because of rain. Match scheduled today as well.
A slip and a gully, and that was viciously hit. And a half stop there by Nandu. The ball hit Nandu more than Nandu stopped the ball.
Yes, and when you have a bat in your hand, you feel that's a hammer, and everything else in front of you looks like a nail. He nailed that shot. Somehow or the other, Matthew Nandu managed to stop it, but it was like a bullet.
Yeah, he got in the way of that ball going to the boundary. So in the end, he saved the run, or he saved 4 runs. Oh dear, that's a pugnacious hit again. Now he's going with the kitchen sink, just slamming the ball, all his power.
You sure it's the kitchen sink or is it the entire house?
It's the entire house, maybe. A mansion, like your house.
371 for the loss of 8, and he's fighting fire with fire here.
Yeah, he's now gotten 80 runs in his first-class career. He started this game with 50 runs from 2 matches, and now he's got 30. Oh my dear, that's beaten outside the line of the off. Didn't know much about that, as that left him from Ali Mohammed. Just sparred at it.
Yes, and just to recap, the Guyana Cricket Board Women Inter-County Super 50 tournament scheduled for LBI Essequibo against Berbice. And then on February 7th, that's tomorrow, Demerara take on Berbice right at the LBI ground. So folks around the area, wherever you are, you love cricket.
Nicely played. Ball that's pitched up, and that's the end of another over. 372 for 8. Well, technically 9, because I don't think that Corbin will be back, especially since he's gotten his 100 already. Maybe take some rest and see how serious the injury is. I think he's going to go to the Diamond Diagnostic Center that's closer to this ground and get an x-ray. There's Sir Clive Lloyd looking at his phone.
Yes, and listening to the commentaries, I am almost sure Mr. Cricket, and it's good to see Sir Clive every day at this ground looking at the cricketers and observing them, and I know when he analyzes the situation, something good will definitely come out of that.
And that's his buddy friend, also Lloyd.
Uh-huh.
Charles Lloyd, I think his name is. We played for the Charles Lloyd Trophy.
Brothers in crime, sticking together.
Pomal back and brings Mahabir Singh forward.
So once again, the folks on the east coast of Demerara, wherever you are, Guyana Cricket Board Senior Female Super 50 match starts at LBI. Start today. Rain, I only hope, did not curtail that again.
All the matches set for LBI. All 3 matches. Pushed into the offside.
And that should be some great fight there, Sean.
Yeah. Nice to see the girls playing cricket. They don't get the opportunity to play much at the club level. They've got to play in the boys' teams. But now they've got a tournament all to themselves. This is forward, he comes. And there is no run. 272 for 8. Mahabir Singh on 30 from 47 balls. This has been a mixed bag. It's been some brilliant shots. It's been some indigenous shots over the top of third man. And this is not a good shot. Played going back, giving himself room, and then hitting it away out towards the cover position. Perez in the way. But this has been a mixed bag from him. And he'll hope that Seals stays with him. Got a chance of getting a 50.
Yes, and they're just 20, how much? 28 runs away from 400. Should they get there?
Well, if he gets a 50, then they'll... Oh my dear.
Well, it's not going to happen. He pushed forward, the edge found, and the catch taken by Anderson. And that's Mahabir Singh?
No, that's
Shields.
Shields.
Yes, he came forward, and that's the close of the CCC innings. Pushing at 1 It was only a matter of time after Corbin went before the innings closed. There should be some relief here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles team. They watched the combined campuses and colleges constructed a marvelous first innings total of 372. That is what our scoreboard is showing for the loss of 9. And that's because Kyle Corbin has been injured, serious injury to his right wrist. He has gone off for some medical attention. And the Harpy Eagles will have to respond to this, Sean. What approach you think we might very well see from them?
Well, we'll see the normal approach with the two openers being cautious for us, and then when they get set, they step on the gas. And they've had back-to-back half-century partnerships against Barbados, so they're in form. And that the second partnership was unbroken, so let's see how they respond. But it's going to be a tough task. It's not going to be easy. This pitch is going to help the spinners, even though I'm very disappointed with the way the Guyana spinners bowled. Even though Pomal ended up with 3 wickets, the bulk of the good bowling was done by the 2 fast bowlers.
Yes, certainly it was the faster men that took the wickets. Pomal gave his heart out at the end of it. Combined campuses and colleges in the first innings, 372 for the loss of 8. We await the response in the first innings for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, let me tell you that Joseph had 3 for 115. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed 3 for 56. Pomal 3 for 87. And of course, Corbin retired hurt.
Yes, so just to run through a little bit of the scorecard in a summary fashion. Damil Evelyn made 5. Sadiki Henry, he scored 10. Paris, a fine innings of 56. Johan Jeremiah, splendid 84. The Mario Richards supported with 40. Abhijay Mansingh made 14. All that happened yesterday. Today, resuming on 279 for 6. Kyle Corbin 62. Akeem Jordan didn't score. Jordan today made 16. Bailey naught, and retired hurt was Kyle Corbin on a magnificent 102. And in the end, the last man to go was Shields. He went for 2. Mahabir Singh not out on 30. 375 for the loss of 9 of 114.5 overs. We'll call the Harpy Eagles innings for you as soon as they return. Until then, see you. Well, we eagerly await the reply from the Guyana Harpy Eagles in their first innings. They're out in the middle, and they will be responding to that 375 of 114.5 overs delivered by themselves. So everything is set. They're out in the middle, and it's going to be O.J. Shields, or it's just trying to pick out the fella out in the middle. We want to ensure we get that right. But we can tell you, Tej Narain Chandapal and Machu Nandu, they're the openers out in the middle, and they're going to do battle here. They're in good form. They look sound and solid against Barbados. But when you're looking up and see scoreboard pressure, 375. Hello, Sean.
Yes, good afternoon to you once again. Good afternoon to all. First delivery is short of length, and Chandrapal, who seems to be back in form, is back and across. 3 slips and a gully, square cover, more of a backward point, extra cover, and a man at the mid-off position. That's the offside field. On the onside, just 2 men. They mid-on short, and there's the man on the long leg boundary.
So Akeem Jordan, tall, powerfully built man.
Yeah, just outside the line of the off stump on this occasion. Akeem Jordan will bring a lot of experience to the CCC side. Last year they had the services of Shamara Brooks, who captained the team. Now it's the 25-year-old Grenadian, Jeremiah, who is captaining the team in this season. So they're shuffling their players around. I think that's good, having at least 1 or 2 senior players among the youngsters.
Yes, and that's a mix CWI is looking for. Wow, that was a tight delivery on line, and some good lift as well for the keeper there. So we're seeing a good fast bowler in operation here. Good start for Akeem Green.
Akeem Jordan.
Yes, Akeem Green is one of our senior journalists in Guyana.
So that one left, and Chandrapal was beaten on that occasion. He has this instinct of him of pulling the bat in line, making the commentators and the spectators believe he's beaten. But this time he wasn't well and truly beaten. That one was a good ball again. Squared him up.
Good testing for street deliveries for Akeem Jordan, the 30-year-old Barbadian right-arm fast bowler. This is his 23rd match, 76 wickets. Best bowling of 5 for 44. That's in an innings, and in a match 7 for 83. He's already had 3 5-wicket hauls to his career and made his debut against Guyana in Port of Spain.
Much better shot there from Chandrapal, more in control. Again back of the length. He's pitched the ball almost on the identical spot throughout this over.
Yeah, so both Tej and Nandu are left-handers, which makes it a little bit easier on the bowler to concentrate on what line and length he wants to bowl. So there are 3 slips and a gully, almost a fly slip. Square cover and a backward point. Those are tight men in the offside.
Jordan bowling from round the wicket to the left-hander, and the left-hander Chandrapal doesn't play. So none without loss after 1 over.
And a good over to start with by Akeem Jordan. A maiden. Corbin 102 not out. Johan Jeremiah 84. Shakir Paris 56. And that 33 that was made by Mahabir Singh was an entertaining knock. All the shots in the world, all the edges you can find.
And the keeper also must be mentioned. He contributed an important 40 before he was out 10 short of what would have been a crucial 50.
The Mario Richards, he played well.
So 375 for 9 innings closed because of Corbin's retiring, correct? We're still finding out what exactly is the position with him, the latest update. I'm sure he's gone to the hospital to have an x-ray, and we'll know shortly.
So The Jamaican, that's O.J. Shields, will pick the bowling up from this end. 10 matches in his first-class career, 20 wickets, best of 4 for 103, and that was against Guyana. So that's going to be at the back of his head.
And this is the second century Corbin has made against Guyana. He's now scored a first-class century against Guyana and a one-day list century.
Love the bowling.
Nice pace, good bunks.
Yeah, that's good pace on this pitch. And just that it was a little bit wide outside the line of the off stump. Had none for 69 against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the first game. They just bowled one time. But we're seeing good loosened delivery there from him. Have some pace here, Shields.
Yeah, lots of pace from the indication of that ball. Let's see if he can sustain it.
Yes, and we did make the point as the pitch, whatever moisture was there in the first morning and it dried off, becomes a little bit more hard. It's going to continue to be good for batting. Well, that's a terrible delivery. It was far too wide and signaled so by umpire Imran Mokan. That's the first run for the Harpy Eagles in their first innings here. They won without loss.
Yeah, certainly didn't test the batsman at all. Maybe looking to bowl wide to Nandu, but that was surely almost on the other pitch. If it had been on the other pitch, it would have been a no ball.
Well, we can pick up the intent here of O.J. Shields, and you're right about it, Sean. Looking to bowl him outside the line of the off stump.
He's gone over the wicket now to the left-hander, changing his line of attack. Let's see if that would make any impact on his direction. Got to get his target right. Better delivery.
Yes, and that one flew off, was in the air, but the gully fielder was a little bit closer to the slip area there. But was the delivery slanted across the left-hander there, Matthew Nandu. He's not a tall boy, Matthew. And that's the thinking, to change the angle and to get the ball to go across with a little bit of away movement there for the left-hander. And I think Matthew Nandu understands what he's trying to do. 2 gullies now.
And when you bowl from over the wicket to the left-hander, ball naturally slants across his body with the natural action.
So at the start of this innings, there were 54 overs that needed to be bowled. And we're going until the hour of 6, but before that will be tea.
Again, too wide. But good pace and bunks, good carry to Richards.
Well, he's a fast bowler, and this is what you want to see. First couple delivery, a little bit loose. Now they were very, very quick. And if he gets it close to the line of the off stump, can be a handful here, O.J. Shields.
Most of the players now play with those things you call skins. It's not only for the sun, it's protecting your skin.
Yes. So, like I said, tea will be taken at 15 hours 40. That's 20 minutes to 4.
Full toss, but doesn't get it away. Good shot, driven into the offside. Finds the only man there in the way and hits it straight to him. There's a man at the square cover boundary, but if he'd passed him, I don't think he would have gotten the ball. Despite the heavy showers today, this outfield is still very, very fast.
Yes, and that delivery was a little bit slower in nature on the full toss, and I think Nandu was very careful as to how he played that one. That's the reason why he didn't pick the gap he was looking for between the second of the 2 gullies and the cover.
Outside the line of the off stump again, and I wouldn't be tested. Leave it alone.
Yeah, Shields, not a bad start here, but has to make the batters play more often than not, especially with the kind of field placing that we are seeing. Let's just remind all our viewers and listeners, combined campuses and colleges made 375 for the loss of 9 wickets. Kyle Corbin retired hurt on a majestic 102. That was the highest score in their innings, and some very good contributions as well from some others. Well, that was closer. That was testing.
And what Seals has done is got into Nandu's head that he's going to bowl very quick.
Yes, and not a bad ploy at all. Just remind them, Jeremiah made 84, Shaqiri Paris a fine 56, 40 by Richards, and in the end, Mahabir Singh fine knock of 33. In the bowling department, 3 apiece for Joseph, Ali Mohammed and Pamal.
Joseph a little on the expensive side for first time back after his injury. 3 for 115, so he's also scored a century.
Yes, and he did it in rapid style of just 26 overs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but coming to the end of his bowling spell, he looked the part.
Yeah, bowled with pace
Yes.
today, especially after lunch. Good delivery, and that's the way Chandra Paul usually leaves alone. But the first ball, I am sure that he was beaten.
Yeah, and Sean, when you look at the conditions out in the middle, the atmosphere, judging by the Guyana flag, the golden arrowhead, and the branches of the coconut palms in the distance, the wind is very strong. And here we're watching Akeem Jordan running in with that strong wind.
And the overcast conditions
Yes.
will help him to swing the ball. Lovely shot back and across, cut it back with a point for 4.
Yes, I love that. And I remember him opening his account against Barbados in similar fashion.
Of the first ball of the match.
That's right. Here again, identical delivery to that. Short lifting, and look at him on the back foot. Didn't look to hit it too hard. Just clipped off the hips. That's a gorgeous looking shot.
Not the first ball of the match, the first ball of the Guyana innings, because
Yes,
Barbados batted
that's
first.
right.
Both fast bowlers very tall. Again, a little uncertainty, and he plays it in the end well.
And Akeem Jordan, he has been around for a while. This year, not playing for the Pride. And like you said, Sean, they're looking to get some experience with this CCC team. So good mixture of youth. Jordan there, Corbin is there. Both of them has been on the cricket field for a while now.
I've only seen 1 over so far from Seals, but I'm impressed by his pace. Got to work a little bit on his direction. But when you're a fast bowler, you got to bowl fast.
And that's one of the reasons why I was a little bit disappointed with the number of overs given to Jair McAllister from Barbados Pride. I thought he should have bowled a little bit more.
And he was the quickest, even though Ford got a 5-wicket haul. He was quicker than Ford.
Chimar Holder, who is not in the Pride, set up for this match against the West Indies Academy. Thought he bowled well, but the thing is, did not pick up the kind of wicket you're looking for as a fast bowler.
Jordan bowls, and that's pitched up. And I'm disappointed that the other holder, the off-spinner, Shem, didn't get a place in this side for the day-night match against West Indies Academy for Barbados. Maybe they figured that the dew factor would set in and the ball would be slippery. But most of the matches played in the day anyhow.
Yeah, because you're having a 13:30 start every day. That's a good delivery. Right on target, but well played too by Tejnarain
So
Chandapal.
despite that shot for 4, it was a tidy over.
Yes, it was a tidy over. And that is what you do when you get good deliveries at the start of your innings. Play every ball on its merit. He has faced 12 deliveries stage for his boundary.
But I'm very impressed with the intent, the mental intent and positivity shown by Tejnarain Chandapal. It began last year in the last rung, and now it's good to see that he's back to his... He's in form. There's nothing wrong that he's out of form. It's just the way he bats. He's afraid to out. And when you're scared to be dismissed, then you play ultra defensively. Outside the line of the leg stump, that's a good take by Richards. Knocked it down.
Yeah, and
No
it's
ball.
no ball. The first we have seen so far, and it's off O.J. Shields. Now, he's not as tall as Akeem Jordan, but he has a good make of a fast bowler. Somebody that is in line with Shamar Joseph, maybe just a little bit taller than Shamar, has broader shoulders, of course. But Shamar's body is like a chiseled one. The guy is very, very strong.
Yeah. So Seals will remark his run. There's a little bit of sawdust there because of the rain that fell early on. Outside the line of the leg stump again. So he's gone from overcompensating to the offside to the onside now.
Well, he's missing a little bit of a trick here, because when you have 2 slips and 2 gully and a short cover, you want to ensure you attack that off stump or just outside the line of the off stump. 2 consecutive deliveries. Just train.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back round the wicket.
And he's doing just that.
Oh, my dear. So he's not yet sure in his mind where he wants to bowl from, what angle he wants to bowl.
Now, constantly he's going to be bowling around the wicket to the left hand. I think he did that just to change the angle and see what can happen.
Much better delivery and line, but in length it was a full toss and clipped away down to the boundary for 4. So every bad ball, these 2 batters are putting it to the boundary.
And given the treatment it deserved there. Full toss, aligned with the middle and leg, and worked nicely out through the mid-wicket region. And he got the boundary he was looking for. So he's looking in good touch here. And that, any batter will feel comfortable playing a shot like that. The on-drive is one of the most difficult ones to play. We saw Corbin played some lovely one. Paris played some as well.
And now he's got his line right. He's got his length wrong.
Well, it happens sometimes. If he put them together, let's see what's going to happen.
Edge of the outer half of the bat and down to the backward point on the boundary. So Nandu gets another single. He goes now to 5. Chandrapal is 4. It's 11 without loss.
Yes, and Nandu will be very mindful. If you're going to play those drives, you need to get as close as possible to make it into the half volley that you want to make it into. And your right leg must come out to just inside the line of the delivery. If you miss that little movement of the feet, more than often you're going to pick the edge of the bat. And that's what happens to him. Was good that it went all along the ground. But he has been relatively very, very solid.
I think Chandrapal taking his guard like that was introduced by his father. I think his father was the first person I ever seen taking his guard with the bail as an indentation. That's a good delivery. Leg before? No. Yes. Leg before. Ball that cut back. Maybe just would have missed the leg stump, but in the opinion of the umpire, did just enough to straighten up, and he's gone. Leg before for 5.
So? Well, umpire Imran Mokan, he has made his judgment in his mind that would have gone on to hit the stumps. And Tej, I think, would have done the right thing, obeyed that instruction, and he's walking back very slowly to his dugout there. That was touch and go. But the umpire is the boss. He calls it, and you have to go. That's a good breakthrough for the combined campuses and college. That's a huge wicket to get. He has been a rock in both innings. That, in fact, when they played against a Barbados team, looked the part. But today, it's another day. Shields get the wicket. Based on our review that we are watching here, it was just touch and go.
Yeah. Could have gone either way. So Chandrapal gone for 4. And Nandu is still there. He's on 5. Perez, the man from DCC, likes to play shots, especially the drives. He's come out to join Nandu.
Yes, and this is difficult circumstances. He normally starts with a little bit of nerve, edging towards the slip cordon. but he's such an elegant player. Struggled till he got about 10 runs against Barbados, but after then bloomed and blossomed and looked real good until he played that nothing shot. Short lifting delivery, and he just followed it at the last moment and was
he was
caught.
on 46, 4 away from
Yes,
a half century. That's happened sometimes when a bowler bowls all over the place and bowls one straight. He gets a wicket because the batter is not prepared for that type of delivery. He's expecting him to bowl down the leg side, outside the off stump.
So what is he going to bowl now with the new batter?
Straight and full. Yeah.
Good delivery, good one to start with. And there should be some comfort here for Perez because he got the first delivery right into the face of the batter, defending it.
I remember back in the days in a Berbice trials, there was a guy named Solomon bowling to Danny Ram. And he bowled 5 balls, including a no ball, 2 outside the off stump wide, 2 outside the leg stump wide, and then the 6th ball, bowled it straight, knocked out Danny Ram's off stump.
That was Collie Solomon.
No, another Solomon.
Another one.
That died. Rest in peace, Solomon.
Yes, and this is what I'm talking about. If you can get it in that direction, there's some trouble here for Perez. But he rode it well. Successful over 375 for 9 made by CCC. And in reply, the Eagles are 11 for 1 of just 4 overs. So they've gotten the early breakthrough here. We might very well see an Akeem Jordan running in a little bit faster, looking to bowl to the stumps to pick up another wicket here, because they feel in this condition they can capitalize this afternoon.
Yeah, so conditions favor the bowling side. Nice overcast conditions. I don't mind these conditions once the rain doesn't fall. Sun is too hot these days.
Well, very difficult to please people. Some love the rain, some love the sun. When we don't get the sun, we want the rain when it comes.
Some want even snow.
I wish we can have some snow in Guyana, Sean. I want to play with it.
Your wishes would most likely come true, you know. Remember back in the days in Guyana we were bowling for 6 for 6?
So here is Akeem.
Outside the leg stump. So both bowlers having problems with the rudder.
Yes. So Romario Greaves, who didn't play in this game, he's substituting out in the middle for Kyle Corbin. He's standing at first slip there. He's a tall boy, hoping that his time will come.
And Akeem Green is beyond the long off boundary. He had white clothes, you'd think there was a long off. He's taking his photos.
Good delivery once again. In second slipper, we have that's Paris standing tall there as well, and Damil Evelyn in the third slip region.
Most times batters occupy the slip cordon, but Clive Lloyd said, Sir Clive Lloyd, that sometimes the bowlers could feel there also. Garner was a mastered gully.
Yes.
Outside the line of the leg stump again.
Yeah, and in those days when West Indies dominated the world, we had some of the best slip catchers you could have ever think about. I think it was Sir Andy Roberts. He talked about the West Indies team in that era, and he said while the fast bowlers were given so much praise, and rightfully too, he said if it wasn't those slip catchers, you know, maybe some of the matches will not have been won by the West Indies.
And that's why Dujon had the most catches behind the stumps for the West Indies as a keeper.
Yes, he played in those beautiful days as well.
If you check Dujon's dismissals, you'll hardly see stumpings. Mostly catches. And he's got the record for the most dismissals by a West Indian keeper.
And the reason why is that because he had to be behind the stumps and away from them a long distance, only hearing click, click, click. That's when the ball just get into the gloves.
And he was an acrobatic keeper. I
Yeah.
think he played football for his club as a goalkeeper.
That was a quick delivery and bowled well too. Good judgment shown by Macho Nandu. So the youngster out in the middle here being peppered a little by Akeem Jordan.
Good afternoon to Sir Peter Jeffrey Dujon out of Jamaica.
And we, over the years, we have produced some very good keepers in international cricket, the West Indies. You remember the Murrays behind the stumps?
Yeah, Derek David.
And another one that came after the two of them.
Junior. Yeah. And actually, as the over comes to an end, it's 11 for 1. Jeffrey Dujon started as a batter in Australia. He got a couple of 40s, and then he took over from David Murray. And that's the way he got his career going. David Murray later on went to South Africa with the Rebel Tour, and he's in fact the son of Everton Weeks and the father of Ricky Hoyt, who played a couple of first-class games. He played at the youth level with me, Ricky Hoyt.
Yeah, and remember the little man from Trinidad and Tobago as well.
David Williams.
Yeah.
And Sheikh Mohammed was just as short as David Williams.
Maybe Sheikh was a little bit taller than David. Hello to you, Sheikh.
On the line of the leg stump, lovely shot, and that's a good shot and deserved more than a single.
Well, that's the reason why they set the fielder down on the deep backward square boundary. There was also Jacobs from the island.
Yeah, Ridley Jacobs. That's the man who outside edged me, up bowling a straight ball, Guyana versus Leewards, and it hit the side screen.
Yeah, and there was one boy who actually, I think he never played for the West Indies, Livington Harris.
Yeah.
He was a very good keeper and a lovely batsman to watch as well, was attacking.
Jamal Hamilton also quite a good keeper.
Yeah. Carlton Baugh from Jamaica.
Yeah, he was challenging the two short men for shortness.
You know, one guy who I enjoyed a lot, and I feel he was a fine cricketer, a wicket-keeper batsman coming out of Barbados, Telston Payne.
Yeah.
He was an excellent fella as well. You mentioned the name Sheikh Mohammed. Those boys had class.
Yeah.
You know, but to get into that West Indies team in that era was very, very difficult. Vishal Nagamutu,
Yeah.
one of the best glovesmen,
I feel that he should have played at least for the A team.
Yeah, Vishal was such a good cricketer.
Yeah, Kenneth Ottawong from my area in West Swanwell. He was a good keeper too. Those are local keepers.
Yeah.
And the best I've seen is Milton Paidana. And he never got a chance to play Test. In fact, he was the last keeper from Guyana that played in Pakistan. Played a one-day game there. Played in India also.
Yeah. I never saw Jackie Hendricks play in those days. We weren't even, born. But Reds told me he was such a class. He was of the highest order, Jackie Hendricks, the Jamaican.
My grandfather was telling me about this guy, Reds Murray. He was also, to his mind, one of the better keepers back in the days. That short and played into the onside, no run.
That one hurried onto the bat, squaring up the left-handed Macho Nandu. So they're hitting the bat very hard. That will tell you the pace that they're bowling at. And I'm not one of those speed guns that will track it, but definitely this has to be in the 130, maybe 134. This is good bowling.
Yes, he's bowling even faster than Shamar Joseph. But I know usually Shamar Joseph, when he's at top pace, would be quicker than him. But today, he's the quickest I've seen so far in both matches.
And he's right on target here. The thing is, does he have the necessary patience to continue like this? This is how you wear down and you work out a batsman.
And that's the difference with regional cricket and as Clive Lloyd said, the gap is wide, international cricket. It's consistency. You do something over and over again. We do it sometimes, and then sometimes we stray, but the real professionals at international level can bowl balls in one place all the time. Lance Gibbs used to put 25 cents, and so he says, bowl on it 10 times out of 10.
Well, if he said so, we might as well believe the man.
Yes, I believe him.
Yes.
Full toss.
And this is going to put away nicely.
And he didn't try to hit it too hard. The ground is fast enough. He just stuck it away. Nice timing, and really not much power. And that took it to the boundary for 4. So that's the end of the over, as Nandu goes now to 9, and the total going up to 16 for 1.
Yes, and sometimes when you strive for the Yorker, you can overpitch. This is understandably. These things do happen. Jordan, 3 overs and none for 4. And Shields, the wicket taker, 1 for 12 from 3.
I was going to say, tell Jules Garner that.
Joel Garner, the big bird.
And Lasset Malinga. No, that's not Akeem Green. That's the Pedro Collins.
Yeah, former West Indian fast bowler.
Yeah.
He's one of the coaches here for the combined campuses and colleges.
I thought that was, we were saying, Ghana, my eyes pass him.
Well, I didn't conform with you, because normally when I see Akeem, I see something in front for Akeem.
Yes, that is why my eyes pass Collins. And I was going to say it, but you said it for me.
Oh, and he's striving for the Yorker here. Well bowled, jammed down there at the last moment. That's Perez.
So the place getting more dark, dodgy, murky.
Yes, difficult conditions to bat in. But that's the nature of play. You have to cater for these kind of things. I know we need to say congratulations to Akeem Green and his dear friend Avinash Ramzan. These 2 guys from Newsroom in Guyana.
Yeah, they're the best.
They've been doing a
TV
fantastic
station.
job covering the cricket by being at the ground.
And that's another thing. Most of the journalists who cover cricket don't come to the ground. That's disappointing to me. Standout is Akeem and Green.
Yes.
Akeem and Avinash.
Yeah, this is very good defensive shots. Getting everything behind the line, looking compact. Machu Nandu. He knows that his senior campaigner, Tage, has already departed to the pavilion, out LBW to OJ Shields.
But Tage has got to be concerned with getting back into the West Indies team, and the only way he can do that is by getting runs consistently, big runs. Braffett came back and showed why he's a West Indian player. Struggled for the West Indies a little bit, but came back and scored a big 100.
Yes, and he has scored heavily at regional cricket, Craig Braffett.
And he scored hundreds in every division that he's played from under 13 up.
Yeah, the disappointing thing though of recently, with the exception of that half century he made in Pakistan, he struggled with the bat for the longest while.
But then he comes down to regional cricket,
and that's good to see.
Shows that this level is way below test level. That's what the regional West Indian players have got to do.
Just missing the line here a little. And Campbell coming back in cricket, the Jamaican, he scored 100.
Yeah, John Campbell. Yeah.
So Tage looked the part in the first match against Barbados. Compact, played his own way, really set up good opening stand with Machu Nandu. Happens today was adjudged LBW.
And amazingly, just the second day of the second round, and we've got 9 centuries already scored.
A lot of hundreds.
Good delivery, leaving the batter, who does a little bit of dancing. I wonder if he does that in Guyana or Canada.
Dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, once you're a Guyanese, you're going to dance anywhere you are, and so too in the entire Caribbean. Somebody will say if you hear a bucket song, you're going to dance. or there's a minibus passing on the road and it's not all that tight and firm, the wheels are going to shake, it make a noise. Sean will be on the roadside doing a little bit of jig.
No, I don't encourage that's noise nuisance in the minibuses.
Nicely worked off the front foot here, and it will go back and complete too. Good looking shot. So there was a terrible accident this morning at Lusiknan. Yeah. Goodness gracious me.
So the over is completed, 17 for 1. 7 overs gone.
Yeah,
we've got 54 overs to bowl. Do you think we'll manage all of those overs being bowled?
I doubt whether unless there's a dramatic change of the weather conditions here at Providence. It's looking gloomy, not looking good. The clouds are beginning to get more and more ugly. Condensation is taking place, and there might be some precipitation not far away as well. So based on all of that, this gentleman that we are seeing on screen, he knows that. Looking out there. Shields so far. He will continue. Over number 8. He will begin from this end.
Down the leg side, nice shot though. Perez is playing those shots so classy.
Yes, and one of the reasons why he looks so good, Sean, he's one of those players who will stand taller than the rest. Somebody who stands up tall as well as Paris, Shaqiri Paris that we saw here. He's a very elegant player, and maybe that stance gives him a lot more time to play his shot rather than getting up. He's very comfortable in that zone. And yeah, go ahead.
And Perez has got good trigger movements.
Yes.
When I mean that, he comes across, back, and plays with the bat. That's a beamer.
And he gets it down towards the boundary, a deep backward square. That's gone away for 4. Got on him in a hurry, and it wasn't above that corridor where you can call it a beamer, but it was a quick full toss. He took the left hand away from the bat and controlled it.
Yeah, but that was very high. Just bordering the length. More in one-day cricket, they'd be more firm and penalize the bowler for that. In Sri Lanka, Colin Stewart, who is the nicest person you'd see, was taken off the bowling for bowling 2 beamers. He said the ball slipped out of his hand. The sun was very hot. Well, I know I've been to Sri Lanka and the sun is very hot, and the sweat. But he would not intentionally bowl a beamer to anybody. Good afternoon to you, Colin. Colin Stewart, one of the quickest fast bowlers in his time.
Yes, it was a joy to see him and Rayon King operate together.
When the Ambrose and the Walshes finished, I really thought that King and Rose would have taken over the mantle. That was not to be.
Yes, I will never forget that atmosphere at Border when Pakistan played the West Indies. Rayon King running in from the southern end of the ground.
Well, Shields running in from the southern end of the ground here. And
yeah.
was a short lifting delivery. Well handled in the end though by Perez.
Yes, I remember that battle between himself and Imzimam ul Haq at the famous Border ground. He was Allah, the like of Michael Holding, not in that caliber, but when you look at his run-up, it was sweet.
Well, Michael Holding was his favorite fast bowler. And when Michael Holding said that King can't bowl, he can't bat, he can't field, that really
I think that was frustration.
Him. Yeah.
Him can't bat, him can't bowl, him can't field. We remember those statements. I think he was frustrated with the fielding of Rayon King. But as a fast bowler, showed a lot of promise, Rayon. And it's good to see Kingy, as we are accustomed to call him here in Guyana, is still with the cricket. He's a qualified match referee.
Yes, and I think he's going to some world tournament to umpire, to be a match referee.
That's nice to hear. Go make your money, brother.
Conditions continue to be overcast. I need to go over there. Lights are already turned on in some of the houses. Good Yorker. Nandu didn't know where that one went. Had a quick look around and then saw it was well past the leg stump and brings another good overturn end. At the end of it, 26 for 1.
That was a very, very good Yorker from O.J. Seals, a right topper. And Nandu did well to get some bat onto it to keep it away from the pads or the stumps. He survived that delivery.
I was telling you before the match started that the photo that they put up with the stadium, that was a picture because there's now further development in all areas of that.
On the outskirts of the ground here.
There's the Sarwan Amazonia Mall, and that wasn't in the picture. So I was thinking.
Well, I think what our cameraman was very clinical.
Yeah.
He did not want to do any ambush marketing by promoting the Amazonia Mall. So he kept those camera lenses within the corridors.
Good
Yes.
delivery again as Jordan goes past the edge.
And I know our camera boy here.
Is laughing.
Yes,
smiling,
Matthew.
Because he knows he didn't do that.
He's good at his job, Sean.
Yeah, very good. And he gets capturing all the angles, even Clive Lloyd. So, good afternoon to our hard-working team here at 360.
Hakeem Jordan has bowled impressively from that end. The only thing, there's not a wicket in that wicket column for him.
None for 7 so far.
You realized I was going down the leg side, Hakeem. Started to go up and then pulled the voice down, leg byes. Signal by umpire Patrick Gostard.
So
Patrick has been around for a good time,
Yeah,
Sean.
yeah.
I think he's a very good umpire.
Yeah, out of the land of wood and water.
Yeah. You spend a lot of good times over in Jamaica.
Yeah. I have some good friends there. I think I'm going to go back next month or sometime when
Go-
Guyana plays.
go and enjoy it,
when
man.
Guyana plays Jamaica.
Yeah.
That's a day-night game. Good afternoon to George Seymour. I'm going to be staying with him. I got friends there.
That's another good delivery. Well played too by the left-handed Macho Nandu. He's equal to the battle here, young Nandu, and this is good to see. And he walks away from the stumps, gather his composure, mops the brow, and no doubt talking to himself. Maybe saying, Macho, you're a handsome lad and you're very talented. Stay here.
I want to say good afternoon to all those in Antigua, the home of West Indies cricket. Good afternoon to Miss Wong. I stayed by her when I went to cover the first class tournament there. That's a waiver delivery right down the leg side.
Good for you. You're saving a lot of hotel bills.
Yeah. I check into the hotel, and then when I go to the ground, you find somebody
Nice.
there that you stay by.
And Sean, that is what your work and that is what cricket does, especially when you have an opportunity to travel. You know, the relationships will last for a lifetime, especially when you reach good people and you yourself are good to them.
Yes, certainly. Good delivery, that's also going down the leg side, but more towards the leg stump, which evoked the appeal. More people appealed.
Exactly.
But the same decision, not out.
That's right.
I remember my friend, he's now in Trinidad. Good afternoon to you, Luke Latif and his wife. Did a good job on Kelly Kunja when she was there. When CCC played Trinidad, she was not feeling well and they looked after her. But coming back to that, Luke, I'll tell you about the story after this delivery. Outside the line of the off stump, and that's the end of the over. So 27 for 1. Luke was playing for Burmine, the club that I played for, the club that Shamar played for before it, the same club that turned Tuckburg Park. And his father was one of the best umpires in Ghana from Berbice, Mr. Latif, umpire Rafiq Latif. He's good.
Let me get that clear. Latif.
Yeah, not the thief.
Hello to you, the Latifs.
And he's dead now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Luke was bowling, and Luke appealed. How is that? Not out. How is that again? Not out. How is that, Dad? Not out, son. And that happened for real in a match, a fourth division match in Berbice. So we got many funny moments with the umpires. And that's the same county that Imran Mukan comes from.
So Akeem Jordan. That's
Andre Bailey.
Yeah, that's right. Bailey, 35 on his back. He's going to be bowling from this end. So just replacing O.J. Shields, who I thought bowled quick. And his bowling was good. But they're just trying something else, looking for another wicket here. Perez has other ideas.
Good start.
Yeah, and Sean, some scores coming in where the Leeward Islands Hurricane are playing the Jamaica Scorpions. We can recall the Scorpions scored 320. They batted all of 94.4 overs. And the Hurricanes 171 for the loss of 4. Michael Louis made 4. Kadeem Henry 21. Casey Carty 22. Kareem Gore is left not. He's there batting on 70. He faced 114 balls, 9 fours and 1 6. Yes, he's not out. He's still there. Joel Andrew made 31. Jamar Hamilton, the experienced wicketkeeper batsman, he's gotten a 9 so far. He's batting there along with Gore.
Well, Gore could go on to get 100. That would be good. Very impressed with Joel Andrews, though.
Yes, he's
Can't
not
we get more runs when you get set? When you're on tour of 5, that means you're set. You got 57 in the last game. You got to go on, even though you're young and talented. You won't be young and talented forever, so you've got to go on, force a way into the West Indies team. And it's easier now to get into the team because there are less quality batters to compete with. Back in the days, you had so many quality batters. Some people who would have made the West Indies team didn't.
Another good delivery there. In the bowling department, Marquino Mindley 1 for 21. Gordon Bryan 1 for 42. Odin Smith, good to see him playing 4-day cricket, 1 for 44. And Javor Royal 1 for 37. Those are the bowlers that picked up wickets there.
And the opportunity is there for the youngsters, especially when the senior players go off to play franchise cricket, which is their right, they earn. So the youngsters get in, and they must take the opportunity with both hands.
Well, that was close, but good judgment here from Perez. Barbados Pride, recall, 501 for 4. They batted for 124 overs, so the run rate there was
and
a
how
terrific
many
one.
runs Braffett ended up with?
Braffett was left not out on 208. He made a double century of 328 balls, 18 fours in that, but batted for a very long time and got the results, good results for his patience out in the middle.
He's got a test double century.
Yes.
Wide delivery, almost played it with one hand, Perez.
What went through his mind to go lunging at such a...
Instincts.
Yes, instincts. At such a wide delivery. No, Perez. Don't play that. Talk to yourself out in the middle. Of course, the bowler, Andre Bailey, won't mind that at all. McCaskey, you recall, made 49. And Jonathan Drake's the 117. Yes, Sean?
And I was going to say, he didn't even move his foot. He just slashed it with one hand. You just want to feel the ball on the bat. This is that's poor fielding. And this outfield is very fast, but he will pull it back inches inside the boundary at long on, and they get a gift.
Yes, and the West Indies Academy is yet to make their reply to that. So their back is against the walls here, the Academy. 27 for the loss of 1 here. The Harpy Eagles batting in the first innings, responding to that 375 for 9 made by combined campuses and colleges. Corbin 102, retired hurt. Johan Jeremiah 84, Paris 56. 3 for 115, Joseph. And Premal picking up 3, and so too Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Those are the wicket takers.
I think Ali Mohammed and Joseph bowled really well, especially in Joseph's second and third spell.
And after this over, I'm going to take my break. And our friend from Essequibo. Well. As the ball cannon into the stumps.
Yes, he bowled them.
And that was well bowled by Jordan, picking up his first wicket in this game. Clean bowl there. Did it come off the pad? We shall see on this replay. Oh boy, that was beautifully bowled. Cut back into the left-hander and rocking back the stumps there of Macho Nandu, who stood perplexed, can't believe. And a slow walk back to the pavilion will tell the story. 29 for the loss of 2. Look at that, Sean.
That was an excellent ball. Went right through the gate, and there wasn't a big gap in the gate. And hit the off stump. So Nandu and Chandrapal, both openers, had consecutive partnerships of 50 in the first match. They're back in the pavilion now. 29 for 2. Perez is still there, looking elegant as usual. And he'll be joined by the first innings century maker in the Barbados match. And Anderson, good afternoon to you, Andy.
Hello, good afternoon to you, our listeners, viewers, wherever you're picking up our broadcast. Let me say hello to all our viewers across the Caribbean and in North America, also locally here in Guyana, whether you're in Berbice, Demerara, and my home county, Essequibo. Guyana Harpy Eagles in a spot of butter here, 29 for 2, looking to get another 346 runs. And Akeem Jordan working up some pace, along with fellow opening bowler O.J. Seals.
Jordan bowls one that comes back. A fall shot, first of all, from Anderson, looking to play that a lot straight. It came back, hit the inner part of the bat, and went down towards mid-on. So this conditions is conducive for swing bowling, and we saw that one swing back into the right-handed Anderson.
Yes, and I'm happy that both fast bowlers they are operating under this condition. And I think very good captaincy so far from young Jeremiah, the man from Grenada. Keeping the pressure on both Akeem Jordan and O.J. Seals, bowling very quick and getting the ball to swing.
You've ever been to Grenada?
Yes, I was in Grenada.
For the under 15?
Under 15.
You like Grenada? You had a chance to go to the Carnage?
No, but something that was very interesting with Jamaica, they have a culture, I think like how we have mash. And
Jordan is in, bowls, and that's clipped away down towards the fine leg position. They get a single.
And there's something they call jam jam.
In Grenada?
In Grenada.
Okay.
And when I found out what was that, it's all about part of their culture. They rub their skin with black oil, and they would normally dance the street, and everybody is jamming each other.
Well,
find that very strange.
Yeah, that's the West Indian culture. They've got festivities all across the region, and all includes dancing and music. And that's turned away, nice shot, and you'll get maybe one, they'll press for 2, and that's very good running. So good running between the two. They come back for 2, and Anderson
Perez
as the non-strikers in, and Perez with that shot moves to 32 for 2.
Yes, I think Raymond Perez, very good 46 in the first game, looked very solid, and looking good so far.
Leaves it alone, and there's no run. So another over is completed. I doubt if we'll have 54 overs bowled today. It's 32 for 2. 11 overs gone.
Well, Sean, yesterday we heard about why not utilizing the lights from Sir Clive Lloyd. So lights are here, and if the overs need to be bowled,
But if they didn't use it yesterday, they wouldn't use it today.
well, yesterday we had 90 overs. Probably we'll have to wait and see. Yes.
And today is going up to 6 o'clock. Well, Collins is getting a word from the great leader, Sir Clive Lloyd.
That will be Kevlon Anderson.
Nice shot, pitched up. But Bailey bowls a dot ball.
Yes. So
Looking to hit that a bit too hard, Kevlon Anderson. But he's a stroke maker. When you look at him and Perez bat, I like to see Butters bat like that.
yes, they are both very good stroke players, and Kevlon is a very risky player. He loves to use the wrist, especially when the ball is on middle and leg stump. He worked that ball nicely off his legs using the wrist. And if you would have witnessed his century in the first game, played some glorious on drives and through forward square, mid-wicket region. A lot of the boundaries was through that area.
And the on drive is arguably, so they say, the hardest shot to play in cricket. And he's perfected that. Nice shot, and he could also play through the offside, and he punches that one out towards the extra cover boundary for 4.
That's a lovely looking shot. Stand up on the back foot and just punching that, beating the man at cover all the way into the boundary for 4. And just as was saying how good of a play he is on the onside, he is also equal to that, playing strokes through the offside.
So he is on 5. It's 36 for 2. Bailey bowls, leaves it alone outside the off stump. A good on driver too was the former West Indies one-day player, Keith Semple. Didn't go on to play Test cricket. But those days, even it was past the glory days, the teams were still strong. And Semple was a good on driver, Keith Semple. He's now, I think, living in England.
Yes, Keith Semple was one of the batters who bat very well for Guyana in his days.
Lovely shot again. That's 4 more. So Bailey licking boundaries on the offside, on the onside, and Anderson is on the way to scoring a big score, hopefully, for Guyana. Hopefully for CCC, he'll be soon dismissed. 40 for 2.
Oh, Sean, I don't want to see that. I want to see this young man bat as long as possible. And if I would want to say, in my book, that's his trademark shot.
Well, I'm sure those people in the campuses, the followers of the students in Cave Hill, Moona, St. Augustine would hope that he's dismissed this ball.
Well, let's hope that wouldn't be a commentator's curse.
Yorker length, well played. And quickly scoots out of the way, anticipating the bowler would shy the stumps. Didn't.
Kevlon Anderson, one of the young cricketers coming through the ranks from under 15, under 17, but he would have really blossomed in the under 19 stages. And
did a lot of work at the West Indies Cricket Academy.
Yes.
Gotten 300s now, 250s his name. Relatively short career, still a young man. And this is a mishit. The slow delivery, played before his time, looking to off drive or straight drive, and the ball coming back, hitting the inner half of the bat and going into the onside. So the over is completed, 40 for 2, 12 overs gone. Akeem Jordan and Shields, the wicket takers.
So these two would need to consolidate here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles and put a very good partnership together. So to take the score as close as possible for this first innings posted by the CCC, and with a very good partnership lay a foundation for the rest of the batters to come. Let me say good afternoon to Stephen Jacobs, the councillor on the Mayor and City Council. Good afternoon to you, Stephen.
Turned away neatly there by Perez. Well, I know Stephen as a former Guyana cricketer. He was a batting all-rounder and he turned a bowling all-rounder towards the end of his career.
Yes, I follow Stephen a lot in his youth cricket career. And if I'm correct, Sean, Stephen was once the captain for West Indies under 19?
Yes, one match when they got bowled out for 18 at Beaumont against Barbados. And then Shamar Brooks took the team and they went to Malaysia for the World Cup. So technically, yes, he was the captain.
Yes.
Something you wouldn't want to remember.
A very intelligent cricketer.
Yeah, a very intelligent person.
Yes.
Similar to Dion Johnson.
And Stephen would have studied at CCC, if I'm correct, one of the University of the West Indies.
Yeah, Barbados.
Yes. Did he went on to represent CCC?
Yes, I think he first represented CCC and then he represented Guyana after that. And you must ask him who taught him to bowl off spin.
Okay. So we'll have to ask who is he supporting in this match. That's a lovely looking shot. And that's the trademark of Cleveland Anderson. A ball that was pitched on the line of leg stump and worked away all along the carpet here at the Providence Stadium into the boundary for 4.
Pure elegance.
And
45 for 2 now. He quickly goes up into double figures with that boundaries. 13. Perez is 14. And CCC were in a similar position. They were 30 for 2. And they got to lunch with the same 2 batsmen batting. They had 119. So let's hope that these two can carry on the partnership. In the end, the partnership was worth 128 for the third wicket.
And that's a ball just back of the length. And Kevlon Anderson equal to the task there. Just play that one out to the man coming in from short mid-wicket.
But this partnership is going to be important to see Guyana. They got to first see Guyana to tee and then bat as long as possible into the day. And you've got Imlach to come. Last year, Imlach missed the first 2 matches because of West Indies one-day duties and still scored over 400 runs. He got 2 centuries. The first one was when he and Chandrapal both got centuries in the same innings of the same match when they played Barbados in Antigua, and he also got 2 half centuries last year season.
What I would like to see happening is that our young batters taking the responsibility and bat.
Oh my dear, that one brushed the edge, almost brushed the edge, and looking to do what he replayed. His rehearsal left it alone. Should have done that in the first instance.
That's a very good delivery here by Hakeem Jordan. A ball that was pitched up and just moved away there from Kevlon, drew him into the shot, and he was beaten outside the off stump there.
Hakeem Jordan has a wealth of experience. Maybe it's a good thing that they brought him in to strengthen a young CCC team. Last year they had Brooks as captain. Forward comes Anderson and turns the ball into the onside. Explored the possibility of a second, but then quickly aborted the idea as the over comes to an end.
The score moves up to 46 for 2 at the end of 13 overs. Raymond Perez on 14, Kevlon Anderson on 14, and the 2 batsmen gone Machu Nandu for 11 and Tejin Chandrapal.
In case you've just joined us, for whatever reason that might be, CCC, put into bat by Guyana. They reached 375 for 9 innings closed because Kyle Corbin, who got his second first-class century and his second 100 against Guyana in one-day and first-class cricket, he retired hurt, fell when he got the boundary, hit the ball to the boundary, looked not misfielded, and he collapsed on the ground, maybe injuring his shoulder or his hand. He made 102, and earlier Jeremiah, the captain, made 84, and Paris making 56. Outside the line of the off stump is Akeem Jordan. Bailey continues, and Joseph a little bit on the expensive side, 3 for 115. Ali Mohammed 3 for 56, and Pamal 3 for 87. But having said that, I think Ali Mohammed bowled the best, and Joseph in his second and third spell looked the part, and we see the lights coming on now.
Yes. It's a beautiful shot once again on the line of the leg stump into the path of Kevlon Anderson, and that one was flicked away all along the ground. What a lovely shot, Sean.
Yeah, very exquisite shot. You can't bowl on the legs to Kevin Anderson or full on the off stump. And I now see where Stephen Jacobs is. He's right there. He must have even heard me.
Yes, so as I was saying, if you want to name the on drive, that's Kevlon Anderson specials. Love to play the on drive, love to play on the leg side.
There was a young man called Sion Hetmeyer, the brother of Shimron Hetmeyer, and he was a glorious on driver. I saw him get a classy 100 against Trinidad in Barbados at the youth level.
Yes, so Kevlon Anderson, man from Berbice, played for the Rose Hall Town Youth Sports Club. And I guess Mr. Foster is tuned into the broadcast.
Yeah,
good afternoon to you, Mr. Foster.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Foster. And he's so proud of his players. Every time they do something, he posts a Facebook post about his players and how many players have represented Guyana from Rose Hall Town and West Indies. And he's done hard work to get these players there with the help of sponsors and coaches and also themselves.
Yes, and yesterday, if you were following the broadcast, the legend Sir Clive Lloyd speak about respect, and I think that was something that Mr. Foster would have earned from his players. A lot of the players who came out of that youth club have great respect for Mr. Foster.
And that delivery stopped on Perez looking to play the on drive. He's not as accomplished as Anderson in the on drive, and he hit it in the air. That's Norman the Juice Man, Guyana's biggest cricket fan, and he's always got something to say to the players.
Yes, Norman is the sideline coach, and yesterday Norman was saying to me,
This is much better played, the on drive, but still no run. Yes, Andy?
yes, Norman was saying to me that we need to get him on camera. We need to let his supporters know he is here supporting the Harpy Eagles and his boys. At the end of the over, the score moved up to 51 for 2.
So the Guyana fifth are coming up in the 14th over, and the lights now taking effect. So 6 o'clock, once there's no rain, we should have cricket played here. Unfortunately for my editor, Mr. Horatio, he doesn't want the match to go on further. He hates rain because he wants to close off the paper as early as possible to get some rest.
He needs his articles.
Yeah, he wants them prompt, on time.
Yes. So, would it be a bowling change? No, it would be Jordan to continue from the northern end,
Yeah.
commentary box end.
The media center end, this is the commentary box end. We'll be doing it temporarily from the southern end, but usually there's the media center where the TV commentators, the radio commentators, the journalists record their work. Jordan in bowls and Anderson going a long way across. We'll have to look at that on the replay. He ran into a finger, as you said. Let's look at the replay. Went a long way across, but yeah, the ball was missing the leg stump.
I think Kevlon Anderson is a bit unfortunate
Yeah.
here. That ball would have been missing leg stump, moving along.
Yeah, because you couldn't see his leg stump, even though he moved a long way across, and the ball hit the outside of the leg stump, outside of his pads. So you can say he's slightly unfortunate, but the umpires will make mistakes every now and then. They are human. And unfortunate for Kevin Anderson.
And I guess the CCC would be happy to see the back of Kevlon Anderson, who was looking very good out in the middle, but unfortunately played on the wrong line. Missed that one as it was heading down the leg side, crashed into the pad, and was given out by umpire Patrick.
And I'm sure you would hear Clive Lloyd saying where he is right now that there needs to be a DRS system.
Yes, I support that call from Sir Clive Lloyd yesterday.
But I was
when
telling him that if you get DRS system for all the matches, that will cost a lot of money. Extra money that West Indies board don't have.
Well, development takes time, it's a process, and it requires resource. So if you're thinking about holistic development for the game and the sport, I think all the factors need to be included. So if we're going to go DRS, the financial resource need to be there.
Jordan with his tail up. Cross delivery again, stuck in the pad. And this time, umpire goes start, finger stays down. And there is Norman, the juice man, giving the umpire quite a few words.
Yes, well, Norman is a spectator beyond the boundary. He has his opinion, but the umpire decision will remain final.
Yes.
Hakeem Jordan is running pretty much a decent pace here, and it's the test batsman, Captain Tevin Imlach, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. A lot of responsibility on his shoulder with his batting here now. Guyana to overhaul his first innings total posted by the CCC. Tevin Imlach would need to get some runs under his belt. Sean.
Had a good season last year, had a good knock of 35 in Pakistan. This one goes past the head, well bowled by Jordan.
And that one went the other way this time. Pitched and moved away. Imlach playing down the line.
With his keeping also in Pakistan. The first Guyanese to play as a keeper in Test cricket since 1962 when Ivor Mandonza played. And only Milton Paidana has played in Pakistan, but he played one-day internationals after 1962.
Imlach is driving up to the captain, Jeremiah, mid-on. And if you speak about Imlach's keeping, I recall in one of the under-19 encampment when Guyana was preparing for the regional tournament, I saw Imlach 2 o'clock in the morning doing training with his fellow teammates Nathan Prasad, who was also a keeper, and they were just throwing down balls between a few stumps, and I was very impressed with the commitment and kind of work they were putting in
And
at
as
that
the
time.
over comes in 51 for 3, and where did this happen? Indoors or outdoors?
Yes, this happened at LBI in the indoor facility.
3 o'clock in the morning.
2 o'clock in the
2
morning.
o'clock.
And that year, he went on to be selected for the West Indies on the 19 World Cup team, and did well on that tour as well.
Yeah.
He's a very hard worker,
Yeah,
Kevin
committed. There are
Imlach.
some committed young players. When you talk about the lack of discipline, that's painting all the cricketers with a broad brush. There are some, most of them, are dedicated and work hard. And then there are some who just are indisciplined, don't want to train. So there are differences with the players themselves. So you can't paint all with one brush. Say this young generation is this and that. So there's some in this generation that work just as hard as in Clive Lloyd's generation.
Yes, and one of the standout thing about Kevin Imlach, very disciplined young man, and happy to see how he would have progressed from youth cricket into regional cricket and now into West Indies setup.
And this is the guy I wanted to see. Avinash Mahabir Singh, right arm off spinner. First time I saw him was making his debut on his 23rd birthday last April, so he'll be 24 April. Bowled with a lot of guile, a lot of flight, variation, and the right pace. Got
Right.
7 wickets haul against Guyana.
If I'm correct, Mahabir Singh is from Trinidad.
Yes, he's a former West Indies under 19 player also. Oh my dear, that one was the arm ball, looking to turn with the spin, and it didn't turn, hit the outside edge of the bat and went down towards the man at backward point. Luckily for him, it didn't go in the air.
Yes. Mahabir Singh was part of that under 19 team along with Kevlon Anderson and a few others that went to New Zealand.
Yep.
Yes, I think he was the lone off spinner on that tour.
So he's got a slip, he's got a forward short leg, he's got a catching fielder there at short mid wicket. He's got a man at mid on, just where the 30-yard circle would be. He's got a short fine leg, and he's got a backward square on the boundary. So
Very attacking field, Sean.
yeah, just 3 men on the offside, 4 men on the onside, and this one is turned between the forward short leg and the man at the 4 or 5, and he gets a single.
The score moves up to 53 for 3. And Harpy Eagles in a spot of border here. And these two batters would need to consolidate and battle the rest of the afternoon.
Oh my dear, he struck with his second ball, inside edge, onto the pad, a little bit of turn, and that's when you bowl slow and you get the ball to turn and bunks. And Perez looks on as his demise has come. 53 for 3. Perez gone, caught at forward short leg for 15. Guyana 53 for 3 now.
53 for 4.
Yeah, 53 for 4.
Yes. And that was a ball that was flighted. It gripped a bit into the surface, and Perez trying to turn that ball, working off the legs, and I think that's the last ball before tee. And inside edge onto the pad and taken by the man at forward short leg. So Ghana Harpy Eagles definitely in some sort of trouble here now at 53 for 4 at tee.
Yeah, they're chasing 376 to get first innings points until we come back maybe in the next 15 minutes or so. We say goodbye for now.
two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. I know. Obviously, for me, I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do, and be prepared to put some hard yards in before, so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit, was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler, when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket here, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. It's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it on AIM Barbados on CCC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fida, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, "Legend, what do you think about this?" and what we think. And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game. This didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us, and it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice. And I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I wasn't playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sledge the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's down. Walsh's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other, and I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me, because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition.
Well, just before tea, the Harpy Eagles, they have found themselves in a little bit of a hole on the back foot, struggling to get through that. 53 for the loss of 4, 15.5 over Sendong, and that's after the combined campuses and colleges rattle up 375 for the loss of 9. So this is the second round action. It continues the final session. We're going until 6 p.m. this evening, once the light permits that to happen. So they're in terrible trouble at the moment. Very strong batting team put under pressure. With me in the come box is the former Guyana under 19 player, West Indies under 19 player as well, Stephen Jacobs. Hello to you, Stephen. 53 for the loss of 4. That's some trouble for the Harpy Eagles.
Yes, thanks for having me. Pleasant good afternoon to the viewers and listeners. You have to admire the way CCC has been playing from the inception, from the start of this game, and coming in and bowling pretty well, being consistent, Jordan, and then the off spinner coming into the lineup and out in press at the stroke of tea. You have to give them some credit. They've been disciplined, they've been sticking to their tasks, and they're actually on top of the game at the moment.
Yes, so Mahabir Singh is going to complete this over with his final delivery. He's picked up one for just 2 runs, and he continues to be a thorn in the flesh of the Guyanese. Lovely flight to delivery to bring the over to an end, at the end of which it's 53 for the loss of 4. Stephen, this is not going to be an interview. This is going to be a Stephen Jacobs, and I personally feel, and a lot of people feel, can make an excellent cricket commentator. So Stephen is going to join me for cricket commentaries. Take it away, Stephen.
Thank you very much. I'm very flattered at what you actually just said. I really love this game. It's because of this game I am where I am today, and I owe this game every single thing. But it's obviously nice to be here with you. Mlak, after coming back from the test tour, I think he has a point to prove. Coming back from West Indies team, once you come down to this level, you need to put up your hand. You need to make runs. Craig Braffett just made a double century also.
Yes, and I'm in total agreement with you. You want to showcase that, this is a different standard of cricket. And, establish that authority. He has a chance, the skipper himself, to shoulder this responsibility. He's just faced 8 deliveries so far, but did look the part in Pakistan, especially in the second test match that they won.
Yes, it's a difficult wicket. I mean, I had the opportunity while I was playing to actually, speak to Kevin or had some interactions. Yes, that one is down to third man, and that is going to be 4. Flirtatious outside the off stump, but he gets 4. I mean, like I was saying, Kevin, he's Mlak, he's one that places a lot of emphasis on his fitness and his game and getting better every single day, practicing, putting in the work. So I was very, very happy to see him in the West Indies team. He's been in the squad for quite a while. But coming in Pakistan, playing on a difficult wicket, keeping wickets also, he showed that he has the temperament at that level. I only wish him the very best.
Yes, and I think all West Indies will love to see the youngster go on from there. 2 slips and 2 gullies in action.
Great shot to cover there by Tevin Mlak. He runs to the non-strikers and just tap at that crease. Excellent shot. Coming forward, leading over the ball and keeping it flat, and it runs out to the boundary. Excellent shot. That is Tevin Mlak for you.
Yes, and he did the basics, didn't look to overhit the ball, just got into a good position, maintained the balance and the flowing bat upon the impact. From the time it left it, had 4 written all over it.
A lot of responsibilities on Tevin Mlak's shoulders right now, being the captain of the team, coming back from a West Indies tour, and the score at 61 for 4, chasing a total or trying to get past a total of over 300.
And Stephen, your little thoughts on how the pitch has played?
I think it's actually a bit surprising, especially when the CCC batted. I think it was an excellent wicket. It played beautifully. Here at Providence, you always expect the ball to spin a little bit more, but it played excellent. You can see from Kyle Corbin scoring 100. You could also look at the captain for CCC team batting, compiling an excellent innings. But all in all, I really think it's a good wicket. You just have to be patient as possible and execute.
Yes, and Jordan, who is bowling here, I think he has been very, very patient. His first spell, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 16 will tell the story how well he has bowled on this pitch. Shields, 1 for 19 from his 4, did bowl with some sort of good pace. Bailey, 3 overs done for 15, and Mahabir Singh, Orly just a lone over. But he's going to be a story of interest of what transpired out in the middle.
Yes, definitely. Jordan has the experience, and then he understands the wicket. You have to bowl. Well bowled by Jordan there, but well played by Tevin. Just punching that one out to mid-on. But Jordan has the experience, and he would understand that this is not test cricket, but 4 days cricket, and you have to be patient. You have to nag away outside that off stump and allow the batsman to obviously make a mistake. So he has the experience, and CCC will obviously be depending a lot on him to, while the off spinner plugs away at the end in an aggressive manner, he maintains a consistent line and length and bringing some sort of pressure on the batsman.
Yes, certainly. And the off-spinner, Mahabir Singh, will continue. A lovely off-spinner. Made his debut against Guyana last year and picked up 7 wickets. That's sometime play on the mind.
He actually looks really good. Nice flight. Beautiful action comes over his front foot. I think Sean Devers would actually be happy to see something like this. I know he calls a lot for really good off-spinners.
Yeah,
but one of the things our spinners need to do in the Caribbean is be as consistent as possible. You want to build pressure and allow the batsman to make a mistake. And we saw that a lot in Pakistan with the Pakistan bowlers. They built pressure. They were consistent. And even Jamal Warkan, very consistent. You remained, you put the balls in the areas of uncertainty and question the batsman's defense. And I think that is very, very important as a spinner.
Yeah, and he did mention too, he had to work out a plan at what speed I'm going to get these revs on my ball to get to the Pakistanis batter. And he said he realized he had to slow it down. And that's the reason why he was very successful. But that was brilliant bowling and refreshing to see from Jomel.
Yes, and we had a conversation earlier about players who, who've been around for quite a while. But I made a point in that some players develop later than others. Excellent, well played by Mlak, just hitting that one out to long on and picking up a single. About players who develop a little later in their careers. Because the system that is currently in the West Indies, I think that we need to work on. It's grooming these players after the under 19 level, at the under 23 level, putting them in that sort of environment that will then improve their skill, their natural talent that they have. Because when you reach to that next level in playing international cricket, it's more of the mind and how do you work out situations.
Yes, because this championship is the highest level of cricket played among territories in the Caribbean. And that's a lovely looking shot. He's going to get it close towards the boundary. Might not reach there. Well, it actually has done a tumbling effort by the fielder, running away very close towards the boundary region. And he got 4 good-looking shot by the left-hander. And you're right about that. My take on it, if you're playing 4-day cricket at the regional level, it should offer you that transition that we are looking for. Now, that has not been forthcoming, especially, like you said, from the under-19 to the territorial teams in the 4-day cricket. And that presents a lot of problem because we have never short of talent in the region. It's just making that transition.
It is definitely that. I made a point about Stephen Smith being a leg spinner when I played at the Youth World Cup, but now he's one of the best ever to hold a cricket bat. So it's how do you narrow that gap in terms of from the under 19, under 23 level into the cricket? How can you narrow that gap? I'm seeing West Indies Cricket Board is actually trying and having these academy teams, bringing them out to the 4-day tournament and giving them more opportunity to develop. I mean, that is a good start. Again, Tevin Mlak just coming forward, hitting the outer part. He's going to come back for 2. Excellent running by Tevin Mlak and Savory. These two bat very well together. They played at the DCC Cricket Club years ago, but these two bat very well together, very fit individuals, and they'll be looking to run hard. And that is the type of cricket that Guyana need at the moment to bring them out of this current situation.
Yes, a strong batting lineup, but they are pegged back at the moment. And these two, the question is, do they have the necessary quality? And we all think they do. And it's good to see them spend some time out in the middle there. So, Stephen, we're talking as we look to develop the game in the region. more longer format of the game in individual territories as well.
Well played by Mlack, just coming on the back foot and pushing that one out to extra cover. He looks very, very solid and compact as he usually does. But you can look at the amount of cricket that is played now in Guyana, and I think that is a concern. We need to play a little bit more cricket, especially at the senior level. I'm talking about when you look at the Georgetown level, you look at the Essequibo level. Those local boards need to, as much as possible. I know a lot of them might cry finances, but we need to find a way to play more cricket so that we can have more cricketers come in and be in, widening the pool to select from.
Well, what we know is that there is a lot of white ball cricket being played, but we are talking here about the longer format of the game. I would love for that day to come back when we can have those 3-day tournaments like we used to have in the past.
That is very, very important, and I'm very happy that you made that point. When I had played at the age of 12, started to play, I actually made my first division debut at the age of 14. And it started with the 3-day tournament that we usually played here, in Georgetown. And that was a major test for me as a youngster. And I think that is very well played by Impact. Nice and composed and solid. He looks really well. So I'm saying that is very, very important so that players understand that while you have these lucrative tournaments and lucrative formats, it's important that the ultimate test is actually test cricket, to test your talents and test your ability. So playing a lot more of those cricket is very, very important. And you can see players who play test cricket can always change gear.
Yes, you adapt to the different situations.
Yes.
And the only time that you have to spend long out in the middle is the longer format. I was talking to Sir Clive yesterday. Thanks to him, he was with us on commentaries, and he was saying how important the longer format is. You spend more time in the middle, you develop a different character, a different mindset, you understand how to build innings, how to play different situations. It actually helps you in the shorter format.
Definitely, that is what I'm saying. How many successful T20 players? Mlack turns that one behind square, pushing hard again. I spoke about his positive running and comes back easily for 2 runs. Excellent batting by Mlack. So I mentioned about how many successful T20 players do you see graduate to excellent Test cricketers? And how many successful Test cricketers you see graduate to excellent T20 cricketers? You look at Kane Williamson. You look at Stephen Smith. The transition is easier from Test cricket to T20 versus T20 cricket into Test cricket. So having that necessary skill playing Test cricket and adapting that type of patience and concentration is very, very important. It helps you in every single format.
Yes, you learn the game in totality. That's the basic thing. Running between the wickets, you learn from there as well.
Yes. Savory comes forward there. Savory over the years, I must say, has improved leaps and bounds. And his will and his ability to fight through innings is something to be admired. Excellent shot by Savory. Beautiful shot all along the carpet. Excellent shot by Savory through extra cover as the CCC player picks it up from over the ropes. Excellent shot by Savory coming off of a 99. One of the few cricketers, first-class cricketers, to score 99. But Savory, he has been really, really good for Guyana over the years, and I must commend him.
Yes, certainly. That was a fantastic shot. He wasn't cramped for room whatsoever. He knew exactly where he wanted to plant that left leg. He did a fantastic job there. Great shot through extra cover. Yes, and another aspect to his game as well. I love the way that he captained the Harpy Eagles. Seems to have a lot of knowledge and willing to take risk. And that's the reason I'll give him 100% for the way he captained the team against Barbados Pride. And that was good to see.
Yes, that was absolutely commendable. He is a leader from the way he speaks. That one is down leg. It seems to me like it had a bit of bat to it, the umpire will confirm.
Stephen, as we look at Mahabir Singh here, a youngster, do you think he has the basics? You like that strong action he has?
Yes, like I mentioned before, he has good guile. He has a decent approach to the crease. But one of the things that he needs to do is be as consistent as possible. Not trying to do too much, but trying to test the batsman defense in terms of bringing them a subtle change of pace can also do. But he has excellent bringing the batsman forward, testing his ability to come forward, testing his defense. This is what you want to do at this level and also in this format. You want to test their ability, but he looks pretty good. He looks like something that you can work with. Excellent again, bringing him forward.
Yes, I do agree with you. And you're hearing from a man who played the game and was in his time when he played the cricket was a very, very good off spinner as well. Stephen, did you start it off as an off spinner?
Well, I actually started off as a medium fast bowler when I started to play at the age of 12. Excellent shot by Savory, just hitting that one just in front of square to the boundary for one. So I started off playing as a medium fast bowler like anyone else while you were playing school wind ball cricket in the primary school. And then I would say I attempted to start to bowl leg spin because I saw it was very odd. And most persons bowled, and none of them worked out. Having the influence in my area of the Lennox Coach and the Dion Ferriers and the Oren Fords and so forth, we had a lot of off-spinning all-rounders at Maltino Sports Club. So I basically followed them. And then you also had somebody like Sean Devers.
Yes, and we always say Sean, one of the best off spinners we would have seen locally here in his youthful years.
Definitely. I think if Sean picks the ball up now, he'll probably pick up a few wickets at the first class level. I kid you not. I'm very serious. So I started then, and then obviously I was obviously more of a batsman during that time.
Yes, Stephen, I'm hearing you.
Yes, I was obviously a batsman during that period in my younger days. And while I made the senior team, it shifted mostly off. So because when I made my senior national team, you had the likes of the Travis Dowlins, the Narsingh Dina Rice, the Ramnesh Sawans, the Shivnai Chandra Pauls, and so forth. It was very, very difficult to get in that lineup as actually a batsman. You might play one game and then you're on the bench.
Yeah, so I'll tell you the news we got from Sean, our colleague. Yeah, he went down to seek information on Kyle Corbin, and he said that he has a dislocated right shoulder. It's in straps at the moment. He had his medical people look at it, and he's recuperating and might very well take part in the second innings if it comes to that. So that's good news.
Definitely, definitely. We actually played youth cricket together for the West Indies, Kyle Corbin.
Really?
Really good player. We actually played for CCC together. I would like to congratulate him personally on that 100. I think it was well organized and well constructed. And I actually called it before. I told Leon, yes. But I'm very, very happy to hear that he's okay. I wish him a speedy recovery, and I hope to see him back on the field pretty soon.
Yes, OJ Shield switched to the northern end of the ground, a bumper, but no problem whatsoever to Kemal Savory, watching the ball float by into the gloves of the keeper. And you mentioned about, growing up as a youngster, you first started to bowl medium pace. Was there any West Indian fast bowler at the time that you model yourself and a young Stephen wanted to be this particular fast bowler?
I actually used to call myself Corey Collymore.
Wow.
Because I liked when he bowled
Yes, and the edge found, the catch taken at the wicket. Umpire Patrick Gustard had no hesitation, and he knew it was going to happen there, Kemal Savory. He's gone for the trouble for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're now 78 for the last of 5. Half the wickets dismissed.
Well bowled by CCC. Like I said before, they maintain discipline. A ball pitched just around the middle and off stump, going away from the batsman. Savory pushing and stabbing at it a little bit and caught behind. He actually looked a bit dejected there, but The umpire had the last say. Caught behind, well bowled to the CCC. Guyana in a bit of trouble here at 78 for 5. They definitely in need of a partnership.
Yeah, the question is here now, can they save themselves the follow on? And that's going to be detrimental to them if they can't, because 5 gone, that's the cream of the crop. 375 was made by the combined campuses and colleges, and the champions, they're the defending champions, they're really on the back foot.
Yes, this shows the unpredictability of cricket. CCC, combined colleges and campuses, a team of university students that obviously don't play a lot of cricket together.
Yes.
Coming to Guyana,
yes,
in Guyana's backyard, and exposing their weakness, as per se. They're actually 78 for 5 now. The cream of the crop, like you mentioned, their batting is back in the hut. But you also have 2 West Indies cricketers out there right now in the middle. In Kevin Sinclair, who scored a half century in Australia, and Tevin M. Black, who have been doing really well at this level. The hope lies with them in terms of how far they will go and how close they'll get to that score.
I agree with you, because if they're going to rebuild this innings, here is where the partnership must take place. And I love the partnership that was built by the combined campuses and colleges. Shaqiri, Paris, he played excellently. Kyle Corbin, that fantastic 100, their skipper. Johan Jeremiah, brilliant knock. They built partnership all along the way. Even their keeper, Richards, who scored 40.
Excellent bowling. I'm seeing it is a bit overcast here today, this afternoon. I'm wondering, the ball, you're having some side movements. You're also having some movement off of the wicket. You can see that one just touching just outside off stump and also just going away a little bit. So excellent conditions here to bowl in for the CCC. They should definitely try and make use of this atmosphere here this afternoon.
I do agree with you. And you mentioned patience, you mentioned consistency. They are all important. And I think here is where that's a little difference with how some of our bowlers bowl when they bowl to the CCC. Look, making him play short, rising delivery on the right-hander, Kevin Sinclair. And hit at the groin area there. That's not a good feeling.
Definitely not. Definitely. And you can see he's actually on the floor. I'm probably thinking that the physiotherapist will come. But while we commend the CCC players on the field, we also have to look at players we also have to look at the coaches and the staff who are working with the CCC players. As I came up today, I saw the great man, Pedro Collins.
Yes, prominent.
He actually bowled out the West Indies on the 19 team at Blairmont. I was a part of that also too.
Yeah.
For the lowest score ever actually in 18 as my
yes,
so it was on the 19,
yes.
right?
And look at Kevin here, having a little bit of a shake. When you hit in that place where the sun doesn't shine,
yes,
that's a wake-up call for you.
It's definitely not a good feeling. You know your midsection hurt. Everywhere hurts for
I
you.
had a friend, we were playing cricket, hardball cricket. He got hit in that place there, and somebody asked him, did you lose any one of those little round marbles? He said, no problem, I lost one because I was born with 3, so 2 still are remaining.
Yes, it's really not a good feeling. But I mentioned the backroom staff for the CCC and the combined colleges, the persons, the brains behind it that really put this team together and also work with them. I saw Pedro Collins, an excellent person to be working with these youths. And if you look at their team, it's a lot of talented individuals coming together to make up the CCC team. It's you look at former Jamaican player Man Singh, leg spinner, batsman. You look at Mr. Paris. You look at Jordan. All good players here having an opportunity to come out and show their talent.
Was very impressed with their skipper, Johan Jeremiah. Played exceptionally well.
I think he's a former West Indies under 19 player.
Absolutely so.
Yes. Excellent player also. Well bowled. Testing times here for the Guyanese batsmen. They need to show their worth.
Yes, and the good thing too with these boys, they're attacking the stumps very often. The over's been completed. It's 78 for the loss of 5. Well, if you're Guyanese and you say you can't believe the scorecard, this is true. It doesn't lie.
No, it definitely
Yeah.
doesn't.
And you were talking about that on the 19 match at Blairmont when Guyana was bowled out to how much? 18,
18,
right?
yes.
I remember the caption on Stabrook News by our friend who was gone to the great Beyond Roberts. He mentioned, yes, bowled out for 18. That's what they are. Under 19.
Yes.
I will always remember that.
So I captained that team.
Yes.
In that particular game. We won the toss. I actually wanted to bowl for us.
And what happened?
The coach wanted us to bat. So, as an Emla coming back, punching that one out to the offside. As a team, and this is a captain can tell you this. As a team that is perceived to be an underdog, when you're coming against the likes of that one is short, pulling behind square Emlak, when you're perceived to be an underdog, the first thing you'd want to do is to bowl for us. Because if you're going to have an opportunity to win the game, you'd want to bowl for us. Having said that, the Blairmont wicket had a bit of moisture inside. And then you would understand the tides here in Guyana. When the tide is up, how the ball
and
moves.
that's close to the Berbice River mouth.
And then you had Pedro Collins, the swing king.
Yes.
You had Corey Collymore. You also had Fidel Edwards in the lineup.
And that was a powerful trial.
Powerful combination. And they were obviously in their prime. Not to make an excuse. They bowled excellent. All right? But ideally, I thought it would have been best to bowl first. See how you can... because they also had a powerful batting lineup. A lot of players made their debuts around that time too. I'm talking about the 19, playing at the listed level for the first time. So it was something that we had tried to forget as fast as possible.
What was the reaction of the spectators like at Blairmont? We know Barbician turned up in their numbers.
So the persons were coming in, and the game was finished.
I can imagine that. Yeah, we were doing another match in Georgetown. I think it was at Enmore when we heard what was transpiring up at Blairmont. It's 78 here for the loss of 5 at the end of the over. You remind me of that name, Corey Collymore. I will never ever forgive him for this. I was doing commentaries at Border. England were down here. My first one-day international. And my stint had finished. I think the West Indies, England had needed how much? 18 to 20 around there to win in the last over. So my stint was finished and I was getting up to leave to give it over to Faz Mohammed. Fazir held me, pushed me back in the seat and he said, Inderjeet, West Indies is going to win this one. Call it. This is your first ODI. The next 3 deliveries, the wicketkeeper Reed smashed Corey Collymore, 3 sixes, and that was the end of the game.
Yes.
Oh boy!
Right, and I'm pretty sure that you did well and called it.
78 for the loss of 5. I too almost got numb. I looked at Faz, he looked at me, and he said, "You should have come. West Indies would have won."
Coming back to this game, I think it's very, very important that for Kevin Sinclair, sake also that he gets some runs, that he puts his hands up. And, really churn out some runs here for Guyana. Also, coming back after that Pakistan tour. I love to see players do well at this level.
Yes, I do agree with you. And this is a fine shot to turn nicely, making use of the speed of the bowler. Tantalizing chase, kisses the rope. And that's 4 good-looking runs to the right hand.
Yes.
And, Stephen, when you said you want to see Kevin do good, I agree with you. One of the reasons why is that in the heyday of West Indies cricket, under Richards, under Lloyd, the role that Roger Harper and Carl Hooper played, Roger was that off spinner primarily, but with the bat as well. Kevin can play that role in West Indies cricket.
Definitely. And you've seen that throughout throughout Guyana's history, first-class history in terms of the players that played for Guyana. You had the likes of Mahendra Nagamutu. You also had the likes of Anil Magarel.
Yes.
So you never could have counted Guyana out at any time. They might be 6 down for 100, but they might make 300 runs. They were that good.
Yeah, exactly. And this is one thing with this Guyana Harpy Eagles team too. 7 out of the 9 titles they have won, Barbados won the other 2. It was situations like these that brought out the best from the Eagles. So they tend to strive when their back is against the wall. That character to fight to the end, that character to win. These are good qualities of the human mind, especially in a team effort.
I'm very, very happy that you brought it up, because on a number of occasions, me and my friend Leon Johnson would have these conversations. But one of the things that, in my mind, I see different with the players that Leon captained and win a whole host of titles in that era, and then also, well, ball pushing out the cover, quick single, might be over Chose here. Yes, Mlak comes back for a second one. In that era, when we started to play with the Narsing Dinarines and the Travis Dowlins, the Royson Crandons, just to name a few, Easton Crandon, just to name a few players. Yes. Guyana's 4-day cricket was not at its best, if we're going to put it that way. So you came into a team as a youngster with the cricket not being at its best and losing multiple games, coming into that atmosphere that you feel for 2 days, or you feel for 1.5 days, and then you're back in the field after tea. So, shot, excellent shot, swivel the wrong, just past fine leg for 4. Excellent shot by Mlak, well controlled and bringing wrong past fine leg for 4 runs.
And I'm mindful too that there's a field, a position down in that area, so you have to control it, keep it down and away from him. Brilliant shot.
Excellent shot by Mlak. So back to the point that I was making. So you came into a team as a youngster that was at the losing end. So it was very, very difficult to come in, feel comfortable in an environment, a winning environment that will give you some confidence. You're going to bat at 10 for 3 or 10 for 2. I'm saying at Shields come to.
What did it carry? I doubt whether he did not carry a valiant attempt here, and it just didn't pull it off. But the edge was found.
Yes, well bowled by Shields, one just outside off stump, and Mlak pushing outside off stump. That is where he also needs to be as patient as possible, leaving that one outside off stump.
Yes, and that was Paris at the second slip position.
Just in front of Paris. But back to the point I was making. I was saying that during that time, while it provided an opportunity for players to shape their minds and also work in pressure situations and come out different players, and obviously you would need challenge to change.
Agree.
But it was a different team. Players with the likes of Kevin Sinclair, Mlak, the Rutherfords, the Chemo Pauls, the Shepherds, the Perez, the Nandus, coming into a winning environment, which obviously possess an easier environment where you're winning. You're coming in with Leon Johnson, you're a winning team, you have experienced players in the Vishal Singhs who are there, you're coming off of an excellent record. It provides a better opportunity for you to perform.
I'm happy to hear that from you, and I totally agree with you. Let's look at the West Indies cricket now. So many of our youngsters making the West Indies team, not coming into a culture of winning, and that, do you think that might create a negative impact on them?
It really does. It really does. While it provides an opportunity for them, it also it's like having pros and cons. But coming into a winning environment gives you confidence, give you that extra boost. And like I mentioned, coming out to bat at 200 for 2 versus coming out to bat at 10 for 2.
Total different situations.
Total different situation and atmosphere.
Yep.
So it provides an opportunity also too, like I mentioned, but totally different atmosphere coming in. You'll find a lot of these players here coming out and performing in these environments that was cultivated by the Leon Johnson's era and phased in blacks. And all of these players that you see now were in also that era. With the senior players, especially in the blacks and the Savories, they were there. The Raymond, they were there. The Chandler Pauls.
Yes.
They were there in the midst.
Bramble was a part of that,
Yes.
the wicket-keeper batsman. He scored heavily
Yes.
in regional cricket.
Yes.
And I'll tell you something about Leon Johnson. You know, I think Leon was not only blessed with leadership qualities, Leon understood his role as a skipper for the Guyana Jaguars then. And then the last season he played was under the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Understand his role.
So, and I totally agree. It was changing the culture, the culture of Guyana's cricket at that time. The culture of Guyana's cricket, especially in the bowling department, it was more so based, it was more a spin-based attack. But what you saw during that time, it was the birth of a lot of fast bowlers.
Agree with you.
You saw the Samar Josephs. You saw the Shepherds. You saw the Chemo Pauls.
Yes,
You
and
even
the
saw
fast bowler,
Nelford.
Joseph as well.
Joseph. So that changed it because you saw not just a Versami Permal dominating. You saw Raymond Reefer at that time picking up 5 wickets. You even saw Christopher Barnwell, and then you came down the line. Then you saw the Chemo Pauls. You saw the Rutherfords even with his medium pace.
Yes, and Bishu was a part of that era too.
Yes, so it bring the balance to the attack. And then I thought that was very, very important because when you look at the Tamar Lambert's era, you saw a nice all-round compact, especially excellent shot here by Kevin Sinclair, but excellent feeling come around by the CC fielder, picking up, diving around there at fine leg and returning.
Yeah, that was brilliant feeling on the boundary region by Siddiqui Henry to bring off that save.
Yes, you saw the Tamar Lambert's era.
Oh,
It was more the bowlers that won a lot of games for the Jamaica team. You saw the Odin Smiths, the Nikita Miller. You even saw Darren Powell during that era. The Jerome Taylors, the Jermaine Lawsons. So it was a nice compact bowling lineup that shared the wealth in terms of wickets around that time.
And you're so right about that. And Leon took it upon himself. Listen, I have to mold that culture of a winning team. He started off, and one of the things he did was to create that teamwork. And only good leaders can do that. And it blossomed now into the era of someone else who is tasked with that responsibility. And no doubt they would have learned in that era that Leon Johnson led the team.
Definitely, but you know something that I think is very much often overlooked. While we might mention the Leon Johnson's era, we have to take into consideration who was working along with this guy at the back room.
Good, you'll tell us about that because you were there flirting with danger here, the right-handed Tevin Imlach, looking to bang it between the square cover and down towards the third man boundary. Didn't get anything onto it.
Yes, excellent bowling there by Shields. He's getting a lot of bounce just outside the off stump, and that is something that Tevin needs to be wary of. But I spoke of the backroom staff, and this is very, very important. You had the likes of Eason Crandon, who played with Leon during his Eason's career too, so the relationship had stemmed from early. Then you also have someone who was actively a part of the West Indies team, Rion Griffith, who was also the selector at that time and then eventually become manager, coach, and so forth.
This is a fantastic shot coming onto the front foot. A nice little bit of a football done on the boundary region. The return comes in. Good looking shot. Deserved to get 4, but curtailed by the fleet-footed CCC player down on the boundary area.
So like I was saying, the backroom staff is very, very important. You had the likes of Eason Crandon. You had the likes of Rion Griffith at the helm at these times, working along with players, developing an academy team so that you created a bigger pool. So it was a structure around it, and everything worked cohesively for that result.
Yes, and that is what actually set the trend for so many victories for the Guyana team at 4-day championships.
Excellent. Well played there by Kevin. He actually looked, really nice and composed here this afternoon. He looks settled. And when I say settled, he's someone that is always, when he's on the field, you would notice him because he's doing something. But at the crease here this afternoon, he looks settled. He looks calm. He looks like he's controlling himself. And that is very, very important in terms of putting together innings. And if you look at someone like Shivnarine Chanjapal and the way his demeanor at the crease, you would understand why it's important to be that way.
Yes, not flustered with anything that's happening around you. You remain calm, you hold your nerves, and you continue to play your own game. 94 for the loss of 5, and we're going to pay you extra pay for staying in the commentary box, Stephen. And I would like my friend Sean Divas. Sean, you're going to spend some time with Stephen as well. Maybe the two of you will reminisce on the days that you played. Okay, Sean is saying go one more over. So 94 here for the loss of 5. And the gloomy conditions continue. But thank God for artificial lights, Stephen.
Yes. Well, the lights is very much on here at Providence. And that is very, very important here. Like you mentioned, gloomy, a little bit dark. The spinner operating here, he's been a little bit inconsistent. I think if he wants to really create some issues for the batsman, right, that is too easy. Turning that one off the legs and down to the 4 to 5 region that we usually call it for 1. The bowler needs to string together a few good overs so that he can bring some sort of pressure to the batsman.
Yes, and when you're an off spin and you bowl in that direction, there's always a single down towards the short backward square region, and Kevin with Imlak with all his experience made no mess with that one, realizing that a single is definitely there.
Yes. Kevin sweeping at one, excellent shot, dropping on one knee and sweeping at one out the backward square for 4 runs. That is Kevin Sinclair for you.
Yes, well, he started Mahabir Singh to toss the ball up nicely. Now he has gone a little bit flat and he's straying in his line there. Too short, the length, and give Kevin enough easy shot. Good looking boundary.
Punished. While bowling around the wicket to the right-handers, for me, I think it's a really good option. But that should be an option if the wicket is really spinning, excessively. So you create an angle across the batsman and then you spin it back in so you can bring the bat pad, the leg slip into play. So while the ball is not spinning a lot, you bowl over the wicket so that you can also bring your slip into play. You can also, excellent shot there again by Kevin, sweeping that one out. The backward square comes around, he picks up 2 runs.
Yeah, and he has taken a turn for the leg side here. Mahabir Singh will well be advised by his skipper that you're down the wrong line.
Yes, you have to, for me, I will shift, come over the wicket and bowl the ball just on or outside off stump and bringing the batsman forward, bringing the ball long LBW, caught it slip into play. I think that is very, very important because, like I mentioned, the wicket is not really turning a whole lot. So once you bowl with that angle over the wicket, you can bring that slip feel into play to the one that just goes straight on.
Yes, and you're hearing the voice of a former off-spinner, very good at his trade as well, Stephen Jacobs, just dropping by. And the sweep shot comes into reckoning, but this time straight to the field on the deep backward square boundary, and they'll just get the single, just jock trots it. And Kevin Sinclair in cold condition, that trademark white hat makes him feel comfortable out in the middle. Sometimes it's little things, counts.
Exactly, it's playing, in your comfort zone. How do you feel comfortable?
That's right.
How do you prepare to go out to battle in terms of if you're batting or bowling? Excellent again by Tevin Elrock. Just coming back, turn that one out to deep backward square and pick up another easy single.
So the over has been completed. It's 103 for the loss of 5. Stephen will continue and he'll be joined by Sean Divas.
Yeah, well, good afternoon to you, Stephen. Good afternoon to listeners and viewers, wherever you are. Wonderful conditions here for fast bowling. Overcast conditions. And we see Guyana in a spot of butter. Good afternoon to you, Stephen.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, Sean. Nice to have you in the seat. Just like you mentioned, beautiful condition here for fast bowlers, and you must give CCC credit in the way how they've carried themselves and how consistent they've been, especially the fast bowlers, especially Jordan and Shields.
Yeah, Shields coming in from the far end, and good delivery, and they've got three slips, a gully. That suggests that he's moving the ball away and bringing the batsman in front, wants to make him drive. And he's also got protection for that drive at the sweeper position, and he's got a man at the mid-off position.
Very, very important passage of play here now in the midst of well bowled, well played. Emlak coming forward, pushing that one out to the bowler. Very, very important passage of play here. Here you have a situation. CCC bowling excellent, 103 for 5. Guyana's, I would say, their top players now, in West Indies players, in Kevin Sinclair, Emlak at the crease. CCC gets one of them out here now. It'll be into Guyana's batting. And they can actually finish the day on a really good end. What is important for Kevin and Kevin to work together here to put together a partnership.
Nice shot, played off the pads, ball pitched up, and wrong line though, angling it into the line of the leg stump, and Imlak just turning it off his pads, picks up 2, goes to 27, 105 for 5. Kevin Sinclair on 14. Another thing that's important is that our 2 test batters coming back from Pakistan are in the middle. And last year, Imlak, although he missed the 2 first matches, the first 2 matches due to ODI commitments. Shot. Half stop by the man there at gully.
Was that an opportunity for a catch?
Let's look at the replay.
It looked like it was an opportunity for a catch, but that one, the gully fielder is pretty close, pretty close there.
Yeah, let's see.
Yes.
Yes, it was a catch.
Was an opportunity for a catch, but that one went really fast. It would have been a really good catch. But one of the things Shield has been doing is keeping the ball just outside off stump, just on that back of a length. But the ball has been really, bouncing a little bit from that length. So the batsman.
Nice short ball shows him that he's also got the ability to bowl short and be hostile. And it goes into the boundary for 4, despite the valiant attempt of 2 fielders chasing after it. So a boundary may be fortuitous, but the boundary nevertheless takes the score up now to 110, with the partnership going up to 32 from 38 balls. Sinclair on 14, Imlak on 28. But I was talking about the situation here. It's imperative for Guyana to build a partnership, because last season, even though Imlak missed the first 2 matches due to one-day commitments, he ended up getting 2 centuries and two half centuries. Shows his batting ability, and this one was dropped. Oh dear, it dropped, went straight to the slip fielder and in and out. So consecutive deliveries bringing possible wickets, but none coming to the fore.
Excellent ball there again by Shields, creating the opportunities. One of the better slip catchers in Hakeem Jordan. That one went straight to the hands. Now a life for Kevin Sinclair. It's important that when you get those opportunities, you take them. This is for Kevin Sinclair and also Hakeem Jordan.
Yeah, so what does a bowler running in, bowling hard, and see 2 catches drop? What goes through his mind?
Well, this is the game of cricket. As a cricketer, it's very, very hard for those things to happen to you. But you need to get over those situations really fast and think about the next delivery. Think about how you can how you can bring that edge again, so that your fielders can hold on to it. But you know, Shields have been bowling really well so far this afternoon, just outside the line of the off stump and bringing a lot of opportunities. His fielders really need to back him up. CCC, like we mentioned, in the driving seat, another wicket here can push Guyana forward and forward into trouble.
Game scheduled to last today up to 6 o'clock. Mahabir Singh bowls, and that's short, too short, and give him the room to play on the back foot. And he got a single, so the light's beginning to take effect. 54 overs to be bowled. They've already bowled 27.1. Do you think the overs will be completed this afternoon?
They'll have to try pretty hard. I mean, it probably might be difficult with the lights also too, because it's getting dark rapidly here. But I think coming back to this game, it's very important that the spinner continues to keep the pressure.
Yeah,
the fast bowlers from the northern end continue to bowl balls in really good areas and test the batsman. So you'll need the spinner to make sure that he follows through and keep the same type of pressure. Well bowled, bringing the batsman forward. This is what you want. I was telling Inderjeet there about stringing and putting together good balls in good areas and testing the batsman defense as an off spinner. You can speak a lot about that.
Yeah, well, you've got to bring the batsman forward. That's a much better delivery, and bowl it slower. No, that doesn't mean you don't bowl the flipper, the arm ball, the quicker ball. But your primary ball is the flighty delivery, bringing the batsman forward. Not in a drivable way, but just short of a drive, like that. So he's bowling very well so far. Not as good as when he made his debut at 23 years old last year. Got 7 wickets against Guyana. And this one is on the line of the leg stump. And Kevin Sinclair works it into the onside for an easy single. So the pressure will be on him to keep things tight. And the pressure will be on the fast bowlers. And the pressure might be on the umpire to say that the fast bowlers are bowling and the light is going.
Yes, good point. But while we were having this conversation a bit earlier, and it was mentioned that the type of cricket that Guyana plays, in terms of that never die attitude that they bring to every single game. So it speaks to the need or the necessity for CCC to, when opportunities arise, that they need to take it with both hands. Especially once you have catches there, you need to take it.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Guyana might have allowed too many runs at the back end. That's their problem. West Indies' problem too. When you get 7, 8 wickets in Clive Lloyd's team, you had to kill the instinct. Most lower order batsmen now make runs against Guyana, and vice versa.
I mean, that is an excellent point, but it also comes down to captaincy too.
And he's gone, caught at mid-off, short delivery, and Sinclair looking to pull it away, got big on him, and he's gone. So more problems for Guyana. Sinclair gone, caught at mid-off, off the bowling of Searles, and he's gone for 19. Guyana sink into further problems. They're 116 for 6.
Ridiculous shot. Ridiculous shot. In my opinion, that shot looked planned. The ball just outside the off stump, because what is happening, and you must commend Shields to the way he's been bowling, setting up the batsman just outside the off stump with the odd short balls, keeping the batsman on their toe. And that shot there, for me, it was rehearsed. Ball just back of the lane, trying to tug it to the leg side, but got big on him and caught at mid-off. But what you are seeing here now is an opportunity for Richie Luke North. Second game at the first class level.
Yeah, well, Richie was known for his batting ability at club level. He plays for Everest. But unfortunately for him, he got a first ball duck on his regional 5th over debut. And he got a first ball duck on his first class debut. So he looked to correct that. But his batting ability is not in question.
Yes, it's there. But that has to be some sort of history there, though,
Yes.
Sean. Yes.
And many people feel that he should be batting at 11, maybe 12, because what they're seeing here. But who knows him knows that he's got batting ability.
All right, and also the selectors and the coaching
Yeah.
staff know of Richie's ability. Richie's actually been rung for quite a while around the Guyana Harpy Eagles setup. So again, opportunity again presents itself, but you must commend CCC and the way they've bowled.
OJ Seals. And that's outside the line of the leg stump. Walking across is Luke Knott. Seals now picking up 3 wickets. He's bowled very well, and conditions continue to suit him. But the thing is, as Stephen said, the other bowler, the off spinner, Mohabir Singh, has got to be tight. Don't look to get wickets if the wickets come. And in this situation, even in a 4-day game, if you bowl tight consistently to a batsman, they will inadvertently throw away their wicket.
Yeah, exactly. But, you have to read situations as a captain and also as a bowler.
Yeah, it goes back, which he looked not.
to the
I'm
offside.
sure he would be looking for his first run.
Definitely. I'm pretty sure that he'll come off. I'm hoping that he'll come off the mark this game. But as a captain, as a bowler, you need to read situations and read games.
Would you have put in a forward short leg just for the mental approach of him being tentative?
Yeah, definitely, I agree, because what you would want to do at this point is put some pressure on him. You bring up the deep backward square, you put him out there, you say, listen, the field is open, you can play that shot.
Nice shot into the onside, just back of a length, but he still can't score. And that's mental pressure on the batter.
Yes, Shields again, CCC, really putting some really good overs together and really testing the Guyanese batsmen, and that is why they're actually on top here, 116 for 6.
Well, as I speak, it's maybe the sun coming out a little bit. It's getting a little brighter, or maybe the effects of the artificial light taking effect. But anyway, it's just about 5 minutes to 5 in the Eastern Caribbean. And that's a good shot. Again, can't score. So he'll be looking to score his first run, and Shields will be looking to deny him, get him for a double duck.
Sean, you have some great appreciation for what you're actually seeing here now at Providence Stadium. And I'm talking about the view. While sitting here, you're seeing a plane going to land at Ogle. You're also seeing a new Demerara Harbour Bridge and the
that's
pillars.
Not a floating bridge. That's a bridge that
a brand. Yes.
The vessels, the seagoing vessels, goes under that.
All right. You're seeing the pillars coming
the
out.
line of the off stump.
You're seeing the pillars coming out of the river. You're also seeing massive infrastructure development. You're seeing a hotel just down the road there from Qualifon. You're seeing the Amazonia Mall. You're seeing Princess. You're seeing a whole host of development in its entirety around Guyana. And Guyana, Sean, has been growing leaps and bounds.
Yes, certainly.
And not just only in sports, not just only in infrastructure, you're also seeing it in the development of people.
Yes, and I know that this is the biggest sports budget, $8 billion.
Exactly.
And that can do a lot. We're seeing a lot already being done. The Anna Regina Stadium being built, 2 in Berbice, Palmyra, the upgrading of the Albion to modern stadium.
Modern lighting. And then you will also see Turnaway just behind square MLAC. Running hard, might just come back for 2 runs. Excellent running there by MLAC. But you'll also see in the near future an academy being established there at Good Hope.
Yes,
an
and
academy,
being controlled by Sir Clive Lloyd.
Exactly. And you'll also find persons like Leon Johnson and also myself being a part of that. So while sport, it's top burner for Guyana's development, and also you've seen a lot of sporting spectacles created.
Yes,
you're also seeing the global Super League that will be back here in July.
Yeah.
right? So it's also about tourism and advertising Guyana. Everything it's basically interconnected, all sectors, and everything that is basically done by the government. So I must take the opportunity to also congratulate the government on what they're doing. You also seen recreational grounds being rehabilitated.
And lights being fitted in.
And lights being fitted, and you know, once you have the facilities intact and well played there by MLAC coming forward, you have the facilities available, you'll also encourage more persons to play. If it's basketball, if it's football, if it's cricket, you're creating an environment so that they can harness those skills.
I was very impressed with the grounds in Trinidad and Tobago because all the community grounds have lights, and this government now is doing the same thing. It's not for competitive things, it's for recreational purposes, and people could get fitter, they walk around the ground, and for professional things, you could come in the nights and practice.
Right, it is health and wellness. It's creating that environment. So while also for recreation, you can also have persons after a long hard day of work, you go and make sure that you keep the body in tune.
Yeah. And
right?
You've got facilities in Linden also, so
yes,
you're not
having,
leaving out the athletes and the footballers.
You'll also have multi-purpose facilities right across all 10 administrative regions. You are seeing, you just recently saw an upgraded sports hall.
Harpy Singh turns it into the onside. Good single.
Excellent run in there by MLAC.
Quick communication between the two, and they got off for a single, and the over comes to an end. So excellent work. I want to say good afternoon to the Honorable Minister of Sport, Charles Ramson, and also to the President, Dr. Irfan Ali. Both of them are interested in sports. They're sports people.
And the development of sports and the development of people, and that will continue. Minister Charles, you see him on ground daily working, going to visit all of these community grounds, having a first-hand look at these community grounds, and not just him alone, with his whole team out of the ministry, engineers and so forth, surveyors, so that you can have the best model for sports. And then just recently announced, in every single school, you'll also have multi-purpose tarmac to also to encourage playing of football, cricket, and other sports.
And the Minister of Sports, Priya Manikchand,
Minister of Education.
Minister of Education, she also says that in addition to your academics, you've got to do a cultural event and you've got to play a sport.
Exactly, because what you want to
create a balanced
exactly
student.
You want to create balance in the students, because I can tell you I played cricket, and cricket taught me a lot. Understanding how to win, to lose, network, put yourself in different environment and different situation, so that you can become a well-rounded and whole person.
MLAC is back to the first delivery of a new over from Shields, and Shields is wicket well, playing no shot.
A really good one there, but you have to commend Shield in the way and CCC in the way that they're bowling here. And then you also have to shed some light on the way MLAC is playing here. Very composed, very compact. He's just basically running out of partners at this moment.
Yeah, if you've just joined us, let's tell you that CCC were dismissed for 375 for 9, and that's because of the retirement of Corbin. Got 100, his second first class 100, 102. But then when he hit the boundary, he collapsed on the field and dislocated his right shoulder. But he went to the hospital in Georgetown, and he's come back, and he says if needed, he's hoping that he could bat in the second innings. So that's good for Corbin. He made 102. Jeremiah made it 84. Paris making 46. Richards making 44. Seals bowls a quick bouncer, but getting under it easily in the end is MLAC.
Sean, something crossed my mind while you mentioned hospitals. It's very important for persons listening, especially if you're in Guyana, to understand that pretty soon we'll be having a whole host of hospitals, over 7 hospitals, rehabilitated, built, and hospitals rehabilitated right across Guyana. Soon you'll have a pediatric hospital, and so forth. So the health sector and the health delivery also will improve. So
Shields bowls again outside the liner. So what about facilities for athletes in the hospitals? This girl here, Kelly Kunja, she's the physio for the CCC, but she's Guyanese.
yes, and I must commend her. I actually worked with her, and which is really good, and that makes sense. So there's also a rehab center on a rehab facility there at the Georgetown Hospital, which I think Miss Ariana, I think she's in charge of that, right? So there's also space for them, and the Neil Barrys, who is probably now with the West Indies team, this young lady who is here now, all of them are products of that facility and working on there. So there's also room for them, and I'm very happy, that she's now at the CCC level and so forth. So it's a holistic plan that we're seeing unfolded in front of us. But Sean, let me thank you and Ms. for having me here this afternoon. It was really a pleasure sharing some of my thoughts with you guys this afternoon. As a Guyanese, I hope that MLAC scores 100 and get us out of this situation. But as a cricket fanatic, I hope also too that CCC continues to grow from strength to strength and continue to show people why they belong here.
Yes,
why they belong playing here, and why they belong at this level, and an opportunity for them.
126 for 6. We take a short break for the walk-up count. Yeah, well, welcome back to Providence Stadium, where conditions have gotten a lot brighter. I'm not sure if it's because of the sun or because of the artificial lights, which is almost completely on and taking full effect. As we speak, we see Mahabir Singh continuing from the southern end of the ground, hoping to keep things tight from this end while the fast bowlers work away at the other end. Guyana replying to 375. They need 376 for first innings points, but they wouldn't be thinking about that now. They first of all be thinking of not to be following on and to get a good partnership here. Richie Luke is still there, yet to score, and gets a ball that's on the line of the leg stump. So he's faced 9 balls. A first ball duck in the first innings. What must be going through his mind as we say good afternoon to Andy?
Yeah, Sean, he's under some pressure. But I guess the young man is showing the courage. It's just for him to score his first run at regional first-class cricket, and that should be a very good feeling for him.
On the line of the stump, hit the middle of the bat, and that would be confidence for him, but he still kept on not. He would so want to get a run and come off the mark in first-class cricket. As I was telling Stephen, he can bat. He got big scores, hundreds at Everest. So there's no disputing his batting ability. It's just that his confidence got to go. He got a 9-wicket haul in the first innings, and along with Imlak, he's got a big role to play. Because Imlak last year, although, as I said, he missed the first 2 matches due to his one-day commitments, he ended with 200s and 250s, and I think was worth 4th in the overall runs aggregate. Forward comes Imlak, forward comes Luke and pushes it into the onside. So still 253 runs away. This is an important partnership.
Yes, Sean. And I think Imlak is the lone fighter here so far in the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings. And he's leading from the front as a skipper. A very disappointing batting performance so far from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 122 for 6. 32 overs completed. Still a long way to go for first innings here.
Well, Chandra Paul made 4, Nandu 11, Perez 15, Anderson 19, and Imlak is still there, Savory 12, and Sinclair. That was a very bad shot from Sinclair. Short ball looking to pull, and to be caught at mid-on looking to pull. That means the ball got big on him, and it, as Stephen said, it seemed premeditated that he would look to take on Seals. And a situation like this where he should have buckled down and batted with Imlak at the other end, that was a bad shot. Ill-advised, 19 he made, and Luke is now come to join Imlak, and he is taking 9 balls or 10 balls to get off the mark. He's still not off the mark. So Guyana in a deep hole, but they have got the ability and the batting to dig themselves out of it.
Yes, let me say good afternoon to my tutor assessor coach, Recent Bangu, man from Trinidad. I guess you mentioned about the shot Kevin Sinclair would have played. Recent and head coach Ryan Horacles, fellow Essequibian as well. Good afternoon to you, Coach Ryan. They will be looking back at some of those dismissals. And I guess this afternoon in team meeting, they will be talking about some of those things, probably where the batters went wrong. And it's Bailey from the media center end, taking over from Shields.
Good delivery, back over length. And Imlak and Richie Luke in partnership. They want to take this partnership towards the end of the day, finish unbroken, and then tomorrow they will continue, hopefully, from a Guyana point of view. The CCC, who began this run as the last place team in the tournament, they're really on top now. Outside the line of the leg stump. And with every ball that goes by, with Richie Lucknow not getting to score, it builds more and more pressure on him. He wouldn't be thinking so much about the team at this point. He'll be thinking of getting that one run. You don't want to have the infamous record of getting a double duck on your first class debut. 126 for 6, still 253 runs. Loud appeal, and that's close. Umpire Patrick Gozard says, no, you live to fight another day. Let's look at the replay.
And that was a very good ball. Pitched in just about outside off top. Came back a long way, and probably the height at which Richie was struck there, coming on the front foot, giving him the better of the doubts there.
And I can also imagine hearing Clive Lloyd saying, we need DRS in this tournament.
Sure. And as you mentioned about the CCC being at the bottom of the table, well, these are intelligent young men.
Yeah, from all of the universities, maybe except the University of Guyana, and that steered, but still a brilliant stop at slip and denying Lucknow his first run. And they have, even in their loss, they had 3 half-centurions in their innings, and today we saw Corbin progressed his second first-class 100. As I said, if you were wondering what's the latest on him, he collapsed on the field on his right shoulder. It was dislocated. By the x-ray showed it was dislocated, but not too bad enough for him not to have the hopes of batting again in this innings. I asked him if he would be able to play in the next match, which is next Wednesday. He said, well, he could and Pedro Collins was there. He said he could bat if needed in the second innings, which is good for him and West Indies cricket and CCC. So another over has gone by, currently scoring at 3.7, which is reasonable for a 4-day game in this position. 126 for 6 and 33 overs. I'm still thinking if we can get the 54 overs in. Imlak is anchor there. He's on 35 from 59 balls. Luklot is not yet score from 14 balls as Mahabir Singh comes back in the attack.
And Sean, as you were mentioning about these young men, intelligent young men, I'm very impressed with the captaincy of young Johan Jeremiah.
Yeah.
He has led from the front, the way he has set the field, his bowling changes, everything just seemed to be spot on in this game here.
Yeah, the man from the Spice Isle of Grenada doing a wonderful job. There are some youngsters training on the the orange stand on the way they're from. And it's good to see youngsters coming into the ground, even though they're not interested in the cricket. That ball spun, but pitched too straight and went down the leg side. I'm hoping, like Sir Clive Lloyd, that more students can come here on a Friday afternoon. And umpire Mukan says no. Did that hit the inside edge?
We'll have to see in the replay. But again, if you look at what Captain Jeremiah is doing here, he would have brought in the leg slip. Another man closed in around the bat of Richie Lucknow, putting added pressure on Richie. And the bowler was equal to the task, bringing him forward, trapped on the pad, bottom pad close together, an appeal for an inside edge. But umpire Mokan said not out.
So Lucknow having a torrid time here. He's faced 16 balls. He's yet to score. And he knows from the team perspective this is an important partnership. And this is a bad delivery to follow up that good ball down the leg side. And that's the difference with international cricket and regional cricket. Consistency. bowl one line, one length. The international players consistently do that, and they don't bowl release balls. This is on the line of the leg stump and turned away, but well done by the forward short leg. So they're keeping the pressure, especially the mental pressure on Luknot.
And Mahabir Singh being...
And finally, a big sigh of relief for Richie Luknot. He gets off the mark. So he's one, can't be out for a double duck in this game. And the end of the over. The end of the over sees the Harpy Eagles replying to the 375 for 9 made by the CCC. They're 123 for 6.
I think the other batters to come for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, you would need to bat as long as possible and bat around their skipper, Tevin Imlak, who has been looking very good there so far. He's on 36 from 60. And Richie Loknath spent some time out there, 19 delivers, just scored his first run at regional first class cricket. And I guess the longer he can spend outside there, accompanying Tevin Imlak, is closer the Guyana Harpy Eagles would be getting to that first innings total.
So Bailey starts from the northern end, and first delivery. Imlak doesn't play, still trailed by 251 runs. They have got first innings points here this year. And how do you view that change? It was before, and now it's been reintroduced.
Well, that's a very good move by the TWI and the competitions committee. That's a lovely looking shot off the back foot there from Richie Loknath. He's growing in confidence, very close to the boundary. Going back for the third, excellent running from the two.
Will that do the world of good for his confidence? Imlak on 36 and Richie Loknath on 4 now with that shot. Suggests that he's now breathing a little easier, wants to show people that he can bat. Those in the region might not know about his batting ability. They saw him bowl very well in the first match, took 9. But when he plays for West Demerara and Everest at the local level, he's got the ability to score hundreds. This is a ball that's bringing Imlak forward. And this is, as I said, an important partnership for Guyana and also an important partnership for the CCC to break. If they break this partnership, there's still batting to come because Pomal got 90 last year, his highest first class score. And most of the Guyana lower order can hold their bat, including Joseph, as we saw in the test series. But good bowling, good on-target bowling, making Guyana work for their runs.
Yes, and Bailey is putting the ball in the right areas, good areas, and Imlak with a lot of responsibility on his shoulder, not only as the captain, but to lead this batting here now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 6th wicket down. He would need to bat to the end and take his team as far as possible close to this total. They're 248 runs behind.
Nice shot again out towards the man on the super position. So Imlak and Loknath rotating the strike, which is good. And Loknath will be at the back in strike.
Bailey.
So Imlak on 36, Loknath on 4.
4 overs, 18 runs, yet to pick up a wicket.
But he's bowled a good line, good length. All of the bowlers have done well for CCC.
That's a lovely looking shot. What a beauty. A ball that was pitched up on the leg stump. And Richie Loknath was equal to the task on driving that all along the ground. for 3. Yes, very good work there from skipper Jeremiah to pull that back inside the rope, just inside the boundary rope there. Let's see.
I think that ball would have hit the boundary.
Oh, if you look at that carefully,
Yes, he hit the boundary with the ball inside the boundary. So it's 3 runs. Correct call there by the umpire. Without the services of a television replay. So these 2 umpires have had a good day, a good match so far. Mukan on his debut.
A few close calls, Sean.
Yeah, but you give and take.
So what you're saying, Loknath is growing in confidence, and he's now playing off the back foot, probably seeing the ball much better, and he's reading it off the wicket. But I think that's a dangerous ploy. Time he's coming
Lovely
forward.
shot, glorious shot, exquisitely played through the covers for 4. Loknath looking better and better as his innings is progressing, and he's now into double figures. Imlak is on 37, 135 for 6.
It was just a matter of time for Richie Loknath to score his first regional first-class run, and as you can see, he has blossomed into being what is looking like a first-class batsman now.
Yeah, I was going to say the last time Guyana played the CCC, Guyana won in 3 days at the university campus in Trinidad. That was the last time they played CCC in a first-class game. And that was the game that gave them the title, because 3 teams were heading into that last round with hopes of winning the title. And Guyana looked at the forecast and saw that this Saturday there would have been rain in Port of Spain. That game was played in the East Corridor. And so that the match between Barbados and the Leewards at the Queen's Park Oval was washed out, and Guyana luckily won in 3 days. They didn't have to wait for the rain day, which was Saturday, and they retained their title. They won 7 titles in the last 9 tournaments.
Sometimes it works in your favor, the weather, and sometimes it works against you, and none of us have control over the weather. At the end of the over, the score is 136 to 6. 36 overs completed.
And one of the benefits of the new infrastructure is an example of this ground. Superb drying conditions. And what's the state of the Essequibo ground at the Anna Regina? How far it's gone?
Well, the Anna Regina Community Center ground, which is now being modernized into a stadium that is in the heart of the town, and that facility is just like all the other modern facilities that is being constructed by the government of Guyana. Kudos to the Honorable Minister of Sports, Youth and Culture, Charles Rumson, and leadership President Irfan Ali.
Punched away the square of the wicket, and another single. Of course, we once upon a time depended on ecotourism, like the Kaitro Falls, the Oranduke Falls, the lovely places, the Fort Island, in those places. And now we've coupled that, added to that with the sporting tourism, which is a big boost, and that brings in a lot of people with a lot of dollars to spend in Guyana.
Yes, Sean, and definitely sports tourism has grown a lot here in Guyana, and we just heard Stephen mention about the Global Super League, CPL, and so many other different sports.
And not only cricket, but the squash court has been upgraded to a double court now, which could facilitate the international tournaments coming here, which will serve the purpose of youngsters getting to see for themselves live.
Yes.
Nicely turned away into the onside. Wouldn't get to the boundary, but they'll come back for 2, possibly 3. Yes, good running. 3 runs. So Guyana, this partnership progressing incrementally. 137 now. 37 to Imlach, 13 to Luke North. But in addition to that, it saves Guyana the money of going overseas, and they can carry a bigger complement if they play here, giving them more chance of more medals. Boxing is the same, the refurbished National Cliff Anderson Sports Hall. So once you've got the facilities, players can come, and even the academy which is being built at Good Hope, that could incorporate foreigners coming in here to learn their art.
Yes, Sean, and as you was mentioned about the different sports, as I was listening to the presentation by the Honorable Minister, the opening of the squash court, he was mentioning the amount of medals that Guyana would have achieved at the different sports internationally, and the massive growth from where they were to where we are now. And definitely so many things are happening in all aspects of the sport discipline here in Guyana.
Back towards the bowler, and Bailey fields his own bowling. But they've got to try. I know they're doing that with the upgrading of the six-head gym in Alboystown that's recently upgraded. They've got the sports hall, the gymnasium, but they've now got to find a way to, with this 8 million budget for sports, I'm sure that the boxing coaches or the athletics coaches can come in and work. You can have money to pay them so that we can be able to win another medal at the Olympics. We've only got one, 1980, Michael Paris in boxing won a bronze. So that's the only medal we've got since 1980.
And at the end of the over, the score is 140 for 6, and 37 overs completed. Tevin Imlach on 40, and with him is Richie Loknot, who is looking much more comfortable, and when he was out in the middle, just got out there. He's on 13, and as Sean is mentioning about not only the facilities, about coaches, I can tell you the Honorable Minister of Education, she also, from her ministry, is driving a very strong program to ensure that for the different sports disciplines that are being done at the secondary level, coaches are in the schools to work along with those students. For example, you have golf, you have badminton, football, cricket, so many different sports disciplines. They are coaches, and many of these coaches are former athletes who would have represented Guyana
in that particular sport.
Yeah.
Yes, and she also says that you've got to, in addition to your academics, get a cultural event and play a sport. So that's bringing a balance, a rounded student.
Yes, and I think that's the direction we need to go. Just not only education, making you a rounded person. And this is very interesting. The introduction of Mansingh, the leg spinner. One of the few leg spinners in this regional 40.
He's been around for a long time. In fact, his father is the doctor, the West Indies Cricket Board doctor. Mansingh, good afternoon to you, wherever you are.
Yes, Dr. Mansingh.
Yeah.
Man from Jamaica.
Yes, and he's got 2 sons.
And already you seeing he's extracting a bit of turn from this surface here.
Too wide.
Yes.
Didn't allow the batsman to play at it. But the leg spinner will get more turn and more bunks, usually, than the off spinner, unless you're Samuel Badway, and just puts the ball. Well, he does that because it's white ball cricket he's playing, and that's what you need for white ball cricket. Never played a test match, Samuel Badway. Good friend of mine, been on my program a couple of times.
Samuel Badri.
Yes, and he's also in the education in fraternity in Trinidad and Tobago, has an academy.
Samuel Badri was once a teacher, sports lecturer.
Yeah, he still is, when he gets the time. And also he's now an accredited TV commentator, does very well.
Yes. So, Man Singh in his first over, final deliver, and that's played off the back foot here. Imlak.
So tidy over, just a single coming off of it. And the total is 141 for 6. Guyana fighting back. These two batters here need to bat the entire rest of the day.
Yes, and Sean, something that I'm happy about here this afternoon is that one of the points that Sir Clive would have mentioned yesterday is why having the facilities and not using them. And we can see here the effect of using the lights here at the Providence Stadium.
Because bad light would have stopped play already if the lights weren't on. It's going on to 6 and it will go on to 6. Somebody must have heard Sir Clive.
Well, that's the man, the legend himself, great man. And when he speaks, I guess those who are listening would have put some of those words into practice. Probably an instruction was sent.
Bailey. And that's a nice shot out towards the mid-wicket position. And it's going to go very close to the boundary. In fact, it goes over the ropes. And that's a nice shot there from Imlak. He goes close to his 50.
That was a ball that was on the line of middle and leg, and Imlak just leaned into it and played it using his wrist all along the ground. Pure timing, beating that man at mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4.
Missed the first match because of his test duties in Pakistan. And he's one of the players that will, for sure, come back to play for Guyana once there's no international cricket.
Very committed, hard-working young man. Working every aspect of his game.
And he's already beginning to show that he's learned from being a test player. This is a lower level. He's going to come and dominate, or at least try to dominate. You're supposed to dominate at this level.
Yes.
Braffett is a shining example. He wasn't making runs. He got a 54. And then he came down to show how low this level is to test cricket, and he got a double century. And he does it every time.
Yes. And that is what we need to see more often. That's another lovely looking shot. On inside the pad, and he just caressed that through the onside into the boundary for 4.
So an impressive start from Imlak. Expensive over also from Bailey. 2 boundaries now in the over.
He now inches up just 1 away from what will be a well-constructed half-century in a situation that his team really need him to bat and bat very deep here if they are going to overhaul this first innings total posted by the CCC.
So Seals. And Imlak is steering it into the offside. They settle for 1, but that's his 50 from 76 balls. Tremendous knock from the Guyana captain.
Yes, as I was saying, well-constructed innings here so far by Captain Tevin Imlak, as he acknowledged applaud from a few spectators and his teammates. And he would need to carry on, as I said, for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to get as close as possible, or even to get past that first innings total posted by CC. There's some 225 runs behind. Still a far way to go, Sean.
Yes, first of all, they look at the follow on. They wouldn't want to follow on. Put themselves in a position to even get first innings points.
And with that single, would have brought up the 150 for Guyana.
So even though they trail by 225 runs now, you wouldn't look at it like that. You look at it like 25, another 25, and then you grow incrementally towards the target, and that's how you get a big target.
Yes, take it in small stages.
If you look at the big picture, then you could panic. You see, that's insurmountable. At the end of the over, it's 150 for 6. Guyana fighting back, 13 to Luke North and 50 to Imlach.
And with the lights currently on, and Guyana batting, I think this is going to do them some good, because their next game is under the lights right here at Providence.
Yep. Yeah, they play the West Indies Academy. The only difference though is the pink ball. It swings a lot more in the nights. And whoever wins the toss, well, depending on the state of the pitch, will hope that they bat first to get as much of the daylight out of their innings as possible.
Shauna, let me say good evening to all our viewers, listeners across the Eastern Caribbean, North America, and more so here in Guyana, as we are bringing you coverage of this regional 4-day 2025 championship. And added some interruption due to rain. We are playing beyond the time. Overs need to be completed, and the lights are on here at Providence.
But even if the time reaches, the game will have to stop at 6 o'clock, because you can't schedule more than 7 hours of cricket in a day.
Exactly. So,
Mansingh, the leg spinner, bowls to Luke North. Luke North steers it into the offside. That's Imlach. And want to say good afternoon to another former leg spinner, Derek Kalicharan. He's looking at the YouTube on the CWI page in America. Also, Mahindra Nagamutu, his nephew, is also looking at the page in America. Good afternoon to both of you. Another single from Imlach.
yes, and let me also say good afternoon to my people down in Essequibo, wherever you're tuned in. It's Wakenham, Pomeroon, Barticle, Leg 1, East Bank, or even on the Essequibo coast. Mansingh has been bowling pretty much a very good line.
Good control for a leg spinner. Most times a leg spinner starts with a few full tosses, long hops, and then he develops into a good rhythm. Well, that's good to see. That's the hardest art to bowl, leg spin, back of the arm. And he's bang on target.
Playing off the back foot, and that's the end of the over. And the score is now 151. 40 overs completed.
So we still got 14 more to go, which I doubt we will get in. And tomorrow we'll have an earlier start. You're not coming from Essequibo tomorrow.
No, I will not be traveling all the way from Essequibo.
Good for you, because there, if you were coming from Essequibo, you would probably reach late.
Yes.
If you got to cross the bridge. But when the new bridge is fully completed, it's going to be a 4-lane. And it's not going to cause delays, because it wouldn't be a floating bridge that opens. It will be a high bridge that the vessels, the water vessels can pass under.
Yes.
And it will go over the village and connect with the new road.
Massive infrastructure work here by the government of Guyana.
Almost a construction boom, they call it. Everybody is doing something, building, repairing, fixing.
And that will be the new Demerara crossing. So
And I think they're going to use the old bridge to connect some way or the other. They're not going to just throw it away.
There are so many rivers here in Guyana that need crossing. So it's Akeem Jordan, who is back from the media center in.
Last ditch effort by CCC.
2 for 28 so far. And that's a beauty.
Nibbles at it. Imlak. Good delivery again. Moved away. And Imlak is set. So that's a very good ball.
Yes, I think a bit sensitive there. He was pushing at it. He picked up the line, but he actually pushed at it. Could have easily gotten it to the keeper or the man in the slip.
Sometimes instinct kicks in. You instinctively want to hit the ball, and then you realize in your mind that you shouldn't play, and that's the worst situation to get in because you play a half shot in two minds.
That's a lovely looking
one
drive.
line, full shot down towards cover.
Yes, I was seeing Sean. And keeper Imlak would need to battle these few overs this afternoon.
And
get some rest and come back for a long day tomorrow, but as long as possible.
And he would need Luke North to stay with him from at least lunchtime, maybe beyond. That would be better for Guyana. CCC would not want that to happen. That's a lovely shot on the back foot and played it with a horizontal bat, a vertical bat, punching it square and collected a single. Would you have still got the man on the deep in the last couple of overs?
Yes, you're inviting him to play through that offside, open up the offside with Akeem Jordan getting the ball to move away a little bit. You leave that gap there, ask him to drive, probably bring the slip and the keeper into play.
I would have added another slip. Because he's soon going to be more cautious, more sedate. And even if he gets a boundary, you've got a big lead, 223 still. So you can gamble with getting him out rather than preventing the boundary. If he gets a boundary, a good shot, so be it. But I would strengthen the attacking part of the field.
Yes, and Captain Jeremiah would have done an excellent job so far setting his field, and probably from this vantage point we would have our view, but probably Captain Jeremiah, with leading the CCC, has other thoughts.
So Jordan 2 for 29, he's bowled 11 overs so far. Richie Lucknow on 30 and Imlak on 52. Guyana after 41 overs, they're 152 for 6. They still trail though by 223 runs.
Yeah, Sean, as we were saying, they would need to get a big partnership between these two here and take them as far as possible so that they could get as close as possible to that first innings total.
You just saw on the screen the majestic Kaichor Falls, 5 times the height of the Niagara Falls, arguably the most famous falls in the world, connecting the border of Canada and America. And of course, another famous falls is the Victoria Falls, but none of them are higher in single drop. It's the highest single drop fall in the world, and that's not the only falls we got in Guyana.
Yeah, Sean, coming back to the cricket, looking at how Mansingh is bowling here, he's bowling with a lot of control. He is flighting this ball. This one is a bit short, pulling it down. But the previous ball, he actually gave it some flight, some air, and Imlak was way out in front and leaving that one alone.
And he's got a good googly. I haven't seen him bowl it as yet. Leg spin outside the line of the off stump, too wide. At this point, you want to make the batsman play every ball.
I think this is just his third over, so probably he is getting into his rhythm, trying to find correct line or the area where he wants to pitch. And that's a lovely looking shot, and that's gonna beat the fielders, both men on the offside boundary, and 4 more runs to Imlak.
So Imlak pressing on, had a good tour, especially with the gloves in his maiden test series, and got a nice 35 against Pakistan in a raging tournament, which Pakistan deliberately prepared for their spinners, and that backfired on them due to the man of the series performances from the left arm spinner Warrican.
Well, sometimes you never know, you set your own traps.
And you fall into the hole. Nice shot again. Going in confidence, these two, in the partnership.
That's the end of the over. The score moves up to 156 to 6 at the end of 42 overs. As our hard-working technical man, Basu.
So the partnership just 10 runs away from a half century.
Yes.
And that's very good. You need much more than that. But they stay together tonight. Increase the partnership tomorrow, maybe 150.
Yes, I believe these two would need. This is a very important partnership to set up their first innings total for the Guyana
And it's
Harpy.
still Ali Mohammed who can bat. I figure that Ali Mohammed is a batting all-rounder, even though many might feel he's a bowling all-rounder by his recent exploits. But he can bat. He's got hundreds at the first division level. And
That's
good
a
shot
lovely
again.
looking drive from Richie Loknath. Gone for 1, come back for 2. Very good running here, Sean.
Yeah, excellent running. And Loknath is growing in confidence also the longer his innings progresses. And people now will see why I'm saying that Loknath is an accomplished batter. He's an all-rounder. Those who saw his first ball duck would think, well, can't bat. And so he struggles to get off the mark. But once he got that first single, he's been looking very well accomplished. Back and across goes Loknath.
Just to inform our viewers, listeners, and probably Sean, you might not know this, Loknath has a regional half century at the youth level in the 3-day format. So, as you rightly said, he's an
Yes, I know
accomplished.
that. That's why I'm saying all these things, because Loknath is one of the young men that I have a lot of time for, mostly because of his bowling, but I know of his batting ability. And he always comes to me for advice with his bowling.
Okay.
And he's an approachable young man, and he's a listener.
As they say, a good listener is a good learner.
Yes, he's a good learner.
And if you want to learn, you always open up to listen to information that is going to help you progress. And that's how you utilize those information.
Turned away into the onside again, and he gets an easy single. Moves now to...
And looking back at what is happening
To
here
16, yeah.
presently, and what would have transpired in the first game against Barbados, with Savory on 95, probably Savory must be telling himself, why couldn't we give him the chance to use the light when I was in flowing form?
Yeah, because 1 over more, he probably would have gotten his 100 the same day.
Yeah.
And then he had to come back the next day, and Guyana lost some quick wickets. He went, and then shortly after, well, luckily for Anderson, he reached his 3rd century, but soon after, he got dismissed. And Guyana were in trouble, and then they bowled beautifully in the 2nd innings, and Barbados batted badly, and Guyana won in 3 days. I didn't expect that match to finish in 3 days. The way it was going from the start, I said it was 4 days.
So the final deliver, Akeem Jordan.
Loose shot though.
And would this be the end of the second day's play?
No, they've got like 7 minutes left for 6 o'clock.
Okay, so still a few more overs to go, Sean.
Yeah, but the overs are not going to be completed for sure, 43. And they've got 54 overs, 11 more overs. So they'll see how many overs they can bowl in the next 7 minutes or so.
With the spinner and pace in operation, I estimate they will get in about 3 overs.
Yeah, but they wouldn't want to take off the pacer because he's doing well. So they'll sacrifice not bowling as much overs as they would have wanted in the hope of getting a wicket. And that's late decision to... I think he picked it up late, the fielder on the boundary there. Coming to his left to do the fielding.
But that was well played by Loknath.
Yeah.
Just opening up the front leg and working that in the open spaces on the leg side, picking up 2 valuable runs. Abhijay Man Singh, the leg spinner. That's a
Well
beauty.
bowled. That one spun. And got a little bounce too. And that's what I like to see with spinners. They spin the ball. That's why you call them spinners.
Yes. That's the line and the length Man Singh will be looking to bowl. Need to be consistent.
Another delivery. That might have been the googly or attempted googly because that one straightened up. That might have been the flipper. But I know he's bowling, can bowl the googly.
And look at this here, Sean.
Yeah, that's the flipper. Straight on, skid out.
Good leadership from Imlak. Going down to his partner there and giving him a few words of advice. Maybe just a few overs more. Just see them out. Let bat as long as possible and come back tomorrow. Very quick single.
Yeah.
Misfield. We'll look for 2. Probably look for the 3rd. Yes.
Yes, very good running. Imlak initially didn't want to go for the single, but in the end, he was pushed by Loknath, who was facing the ball, and the fielder, trying to run the batsman out, picked up the ball with his eyes off the ball, and then he misfielded. So he didn't pick up the ball, he just didn't keep his eye on the ball. And that's what aggressive running does. You look at the target before you get the ball in your hands, and you take your eyes off the ball, and it goes to you.
There for a leg before, but that one is pitching outside the line of the leg stump. Probably giving umpire Mukan some work on his debut. That's a lovely straight drive. Man comes off the long on boundary. That's great. Number 38 on his back. 48, sorry, on his back. That brings the end of the over. The score moved up to 165. The 44 overs completed in this Guyana Harpy Eagles first innings. And they're looking for 375 for first innings points here.
376 they need for first innings points. Yes, but umpire Mukan comes from an umpiring family. His father was the president of the Berbice Cricket Umpires Association. His brother is a part of it, Zahir. And they both sons are teachers at the, well, he teaches at the Berbice High School, which has produced a lot of talented cricketers in New Amsterdam, including Shimron Hetmeyer. And he's also a former first division cricketer, played for Burmine, now Tuckburg Park, and then he played for Police. I played against him when he played for Police.
We say good afternoon to Zahir Mukan. I would have worked along with Zahir as assistant coach for the Guyana Teachers Union team. I think Zahir also doing match refereeing. and also my very good friend Carl Ramthami, head teacher up in the Berbice area. And
Akeem Jordan continues, and the first delivery is pushed for a single.
If I'm correct, both Carl Ramthami and Zahir Mukan, they are executive of the Tuckburg Park Cricket Club in New Amsterdam. And Coach Julian Moore is also part of that setup there.
Well, his father was the most influential cricket administrator that never played cricket. He was the secretary of the Berbice Cricket Board, Carl Moore, and the players are coming off of the field.
And
2 minutes to 6, and the light is on. So what's the problem there?
Well, I think, as I would have called it the previous over, I saw when both umpires had a look at each other and looked at the players, and it was just a matter of time when play would have been called.
So at the end of day 2 of what has been an enthralling first-class game, the second round between Guyana and CCC, Guyana chasing 376 for the first innings lead. Well, they have to take into account that, first of all, they've got to try not to fall below the follow-on target. They are 166 for 4. 44.1 overs have been completed, which means an additional 6 overs, more than 6 overs will be added to the 9 that we've lost today. And of course, we'll start earlier tomorrow. At the crease, Richie Luknot on 21, Tevin Emlak on 58. And when you look at the batting performance of Guyana, Chandra Paul 4, Nandu 11, Perez 15, Anderson 19, Savory 12, Sinclair 19. As I said, Luknot is lending good support to his captain after the CCC made 179 for 9. Of course, Corbin, he was retired hurt for 106. Jeremiah made 58, 84, and Paris making 56. Richards making 20. 3 for 115 for Joseph, 3 for 56 for Ali Mohammed, and 3 for 84 for Pormal. So this is all we've got time for tonight. Until tomorrow, when we come back, more cricket action on the third day. Hopefully, rain stays away.